der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
Guten Morgen und ein herzliches Willkommen hier aus dem Studio am Nürburgring. Ja, was passiert heute mit der 69. ADAC Westfalenfahrt? Steht der nächste Wertungslauf der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie auf dem Programm und wir freuen uns, euch den über den ganzen Tag zu präsentieren in der gewohnten Form. Gleich geht's rein in das 90-minütige Qualifying, ins Zeittraining zur Vergabe der Startplätze im Gesamt- und in den einzelnen Klassen. Dann steht auf dem Zeitplan pünktlich um 12 Uhr, nachdem die Startaufstellung und die Einführungsrunden erfolgt sind, der Start in das Rennen über die 4 Stunden. Und wir haben mit Jan und Patrick auch schon die 2 Kollegen unten im Bereich der Boxengasse positioniert. Und wenn ich so von den theoretischen Zeiten einmal spreche, wie der Ablaufplan heute sein könnte, wie er auf dem Zeitnahmetableau steht, müssten wir mal runterschalten zu den beiden, die wir an dieser Stelle jetzt sehen können. Und wir sehen eigentlich das im Hintergrund hinter euch beiden, ja, womit wir verabschiedet wurden vor knapp 2 Wochen beim 24-Stunden-Rennen. Ist ein bisschen arg nebelig unten. Wie sieht's aus? Runter in die Boxengasse.
Ja, Lars, vielen Dank. Und du hast es schon richtig angesprochen. Es ist ganz viel Theorie dabei. Und irgendwie haben wir das Gefühl, Jan, als ist der Renngott dieses Jahr eher so ein Nebelgott. Wir haben vor 30 Sekunden noch die Boxenampel am Ende der Boxengasse rot leuchten sehen. Momentan sehen wir da gerade gar nichts. Jan, die Aussichten sind eher trüber Natur. Aktueller Stand.
Ich habe mir gerade schon überlegt, ob ich den Leuten einen wunderschönen guten Morgen wünsche. Aber ich glaube, so wunderschön ist der Morgen hier jetzt gar nicht. Das sind die gleichen Bedingungen wie beim 24-Stunden-Rennen. Ja, ich meine, ihr werdet es jetzt auch sehen können oder nicht sehen können. Hinten die Boxlampe, Patrick, wie du gesagt hast. Auch wir können die schon nicht mehr erkennen. Die war gerade natürlich noch auf Rot. Also die Autos, glaube ich, das wird noch ein bisschen dauern, bis die hier rausfahren. Ich bin ja grundsätzlich ein positiv eingestimmter Mensch. Ich höre zumindest schon mal Motoren. Also man ist in der ganz normalen Vorbereitung für eben diesen 5. Wertungslauf bei NLS3 schon in der besten Vorbereitung. Am Rennleiter Christian Fuhrmann, der dreht gerade seine Inspektionsrunde. Wir haben das Auto der Rennleitung gerade bei Start und Ziel vorbeifahren sehen. Der wird jetzt noch die Grand Prix-Streckenrunde absolvieren. Und dann sind wir mal gespannt, was er uns als Feedback zu geben hat. Da warten wir an der Stelle einfach mal drauf, um dann auch die Teilnehmer, aber natürlich auch Sie zu Hause mitzunehmen, wie denn jetzt das weitere Vorgehen ist. In der Regel startet 8:22 Uhr die Boxenampel auf grün mit den Inspektionsrunden, mit diesem vorbereitenden Teil. Ich sage immer freies Training und das geht ja dann nahtlos in das Qualifying über 90 Minuten lang. Lars hat schon gesagt, aber momentan ist es eher ein Stochern im Nebel. Bist du Wetterexperte? Also ich meine, wir müssen ihn vielleicht, glaube ich, erst mal kurz vorstellen. Den Moment haben wir ja, weil gerade nicht gefahren wird. Jan Schmitz, neu bei uns, zumindest im On-Air-Team. Was hat dich jetzt eigentlich dazu qualifiziert, neben mir stehen zu dürfen? Ein Praktikum und mit den richtigen Leuten gesprochen zu haben und den richtigen Leuten vor Schienbein getreten zu haben, glaube ich.
Aber um das Ganze auch wirklich vernünftig anzugehen, deine Motorsports-Historie ist ja auch keine schlechte, ne?
Ja gut, meine eigene, der Lebenslauf hätte da gerne noch ein bisschen voller sein können, bin ich ehrlich. Kennt man ja, entweder geht irgendwann das Talent oder das Geld aus.
Bei dir war beides der Fall?
Bei mir war beides der Fall, auf jeden Fall. Das kann ich nicht leugnen. Nee, aber mein Vater, der ist damals schon 24-Stunden-Rennen, der ist Langstreckenpokal gefahren, 98, 99, 24-Stunden-Rennen. Von daher, meine Mutter, die war damals 98 schwanger mit mir hierbei. Das waren die Flitterwochen dann von der Hochzeit, die dann hier hingekommen sind. Also ich sag mal, ich würde behaupten, den Hintergrund habe ich irgendwie. Bin immer wieder natürlich auch bei der NLS oder damals noch bei der VLN gewesen und habe mir das Ganze immer wieder auch vor Ort angeguckt. Ja, und irgendwann dann mal mit dem Praktikum hier bei den Kollegen bei Nürburgring TV gestartet und dann sukzessive immer weiter, immer weiter. Ich komme ja ursprünglich vom Radio, stehe gar nicht vor der Kamera, quatsch eigentlich immer nur in solche Mikros rein. Aber irgendwann muss man noch mal den nächsten Schritt wagen.
Na gut, man hat da ein bisschen nachgeholfen, dass er jetzt auch optisch einigermaßen ins Bild passt. Und ich bin gespannt, wer ab sofort Schienbeinschoner tragen muss, weil er ihm vors Schienbein getreten hat. Wir hören gerade, vielen Dank an die Regie, 8:45 Uhr ist das nächste Update zu erwarten hinsichtlich des Wetters. Ja, so ein leichter Déjà-vu-Charakter macht sich gerade bereit für alle Fans rund um den Langstreckensport hier am Nürburgring. Ich weiß gar nicht, wir können doch ein bisschen quatschen, wie er es geschafft hat, neben mir stehen zu dürfen. Oder quatschen wir mal ganz kurz mit den zwei Kollegen, die oben auch schon parat sind. Das sind ja Locals, die müssten sich wettertechnisch deutlich besser auskennen. Aber auch da wissen wir, dass die im Nebel stochern können und da ihre alten Weisheiten gerne auspacken. Ne? Siehst du die Nürburg, kommt schlechtes Wetter, siehst du sie nicht, kommt gutes Wetter. Ich weiß nicht, lieber Olli Martin und Uwe Winter, wie euer Stand der Dinge gerade da oben ist.
Ja, zunächst mal einen wunderschönen guten Morgen natürlich auch von meiner oder von unserer Seite. Ich werde ja oft, auch wie von dir gerade schon mal angesprochen, gefragt, hier, du bist Einheimischer, du wohnst hier, wie wird das Wetter? Und ich habe mal mir geschworen, ich gebe nie wieder eine Wetterprognose für mehr als 7 Minuten, sprich für eine gesamte Runde Nordschleife, weil da kann so viel passieren innerhalb einer Runde. Und dann Nebelbilder, wir haben hier beim 24-Stunden-Rennen gesessen, Uwe Winter und ich, und haben dann auch immer geguckt, ich kann das Turin-Hotel da hinten sehen, ja, jetzt sehe ich es wieder nicht, jetzt sehe ich wieder die Werbetafel, ich habe keine Ahnung. Meldung, die kommt, Training, wird später beginnen. Nächste Meldung, und das seht ihr jetzt hier auf den Bildern, warum. Nächste Meldung kommt um 8:45 Uhr. Uwe, für uns viel Zeit, ja, vielleicht mal ein paar andere Themen anzusprechen. Ich glaube, wir werden euch schon mit wichtigen Themen versorgen.
Ganz bestimmt und auch von mir ein herzliches Hallo, um das mit der Nürburg aufzuklären. Siehst du die Nürburg nicht, regnet es. Kannst du die Nürburg sehen, dann kommt bald Regen. Also das ist so die Geschichte in Kurzformat. Und dieser Regen, der ist tatsächlich angekündigt für die nächsten 1-2 Stunden. Und das gibt uns Hoffnung. Mehr Hoffnung als noch vor 3 Wochen bei den 24 Stunden. Weil da hat der Nebel sich ziemlich massiv gehalten. Aber wenn es sich hier abregnet, wie wir es hier beispielsweise jetzt auf der Döttinger Höhe sehen, dann könnte das eine deutlich positivere Entwicklung haben als in der Nacht des 24-Stunden-Rennens, als hier über viele Stunden Schicht war. Ihr habt das sicherlich alle mitbekommen. Heute, da geben wir den Optimismus noch nicht auf.
Ja. Unabhängig davon, wir haben 114 Nennungen gehabt. Jetzt heute in der aktuellsten Liste, die jetzt gerade eben kam, sind es noch 110. Ja, Patrick hat es eben angesprochen, es gab ja auch dieses freie Training gestern schon. Und da gibt es dann noch den einen oder anderen, der dann leider zurückziehen musste. Aber 110 Nennungen fürs erste Rennen nach dem 24-Stunden-Rennen. Das ist gut. Also ich bin da sehr zufrieden mit. Ich denke mal, der Veranstalter, der ADAC Westfalen, wird damit auch zufrieden sein. Und auch die VLN, die ja die Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie ausrichtet. Das nochmal so als Erklärung, warum dann manchmal heißt es VLN, manchmal NLS. VLN ist die Organisation, die Firma, die praktisch die Ausrichtung der Rennen macht, der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Um das jetzt nochmal aufzubilden und auch nochmal, um die Begrifflichkeit nochmal zu wiederholen. Es ist NLS3. Das dritte von der VLN veranstaltete Rennen dieser Saison, aber es ist der 5. Wertungslauf. Wir hatten ja, und die Fans wissen das ADAC 24 Stunden Qualifiers Anfang April, wo 2 Läufe gefahren wurden, die beide mit in die Wertung eingehen für die Meisterschaft, sodass es, Uwe, jetzt so ist, heute beginnt die 2. Saisonhälfte.
Tja, den Halbzeitmeister, den könnten wir eigentlich schon küren nach dem ersten beiden Doubleheader-Wochenenden, also komplizierte Wortschöpfung, aber in der Tat, die Hälfte ist tatsächlich schon abgewickelt und die 2. Saisonhälfte, die startet heute hoffentlich bald mit dem Zeittraining und ja, das, wie gesagt, wird noch ein paar Augenblicke dauern. Gelegenheit, noch mal runterzuschalten zu Patrick Simon.
Jetzt haben wir da rumprobiert.
Ja, und Uwe, wir sind hier beim Durchlaufen, weil wenn der Nebel ist, dann werden meine Beine immer aktiv. Nochmal bei der technischen Abnahme vorbeigegangen, weil das ist irgendwie eine Box neben der Rennleitung. Und wir sehen bei Team Dupré, da war man ganz entspannt, jetzt gerade erst noch bei der technischen Abnahme. Also das geht auch noch am Renntag selber. Bisschen spät, neu aufgebautes Auto. Wie ich sehe, ein Audi. Und das ist Volkswagen Audi-lastig bei der Familie Dupré natürlich voreingenommen. Guck mal, Schmidl, schau mal hier. Man hat er diesen riesen Tank da hinten reingebaut, Überrollkäfig. Ansonsten ist das vom Entertainment, also vom Infotainment-Display alles sehr, sehr seriennah. Also schön hier, ich würde sagen, es ist ein RS3, RS4, sowas in die Richtung. Ist man hier noch voll im Gange und ja, S3 höre ich gerade aus der Regie, danke. Ja. Und dann Schmilles, komm wieder raus, Schmilles, der Renndirektor kommt. Da wollen wir gerade die 2 Meter rüberlaufen und natürlich nachfragen, nachhorchen, was sich da jetzt tut in Sachen Nebel. Ja, jetzt ist das natürlich gar nicht so einfach. Renndirektor ist schon gar nicht mehr im Auto gesessen, das Auto wird geparkt, aber die Blinkleuchten sind am Blinken. Wir gucken, dass wir ihn finden und dann melden wir uns nochmal aus der Boxengasse mit den aktuellen Informationen rund um die Wetterlage, rund um den Nebel und eine mögliche Perspektive. Dass das nicht immer einfach ist, das hat das 24-Stunden-Rennen gezeigt und da wurde ja auch viel diskutiert, alles richtig, alles falsch. Am Ende gibt es eine Entscheidung zu treffen, die trifft jemand, der übernimmt auch damit die Verantwortung. Und das haben wir zu akzeptieren und nicht immer über alles zu diskutieren und alles zu denken. Da ist er doch, Christian. Da wollte er sich schön aus dem Bild machen. Wunderschönen guten Morgen.
Morgen.
Wie ist die Wetterlage?
Ja, ich denke, wir sehen hier oben an der Grand Prix-Strecke, was die Wetterlage macht. Wir haben gerade im Bereich Grand Prix-Strecke noch alles komplett zu mit Nebel. Im Moment überhaupt nicht fahrbar. Es reißt im Bereich Arenberg dann wieder auf. Dann geht es ganz gut bis durchs Brünnchen, bis hier hoch auf die Döttinger Höhe auch. Aber die Grand Prix-Strecke ist im Moment unser Hauptproblem. Deswegen erstmal müssen wir den Start vom Training verschieben und die Entwicklung abwarten. Kannst du uns ein grobes Fenster geben, wann die nächsten Updates zu erwarten sind? Wie sieht dein Rhythmus aus? Wann steigst du wieder ins Auto der Rennleitung, um eine nächste Inspektionsrunde zu machen? Wir werden tatsächlich jetzt direkt noch eine zweite Runde starten. Wir wollen versuchen, alle halbe Stunde die Updates zu geben und in der Hoffnung, dass wir jetzt hier gleich irgendwie mal ein bisschen Verbesserung sehen. Alle Daumen sind gedrückt. Vielen Dank für den Moment. Und wenn ihr einen Fahrer braucht, ne, ich würde euch auch mal eine Runde kutschieren. Ne? Hätte mal wieder Lust, eine Runde Nordschleife zu fahren. Also, das war das Update aus der Rennleitung. Mike Jäger, der diskutiert da auch mit unserem Renndirektor. Ja, Jungs da oben bei euch, ihr habt auch noch was zu erzählen, oder? Was ist denn eigentlich der Rückblick auf die letzten NLS-Läufe? Wollten wir den nicht zeigen?
Ja, auch das ist natürlich ein Thema, was wir für heute Morgen hier aufbereitet haben. Wir haben sicherlich jetzt noch eine gewisse Strecke, bis es mit der Orientierungsrunde losgeht und dann nahtlos ins Zeittraining durchzustarten. Wir haben es gesagt, wir sind mit dem Nennungsergebnis durchaus zufrieden. Ein Auto mussten wir abschreiben gestern nach den Einstellfahrten. Der Klickvers Porsche, der wurde offensichtlich da etwas onduliert. Das Positive dabei ist, wir gehen davon aus, der ist gut versichert, weil diese Firma nämlich spezialisiert ist auf Rennsportversicherung rund um Kersten Jodexnis. Also dieses Auto heute, die 119 leider nicht mehr dabei, aber 110 qualitativ richtig gut besetzt. Da haben wir Stars, die letztes Wochenende in Le Mans durchaus um den Gesamtsieg mitgekämpft haben dabei. Wir haben ehemalige Le Mans-Sieger dabei, da kommen wir sicherlich im Laufe des Tages dazu. Ehemalige Formel-1-Fahrer, Le Mans-Sieger in Personalunion in dem Fall. Bekannte Namen aus dem internationalen Motorsport, plus natürlich unsere Piloten, die das ganze Jahr bei der Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie dabei sind, die um Punkte kämpfen. Und was auch typisch ist, Olli, so nach dem 24-Stunden-Rennen, da kommen einige Akteure zurück, die einfach sagen, vor dem 24-Stunden-Rennen ist mir manchmal ein bisschen zu wuschelig, da sind mir zu viele GT3-Autos, die hier um die Position kämpfen. Aber danach ist das immer ein bisschen entspannter und deshalb freuen wir uns, den ein oder anderen hier wieder beim Comeback begrüßen zu können. Auch da gibt es einige Beispiele, die wir hier in den nächsten Minuten oder vielleicht Stunden präsentieren.
Ja, insgesamt, du hast es angesprochen, richtig tolles Starterfeld. Ich bin auch schon mal jetzt gerade so ein bisschen am Blättern. Ich würde aber sagen, bevor wir da ein bisschen tiefer reingehen und uns genau anschauen, wen jetzt zum Beispiel der Uwe Minter meint mit Superstars aus Japan zum Beispiel oder Rückkehrer, was auch immer, würde ich sagen, schauen wir uns mal einfach mal an, was war denn eigentlich vor, ja, das ist schon wie lange her jetzt? Boah, 2,5 Monate her bei den ersten Wochenenden NLS3, der Rückblick. Der liegt nämlich vor. Und da sage ich einfach, schauen wir uns mal an, da sehen wir nämlich endlich mal ein paar fahrende Autos.
Traumhafte Kulisse für den zweiten Lauf der ADAC Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Nicht nur wettertechnisch, sondern auch was die Zuschauerzahlen angeht. Rekordzuschauerzahl an diesem Wochenende. Noch nie waren so viele Fans für den Saisonauftakt mit dabei als an diesem Wochenende. Von der Pole startet auch wie am gestrigen Lauf 1. Dani Juncker im HRT Mercedes, im gleichen Team, dafür aber in einem unterschiedlichen Auto, in dem Fahrzeug mit der Bildsteinfolierung, gefolgt von der Porsche Armada in Form von 2 Falken Porsche und dem Grello, der auch bereits im Haukhaken versucht, den Angriff zu starten, den auch erfolgreich absolviert. Einer der beiden Falken Porsche versucht es gleich auf der Außenbahn, kriegt das Ganze auch hin. Frank Bird, der den Start für den zweiten HRT Mercedes angeht, muss sich auch auf der Döttinger Höhe in der gleichen Runde vorerst mal dem zweiten Falken Porsche geschlagen geben, kontert dann aber in die Tiergartensenke direkt mal wieder zurück und stellt die alten Bedingungen wieder her. Start für die zweite Startgruppe. Hier heute mal ohne Kollision in der Cup 3 Klasse, dafür aber ein bisschen weiter hinten. Ein der TCR Gölfe dreht es dabei um. Frühes Aus für die 476, ein Fahrzeug aus der VT2-Klasse. Onboard jetzt hier bei Alessio Picariello, der gestern Pech hatte, mit einem Reifenplatzer das Rennen kurz vor Schluss beenden musste. Und während die Spitzengruppe vorne ihr Unwesen trieb, Drama bei der Startnummer 1. Den Meistern aus dem vergangenen Jahr, Adrenalin Motorsport, Reifenplatzer hinten rechts. Der Reifen, der war schnell gewechselt. Allerdings verlor man dann noch weiter Zeit aufgrund von Problemen mit dem Fehlerspeicher, der erst ausgelesen werden musste, und Fehlern, die gelöscht werden mussten. Hier mal kurz den kürzeren gezogen. Die Startnummer 3, den Falken Porsche, musste daraufhin den Abt Lamborghini vorbeilassen, während in der Adrenalinbox weiter darüber gefachsimpelt wurde, wo das Problem denn letzten Endes lag. Spannende Kämpfe auch in den kleineren Klassen, wie hier in der VT2 Front angetrieben. Die Startnummer 3, dann hier wieder mit dem Gegenangriff gegen den Polesetter, gegen Dani Juncker, geht da im Windschatten auf der Döttinger Höhe vorbei. Und auch dem Abt Lamborghini musste man sich mit der Startnummer 14 geschlagen geben, letzten Endes. Aber nicht nur die Duelle an der Spitze, sondern auch beispielsweise in der Cup 2 Klasse haben uns wieder heute viel Freude bereitet. Später dazu noch mehr. Die 786, der Lamborghini von Renazzo. Auf jeden Fall ein Hingucker für alle Fans. Planmäßiger Boxenstopp. Währenddessen hier beim Porsche Cayman aus einem der V-Klassen die 680. Prominent besetzt mit Daniel Dörschuk, dem Auto-Influencer, und Timo Glock. Die Cup 3 Klasse, die 962. Konnte das Rennen letzten Endes auch für sich entscheiden. Der Avia Cup Porsche ist das in ungewohnten Farben. Die Startnummer 3 geht hier vorerst vorbei an der 27 am Abt Lamborghini. Erneut wieder runter Richtung Tiergartensenke. Und dann hier ein Duell, das uns lange Freude bereitet hat. Der Grello, der Manthey Porsche, im Fight zusammen mit der Startnummer 4, dem Falken Porsche, der sich hier in der AMG Arena allerdings kurz geschlagen geben muss, trotz des Angriffs. Die 706, der Glickenhaus. Ja, zwischenzeitlich gab es da mal Probleme mit der Lautstärke, aber auch das hat man ausgemerzt und damit ein gutes Ergebnis eingefahren. Die Startnummer 3, Alessio Picariello, leider genauso vom Pech geplagt wie bereits am gestrigen Samstag, mit einem Reifenschaden frühzeitig das Rennen beendet. Die Cup 2 Klasse, da sind wir wieder. Super spannend zum Ende hin. Aber das hier, das war der Moment des Rennens. Ein Finish wie aus dem Drehbuch. Laurens Fantor überholt auf der Linie Jordan Lee Pepper im Abt Lamborghini und sorgt damit für das knappste Finish, das wir jemals bei der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie gesehen haben. 0,042 Sekunden waren es letzten Endes, die zwischen Sieg und Niederlage entschieden haben. Der erste Doubleheader der Saison 2024, damit im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes in den Geschichtsbüchern.
Ja, der Nebel immer noch sichtbar, wie ihr deutlich sehen könnt. 8:45 Uhr ist die Meldung der Race Control. Ihr seht es auch unten jetzt eingeblendet. Qualifying verschoben. Um 8:45 Uhr gibt es ein weiteres Update. Ich fange auch jetzt nicht an, von wegen es wird besser, es wird schlechter. Das ändert sich hier alle paar Sekunden. Wir sind einfach mal optimistisch denkende Leute. Nicht nur Uwe Winter und ich hier in der Kabine, sondern eigentlich die gesamte Crew hier der VLN, die dieses Rennen ausrichtet. Und wir sind da guter Dinge, dass wir das hinbekommen. Wir werden uns natürlich mit verschiedenen Informationen weiter melden, euch weiter auf dem Laufenden halten. Wir hatten ja eben schon mal angesprochen, viele Rückkehrer. Ich sehe zum Beispiel, nur mal als ein Beispiel, einen Namen, den ich sehe, der dieses Jahr noch gar nicht ins Lenkrad gegriffen hat. Auf der 319 für Schmickler Performance in einem Porsche Cayman. Mike Rönnefahrt ist zurück. Schön, freut mich, dich hier zu sehen. Unter anderem einer der Rückkehrer hier in unserer Serie. Ich sehe auch zum Beispiel in der 467 interessante Besetzung Christian Scherer und Mario Fuchs. Die kennt man eigentlich mehr aus der RCN. Da waren die auch schon mehrfach sehr erfolgreich. Christian Scherer war mal vor 4 Jahre her RCN-Meister. Mario Fuchs, der fährt in der RCN so einen ganz spektakulären Mitsubishi Lancer Kombi. Aber sehr, sehr starkes, tolles Auto. Und da gehen wir noch ein bisschen intensiver ein auf diese gesamte Liste der Startteilnehmer. Ich gehe aber erstmal runter zu Patrick Simon.
Ja, vielen Dank, Olli. Was machen wir, wenn Nebel in der Boxengasse
der Livestream der Nürburgring Langstreckenserie. Präsentiert von Falkenreifen.
Herzlich willkommen zur Nürburgring Langstreckenserie.
Welcome to the Nürburgring for the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie.
Und jetzt ist das Rennen freigegeben. The red lights are out now.
Viele Zuschauer unterwegs.
I would think that's very, very close.
Jetzt kommt er ran, zieht sich ran.
And then couldn't really get much further. However, thankfully the cloud, the early morning mist has now cleared to enable some qualifying sessions to occur, and we're now all set for the 69th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, which is round 3 of this year's Nürburgring Langstrecken series. It's not just me, Johnny Palmer, bringing you commentary from the Global Broadcast Centre, but I'm delighted to be joined by one more of the regular voices of NLS. Good morning. Actually, we can say good afternoon now to Peter Snowden.
Afternoon, Johnny.
Good afternoon.
Doesn't seem it's 3 weeks ago since we were here for the N24. I'm hoping that fog isn't the same one that stayed on for 3 weeks. That would have been very depressing, wouldn't it, in that area?
Yeah, I think there has been a little bit of a clearance.
In between.
I know, yeah. But I remember sitting at where were we? In the Dorint Hotel. Looking out, thinking, oh, it's clearing, we can see cars, we can see track, and then you'd look back to the same bit of circuit and it was gone again because it was just coming in patches. And that was my fear about today's event was, you know, we were getting word that everything was basically pushed back by 60 minutes, but I thought that could change. However, things look great on the start-finish line. At least I can see motor racing cars.
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it? Where we were at the Dorint is literally just a track the other side. So you see the cars going by and you couldn't see across. And you say sometimes the control tower would be barely visible, then it wouldn't be. Not ideal. We just kept wondering. I think it was really a competition that day of how many breakfasts can you not eat? Because they kept saying half-hour updates. Like, well, we can't just keep resetting and having another breakfast.
I did.
I wasn't going to say that. I was trying to dig you out of a hole there, Johnny, but you put yourself in 2 feet firmly.
Plunged my way back in, yeah, entirely so. Now, the wet weather has also been an issue this morning, so incident galore in qualifying. Great to have 2 of the Falcon Porsches here in this event. SP9 a little slim on the ground, but this traditionally happens right after the Nürburgring 24 hours. It's also an incredibly busy phase of the endurance racing season. The Jutta Racing Audi had a half spin at Tiergarten, number 8, and 2 cars off in the gravel on the Grand Prix circuit, including the 786 Lamborghini Huracan. But car number 3 that powered its way to the top of the times, and it is also fighting, of course, the number 4 car. So we've got this weekend Julian Andlauer and Sven Muller in car number 3, and Tim Heinemann and Martin Ragginger in the number 4 car. But they're going to be pushed all the way by Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler, and they are not in an Audi, they are in a Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So that's a bit of headline news. In fact, that FAT International sponsored, if you like, FAT these days a lifestyle brand rather than its heritage in the 80s and 90s being a transit company, but it's terrific to have the fat Porsche back on the grid. And yes, Frank Stippler, after his terrific performance, I mean, some of that driving he needed to do during the Nürburgring 24 hours for the hours we ran under green flag conditions was just stupendous. And now with Audis relatively slim on the ground, there are only 2, and I think they're both in the Pro-Am category. Stippler's had to find himself another drive. So Herbert stepped forward, and Vincent Kolb, who he's raced with, Frank Stippler's raced with on a number of occasions, but they are both in a 911 GT3R. I'm excited about this.
Yeah, when I first saw it on the entry list at Frank Stippler Porsche, and I had to do a double take of, sorry? He always drives Audis. He can't. That's got to be a typo, but it wasn't. And he's there, and just to prove his ability, which was never in doubt, he is a platinum driver after all, graded. He's put it on pole position with an 8:15 030. And my understanding, I heard on the grapevine, or a little bird told me this week, that he's there to actually encourage and coach Vincent Kolb, who is a silver-rated driver, so not a gold yet, and that's part of why Herbert have brought him in. I'm sure Vincent Kolb doesn't need that much, but when you're a platinum and got the experience of Frank Stippler, how are you not going to learn from a teammate of that quality in a race like this?
Yeah, true enough. Now, Patrick Simon catching up with a couple of the Falcon Motorsport drivers, but all of this will be in German language. Tim Heinemann, in fact, being talked to at the moment. He will start, by the looks of things, on the front row, so alongside the number 5 Porsche. But yes, the 49-year-old Frank Stippler, and he freely admitted that this year's Nürburgring 24 hours, even though it was a rather unconventional win because we didn't run kind of 2/3 of that race, they were in the best possible spot in that Scherer Sport PHX Audi R8. And Frank said, you know, the chances of me being able to win this race are certainly dwindling now. He said, I'm going to be 50 next year in April. I think you can still win races north of 50. And he can certainly is capable of doing that. What I don't know is, do you slip down a grading? So would he move from platinum to gold at 50?
Automatically.
Really?
Automatically.
Okay.
No, go to bronze. You reset.
All the way back to the bottom of the system.
As I understand, if it's may not be for a platinum, I'll need to double check that. But certainly, if you're a gold or silver, you reset as a bronze.
Wow.
Yeah. Because I was a silver. I'm now I think just dull tarnished, 3rd degree.
No, Snowy. No, Snowy, you're way more than that.
You're too kind. I wasn't fishing. That was also what I meant. I'm just saying, because I wish I was 50 next April, or even in January. Not the number it is. Moving on.
Well, nobody's counting at the end of the day. It might be that, I mean, would a platinum slip to silver? Perhaps. That is going to be really interesting by April of next year. Well, mind you, it be to do with where your birthday falls in the year as well, because I wouldn't imagine they'd preemptively do it. And the driver gradings are out at the start of each calendar year, aren't they? So
yeah, and it is slightly different, because you say you've got bronze, silver, gold as standard, and those are your 3, and how you mix. You can have a gold, and you can have a silver, you can have 2 silvers and a bronze and a gold, that kind of thing, whatever. The platinum rating is slightly different, and it's sometimes a little bit obscure. If you've done Le Mans or won it or Formula 1, you're automatically a platinum. But the age thing changes.
Let's just see if we can listen to Gabriele Piana, Italian driver. Oh, no, German as well. So I beg your pardon. Piana's been driving at the Nürburgring for a sufficient amount of time to be very lucid in the German language. So Gabriele Piana driving the number 103 Black Falcon.
He's Italian.
He is Italian, yeah. but he, interestingly, runs on a Swiss license. So I would imagine if he spends a lot of time in Switzerland, he'll probably need to know Italian, German, and a bit of French as well. And so often these drivers are multilingual. Yes, I knew for a fact Piana was Italian, but I didn't know his German was quite as good as that. He shares with Mike Stursberg and Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. And they're in that gold, not platinum, but gold liveried 103 Porsche in the Cup 2 division. Cup 2, again, even though SP9, what is it, 11 cars that we've got in SP9?
Yeah, 11 cars.
In Cup 2, there's 13 cars and all Porsche Carrera Cup machines. And that is where one of the really intense battles is going to come from, both there and in Cup 3, which is for the Porsche Cayman, Snowy.
And that car being on pole position, the 103 in that class as well.
Yeah, so definitely one to look out for, but it depends whether there's strength in depth across the driver lineup. I mean, it looks pretty good on paper, but there are others that will certainly pose a threat, which, for whatever reason, were not able to show their potential during qualifying. But I mean, it's tricky, isn't it, when you've got weather as poor as it was, visibility was good enough, otherwise the qualifying session would not have run. But that was qualifying at 10:15 local time, and it should have been at 8:30.
Yes, it was.
Normally that's a 90-minute session. Not sure whether we got through the duration of it, but it was later in the morning, 10:15. We would normally be racing at midday, but it's now going to be 1:45 before we actually start this race. There is quite a queue forming up around the end of the Grand Prix circuit. And the fact that they have to sort of fold this entry all the way around that link road between Hohenrhein, the final sequence of corners, and the Grand Prix track, and then it goes back along what is normally the road that's used during the tourist laps at the end of Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, where you would turn right and actually not touch the Grand Prix track at all. That part of the circuit is used to queue up the cars in start group 2 and start group 3, because if you are brand new to racing on the Nürburgring, either in the 24-hour race or in these NLS events, the grid is, or the entry is that large. 113 cars entered into this weekend's NLS race. It's just impossible to start them in one group, as you would expect on the grid, because those at the back would not be able to see the lights being extinguished on the gantry. So instead, the field is split into 3 separate groups, and they're set off at 2-minute intervals, which means that we get to enjoy 3 separate race starts with some quick cars at the front of all of them. But needless to say, the SP9s will all be at the very front in the start group 1, and that's where we'll see the first few laps being, well, fraughtly contested, because that's often where a race can be won and lost during the opening stint, as you muscle your way past a few others and try and maintain that ever-elusive thing, which is track position. A reminder as well about the timed pit stops. That's because the technology utilised for filling cars worth of fuel is fairly bog standard, actually. They're straight from a supermarket forecourt. Trigger nozzles, and to ensure that it is fair for all and that a fuel flow is not better on one unit than the other, then they time the pit stops, and it's a minimum reference time according to how many laps you have just completed. You can pit after only 5 laps. Others will pit after 6 or 7 during the opening stint, and if you choose to do 7 laps, then it's a longer pit stop compared to coming in, say, after 5 laps. The only difference comes at the end, when you're pitting within the final 70 minutes, and your pit stop minimum time is governed by how long there is until the checkered flag, and that is a completely sliding scale, minute by minute. So that's a resume of how we go racing around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Other than that, you're completely on your own, because there is no way of being able to predict what this place can throw at you, Peter Snowden.
I think the jeopardy that comes from having a shortened qualifying session this morning, normally it would be a 90-minute session, it reduced to 52 minutes today, so nearly 20 was wiped off that. And it's, you know, we say time and time again, it's a long lap. 20 minutes doesn't sound a lot, but there's, you know, it's an 8-minute lap. And with the conditions changing so much, we were uncertain whether we were even going to get that fog to clear, exactly as we had at the N24 out, at the end of the pit lane. It was the GP circuit was a problem. In Nordschleife wasn't so bad. So the teams have got less time, considerably less time, to go out there and sort out their strategy and whatever. So there may be some revelations here. Actually, what we've got on the, you know, a Porsche lockout at the front. Yeah, Herbert and 2 Falcon cars. Great to see those Falcon cars out again. Certainly following the N24 tends to drop off. But say 113, 119 today.
113 entered. I don't know how many yet actually qualified. I'm still waiting for the bulletin to be uploaded onto the official Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series website. But we will get in due course the Ergebnis training document, which will appear, and then I can tell you precisely how many cars actually took part in qualifying, and others that maybe attempted to and didn't get too far around the track because it looked very easy indeed to throw it at the scenery. The difficulty with this place is that it covers such a large area, 25 kilometers or so, and it goes from village to village to town to village. It's a real tour, really, an exploratory lap around nearby areas in the Eifel, and it can be raining in certain bits and bone dry in others. I'm encouraged by the lack of rainfall and wet track, though, on the Grand Prix track. This is one of the highest points that we are racing on. Remember, it's not the full Grand Prix circuit as we were using at the end of May, start of June. That included the Goodyear Carer all the way down to the bottom and the hairpin, and then they climb back up again through the Michael Schumacher S. We don't use that bit. Instead, it's the full Mercedes arena. So turn right and then turn left on probably 3 occasions, maybe only 2. Right-hand dogleg and then that short, sharp run to the cut through, which is a fairly open hairpin, but it's massively cambered. So what you can't afford to do is go too deep into that, otherwise you'll end up on the top and probably off on the grass and potentially in the barrier as well. That feeds you back on about 2/3 of the way around on the Grand Prix lap, and then you continue into the Vidal chicane, and then to the left, which is the Sabine Schmitz curve, and onto Hatson back. And then it's not, you won't see the pit lane again for a good 7 minutes or so. Start Group 2, headed by the Cup 3 Caymans, and this again will provide a terrific race. I have to look to the final sheet of my entry list to tell you that there are 15 cars in the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring for Cup 2 cars. These are all Cayman GT4 Club Sports, but there are many other different cars included in Startgruppe 2. And then 2 minutes further down the road will be the green group. So they call them the red group, which is for the fastest, most potent cars. The yellow group is the middle. Have I got this the wrong way around?
No, red,
okay.
yellow, and
red,
black.
yellow, and black.
Flag, not green. It's a German flag.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the traffic lights.
No, it's the German flag.
Right.
44 cars in the start group 1, the red one, 29 in the yellow, and 38 in the black group.
I need some evidence of that, because I thought I'd seen a Grüne Gruppe. I might be confusing it with the Grüne Holler, of course. You've got 4 hours to provide that evidence for me. I'm willing to hold my hands up. VW Golf, that's the number 10 car, I think, the Max Cruiser racing machine, which is so often included in the second group.
Actually, you're right, John. It is green.
Thank you.
It is green. I always understood it was red, yellow, black for the German flag.
Well, that would be red, gold, and black, I think, isn't it? Gold
it's
rather
green
than
anyway.
yellow.
You're right.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I had a memory of looking that up at the start of the year, and I thought I didn't think I'd forgotten all of those details in such a short space of time. Anyway,
110 cars went into quali anyway.
110. So we only lost 3 from the original entry list, and let's hope that through force majeure, whether the 3 that had planned to be here this weekend can be included. It might be, because I'm looking at a provisional entry list, it might be that we've lost 3, sadly, along the way. That was the number 10 VW Golf Mark 7, which is in the AT class for the alternatively fueled cars, VLN Klasse AT. Alternative Treibstoffe, to give it the German vernacular. And it is Matthias Vassel, Timo Hochwind and Benjamin Cartery, the Frenchman, who will be in car number 10. And start Group 3 now, heading down this difficult approach, especially in the wet, but it does seem to be drying up now. There are various different parts of asphalt, though, that have been laid at different times. So the more grippy, the darker asphalt does appear to be right in that racing line. And would you argue that the first corner on this configuration is easier or more difficult compared to the Haug Hook or the Yokohama S, as it's sometimes called, that we were using a few weeks ago?
I think it depends if you're on the inside or the outside, the left or the right of the track. As you say, on the bit we use for the Nordschleife, where you go slightly, it's a chicane right and left. It's tight, but here you've virtually got to stop because you go into that Mercedes arena. So it's advantageous to go around the outside, provided you don't carry too much speed around the outside. Yeah. You sit there and all of a sudden, and you've just run out of road, or talent, or both, and that's not ideal.
I always think that the Yokohama S just is not designed for the amount of cars we try and run through here. But in fairness, this year and in more recent years, we haven't had any substantial contact on the first lap, but there's always the scope to lose the car on coolish tyres. It is a very, very long formation lap, but you still struggle, despite this length, to get tyre temperature there or thereabouts. Ambient, I would imagine, is slightly better than it was during the Nürburgring 24 hours, purely because we're now in summer, although the summer in the Eifel can often play tricks on us. And clearly ambient temperature has been struggling a little bit today, purely because of the cloud cover. The sun has burned through that somewhat more readily than it was able to do during the opening weekend of June. 7:30 BMW at the tail end. So when you qualify there, it can only get better, I suppose. And there will be a combination of drivers in the 730. The Plus Line Racing Team, BMW, Philipp Gresek and Stefan Schafer are starting or racing that car this weekend. And the defending champions in their number 1 BMW. This is the Adrenaline Motorsport team Manhattan Wheels car of Daniel Zils, Philip Lyson, 2 huge names there in Nürburgring championship history, joined by Moron Gott in their number 1 car. That seems to be the only car at the moment with a window down and driver waving away because they've had so much success here, you see. We are the champions.
Last 3 seasons they've won it? I think
it's something close to that. Yeah, something close to that. And I suppose one of the benefits of being in a class with lots of cars is that if you can keep winning, then you keep getting the thick end of the points. That again is done on a sliding scale, and I think that's rightly so. You should get more points for winning a class that has 20 cars in it than a class with 3 cars in it. So again, there's a clever little chart that tells you how many points you are expected to win in the more populated classes, if you were to win. Julian Andlauer's name is not accompanied by Sven Muller on our graphic. I assume Andlauer's not going to be doing the whole race together. We were expecting Sven to be part of that lineup. Andlauer from France and has become a very much someone to get in a Porsche over the years.
Rennwagen über die Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid, der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenau ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
We know they're quick in Audis, but how are they going to deal with the engine being a lot
Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
For Aston Martin fans, SP10 is effectively for GT4. Formation lap continuing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Thankfully, a lot clearer than it was earlier this morning, which delayed qualifying. But as the cars now head into the Stefan Bellof S and the Westfalenfahrt, we are readying ourselves for a race start. 45 minutes behind time, but all to do with the weather in the Eifel. And I'm frankly amazed that we're able to get it started this close to the original advertised beginning time. So talking about SP10, which is the serial number given to effectively the global GT4 category. And Peter Snowden tells me there is an Aston Martin on pole position. Now, there are 4 Astons in the class, so you'll have to tell me which one it is.
Dua.
That narrows it down to 2. So
169.
It's a 169. 169, which is the Oscar Sandberg, Aaron Venish and Nick Wustenhagen car. There is a sister dual motorsport, number 179, and 2 more Pro Sport Racing Vantage GT4s at 175 and 176. Interestingly, 175 is in the B category. So I wonder whether that is actually like a Pro-Am or an Am lineup in Class B. And if they don't have the B suffix, then they're kind of in the standard SP10 class. It's an all Porsche front row. And Frank Stippler, as he's done many times before in R8, has done the same in a Herbert Motorsport 911 GT3R, and that is to take pole position, the fastest lap in a shortened qualifying session earlier today. Excessive weaving. Stippler's almost using the full width of the Dottinger Hoor from white line to white line. The Falcon Motorsport Porsches are following suit. So the car with the red door mirrors in that two-tone blue is the one to start alongside car number 5, and that, I reckon, is the Tim Heinemann car. So it should be 5 and 4 on the front row, and the second Falcon Motorsport car in behind. Yes, it is the 4 car. And Julian Andlauer has the grandstand seat of those 2 Porsches up ahead. You're a brave person at this stage to say this is going to be a Porsche victory, Snowy.
Very, very brave. And just very quickly before we get to start, Johnny, I'm just going to put a look at the FIA stroke SRO categorization of drivers standards, as in colours. Bronze, platinum cannot fall back down again.
Ever?
No, thought it might be because you're deemed as a completely professional driver as opposed to making your living primarily out of motorsport. So platinum cannot fall back down again.
So Frank Stippler's going to still be coming here to the Nürburgring when he's 85, and he will still be platinum. How gutting is that? I mean, you're obviously thrilled on the day that you are made platinum when you've won a key championship and whatnot, but there's no reversal from that point. Okay, it's time to go racing. We're kind of back to the bread and butter rounds of the Nürburgring Nordschleife after the highlights of the qualifying races and the Nürburgring 24 hours itself. Thankfully, nobody diving into the pit lane as early as Dan Harper had to do those weeks ago because he was on the wrong tyres. We're raring to go for NLS3, the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, and Porsche's left and right. Lamborghini almost showing its nose as well. Frank Stippler trying to fend off a rampant starting number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. As long as that makes the corner, which it sort of does. It has to run over a lot of the curb though, but it will take the early lead, car number 4. And the number 5 car dropping back several places to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6th position.
It's a Mercedes that's got up to 2nd place and split the 2 Falcon Porsches.
So that's one of the team advan by HRT Mercedes. It has to be. Unless it's the 48 of Lucas Auer and Ralph Aron, but I thought they were starting further back in the order. Falcon Porsche from unidentified Mercedes at this stage, but we will get there. And then the second of the Falcon Porsches in third position. This again, though, is just trying to work out how much grip is out there on the racetrack after conditions have changed significantly from this morning's qualifying session. Porsche number 4 leads one of the two Mercedes from HRT, and already a car off from the Cup 2 division, which is the 113. That is the entry for Bill and Jim Cameron in their GT3 Cup car. But through Sabina Schmidt's curve, as the 4 hours starts to tick by, and onto the hats and back for the first time, it's Porsche, Mercedes, Porsche. And I might have to readdress what I was saying about a Porsche whitewash of the podium, because Mercedes certainly making its intentions felt very early on, Snowy. The question is, can it get into the lead, and can it create some sort of gap for it? But that's going to be more tricky as we are about to enjoy the start of the second.
I've got it as the 48 Mercedes.
Is it the 48?
Yeah, it's 48, the AMG Landgraf one. Yeah.
So Lucas Auer or Ralph Aron, who have got ahead in the early stages. Good spot on the tracker. So the order 4 from 48 from 3.
Although I think that's just changed.
Are we still going with 48 Mercedes that was second?
No, it's the right car, but I think the other Falcon Porsche just got ahead of it.
All right. Well, it's going to fan out again in this second group. Cup 3s, very busy indeed, as they so often are. It's the yellow, white and black car on the inside line. All of these cars with 3-digit numbers, starting with 9. But the Max Cruiser Golf starting to get involved as well, up to second position of start group 2. 3 abreast further back as well for fourth, 5th and 6th in the Cup 3 division. And the car that leads start group 2 will be grateful to have that VW Golf as a little bit of a cushion there, as the 944, which is the Oma car, squabbles its way through. 962 though leads the class. 962 is the Avia WNS Motorsport car for Moritz Oberheim, Josh Bednarski and Lucas Daugard, being pressurised all the time by this AT class number 10 car with the Vulcan advertising on it as well. So again, that's got a little bit of sky blue, and in fact the Max Cruiser Golf somewhat impatient, trying to get by in the early stages, the 962 for Moritz Oberheim. Making an impressive gap though in Cup 3 from the rest of the runners, and this could be vital when you wind the clock forward 3.5 hours or so, heading into the closing stages. They're all pouring their way out of the Vidal chicane for the first time and into Sabina Schmidt's curve. And we are now starting to get some drivers identified in the early stages on our timing screen. What we're missing at this point, though, is any of the SP9 starting drivers. Still the Mercedes in second, unless the Ford Porsche has slipped back a couple of spots, but I still reckon that's the battle for second place between Mercedes and the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches.
I'm watching it on the GPS tracker, and that which is not always entirely accurate to sort of the last metre or so, but it does appear that the 48 and 3 keep swapping places throughout. Now that may be a GPS glitch, it may not be, so it might have been that Mercedes 48 has got into second at the start of the race and stayed there, but there's certainly a battle there. That is in turn allowing, of course, the other Falcon car to disappear up the road at the moment, the number 4 car.
Here comes start Group 3, including a few Hyundai TCR cars, and a squirm and a slide from the orange and blue car right in the middle of the pack. But we've also got Porsche Caymans in this, BMWs. It's a BMW, in fact, that leads start Group 3 into the braking area, but it brakes very, very early compared to the purple and white Porsche Cayman, which now dive bombs into the first corner. A few weeks ago, we were turning sharp right and sharp left, but that second left is now barriered off, the tyre stacks repositioned, and instead using the full Mercedes arena. So you're leaning hard on the right side of the car in the early stages, still as tyre temperature creeps into its best window, and the 490 V5 car is doing nicely. 470, which is, oh, but we've got problems in the early stages. 700 BMW and the 492 Hyundai. So, and both with front end damage, so I'm not quite sure how they've managed to do that, unless they've ended up nose to nose, both spinning. The BMW driver did not look too happy about that whole situation at all.
492 is the Team Merlin's Motorsport Hyundai 130N.
And I reckon that's a V4 BMW from the production class for cars between 2 litre and 2.5 cc.
Yeah, the Hyundai is
2500 CCM.
VT2 front-wheel drive production car.
So Jürgen Huber, Simon Sagmeister and Oliver Frieser in the 700 BMW. That was leaking coolant, so I can't imagine that's going to go anywhere in a hurry. And the 492 might already be out of the race as well. Brief glimpse of the all-green 410, but I can tell you that the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche is still tucked in behind this hard-starting Mercedes. So the Merc being the longer car, the higher, well, the bigger car, generally speaking. Roofline slightly higher as well compared to the low-slung Porsche. And they're heading now onto the Döttinger Höhe for the first time. There is still the 4 Porsche away in the distance, so they haven't changed order from a net perspective. That's not to say that Andlau hasn't at certain points got in front of this Mercedes.
Yeah, the number 3 Porsche, they're getting a double toe because the number 4 Porsche of Falcon isn't that far ahead, so that's pulling the Mercedes along a little bit. But the number 3 Falcon Porsche is then getting a toe there. Coming up to the kink on the Döttinger Höhe, he's going to want to do the side draft bit now and try and make it a Falcon 1-2 into the last bit of the lap. It's not quite close. I'm sorry, the kink, my apologies. Tiergarten already, so a little bit behind myself there, so it hasn't done it. The first Porsche's through, the second one tucked right up the back of the Mercedes, so is he going to have a little look down the inside at the end of the first lap?
Yes, is the short answer. And the good news for the race leader, car number 4 for Falcon Motorsports, it's a big enough lead over the line to not have to worry about defending, but that isn't the same situation for the Mercedes. And the Mercedes actually was sticking to the racing line, so into the first corner. Absolutely right with the identity of Mercedes number 48, the Landgraf offering. I'd kind of written that off purely because I didn't think Lucas Auer and Ralph Aron had as quick a car as the 2 HRT Mercedes, so apologies for that. Lukey Auer, a big talent who used to race in DTM. Oh, there's a problem now on the main straight now, though, for one of the Porsche Cup cars, which, again, are smoking from the rear. And that is not tyre smoke. That is definitely engine-related or possibly a cooling problem, because there's actually a lot of steam issuing from the front of the car where all the radiators are. Rear engine Porsche, of course. And that's going to go no further either. So here are the starting drivers. We finally got there after the completion of 1 lap. It is Tim Heinemann who is starting to ease away from Lukey Auer in the 48 Mercedes, and Sven Muller taking the opening stint for car number 3. So I think I've basically got all 3 of those drivers wrong at one point. But Sven Muller, oh, and one of the Astons is off as well. That's the Pro Sport car, which on the Goodyear tyres has ground to a halt on the Nordschleife somewhere. This is the Dumoulin, Balkan and Bockmann car.
Yeah, the Pro Sport 17 car, isn't it?
Dear me. That looks like a significant fire with actually smoke issuing from between the door frame and the roof. So thank goodness the driver is out. We had a couple of huge fires during the Nürburgring 24 hours, but that looks like the... Is it, the 4-litre V8 in those cars these days, Mercedes derived. Either something's gone wrong with that or something connected with it. What I wasn't treated to there was a view of the front of the car, so I don't know whether it's had any damage, but for sure the 17 Aston Martin is already out, and that is a big blow for that crew. Car number 17 entered into the Pro-Am division for Maxime Dumoulin, for Simon Balkan and for Marek Bockmann. And there's now a slow zone in place at Hohe Acht. So that rather indicates to me that the Aston has broken down, shall we say, caught fire at one of the highest points of the circuit at Hohe Acht. Meanwhile, the race leaders coming out of Schwedenkreuz and the sharp right-hander at Arenberg and heading down into the foxhole. It is Porsche from Mercedes from Porsche. And of the 4 Falken Motorsport drivers, I actually thought Tim Heinemann might be the slowest. Well, he's not proving to be so far because he's built a lead of about 15 car lengths as they head towards Adenauer Forst. So again, this is some statement, Snowy, of the 4 with, I think, well, Martin Ragginger is an excellent driver to be your B co-driver to take over at the second point. Patrick Simon's very busy in the pit lane as usual. But yes, Heinemann with this big lead. It's over 2 seconds already. We've only had a lap.
Yeah, I was going to say, with the 12, 13 minutes of the race done, of a 4-hour race, it's a bit early to start talking about strategies. But I was interested that Herbert Motorsport pole-sitting car, number 5 Porsche, had Vincent Kolb at the wheel of that to start with, which obviously hand over to Frank Stippler. 2 drivers in a 4-hour race. I just wonder how they'll split it. They'll do a sort of an hour and a bit each, or will they just let Vincent do 2 hours and Frank Stippler do 2 hours at the end? Just be interested to see how they do it and how they plan it out. As I said earlier, my belief is that part of Frank Stippler's role this weekend in the Herbert Motorsport car is to coach Vincent Kolb. So I would imagine that he's on the pit wall with a headset on, suggesting do this, do that, map this, whatever, so and so things that can and cannot change. But all encouraging. I would imagine the focus at the moment is really going to be on Vincent Kolb getting some seat time in this car with the experience of coaching from in his ear and otherwise from Frank Stippler.
Kolb, from memory, is another Audi guy, basically. So he has enlisted Frank Stippler to help him to learn the intricacies of a Porsche. He has raced with Herbert, though, before in Porsches. But yes, 2021 Nürburgring, Kolb ran for Phoenix in an Audi. Actually, I remember talking with our colleague Joe Bradley to one of the Renaults. I still can't tell the difference, and I still don't know whether it was Robert or Alfred, even after the conversation. But said Renault reckoned that Vincent Kolb had actually driven for them in the past in previous Creventic races, 24H series races. And yeah, if you go back to the 24H series at Dubai 3 years ago, Vincent Kolb was part of that lineup in their number 92 car when he shared with Jürgen Hering and Sven Muller and Klaus Bachler, so regulars within Porsches. But Vincent Kolb clearly, well, that's the thing for regular Audi customer drivers. They may well have to think about alternative manufacturers now, with Audi no longer supplying customer cars, concentrated much more firmly on their Formula One exploits to come. Adenauer Forst sees a Porsche Cayman, I want to say from Cup 3, but it looks like that number doesn't actually start with a 9. So it might be a different class of Cayman, but it's stuck right in the middle of the road at Adenauer Forst. Or was it further round than that? Yeah, it was further round than that. So that'll be why Hohe Acht is under a Code 60. Yeah. It's nothing to do with the Aston Martin. I still haven't worked out where the 17 Aston has ground to a halt, therefore. But that is the reason why the Code 60 is out.
Rain. For the Aston.
Tiergarten, Hohenrain. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right.
All right. Yeah, I'll buy that for $1.
And I think it 953 entry for the Porsche that's off.
953. So that is a Cup 3 car and isn't showing any sector times, so that would tally.
Smurless Racing, yeah. Nicholas Koch, Alex Koch, and Anton Roof.
Okay. Quick times coming through, but that's down to cars finishing basically their first racing lap. Those in Group 3 are only doing that right now. Exactly 1 o'clock. Good afternoon from the Nürburgring. A delayed start for this NLS3 event, the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, but as always being brought to you on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
It is the 953, just for Hohe Acht.
953 stranded in the middle of the road, yeah, and looked to have damage as well.
Yeah, that had connected with the barrier, didn't it?
Yeah, I don't know whether there was another car involved. it was the only car still left in the middle of the track.
Nothing else on the track, Johnny. It's the only car at the moment that's identified being stationary there.
So if there was another car involved, it was able to limp away from the scene. On the other hand, it might... Well, the thing is, opening lap in Cup 3, you are going to be surrounded by other Cup 3 cars. So it's a question of making space. Terrific run. Oh, but he bailed out of it from Sven Muller because we're going into yellows, surely, at Antonius Bucher.
Because of the Aston on the left, isn't it?
If the Aston was not there and the yellows hadn't been in place, I tell you, Sven Muller would have thrown a manoeuvre up the inside at Antonius Bucher because he had a cracking run.
Which he'll now do on the end of the pit straight, won't he? On the restart. But that's also, I think the Mercedes Arena is also under code 60 still. It was a while. Yes, it is.
Let's see what happens. It is a question of a drag race now, down to the first corner. But the issue as well, the Mercedes is going to get by the back marker. I was about to say there was a slower car involved as well, but it was good heads-up driving from Lucas Auer. He's bringing Sven Muller with him. Muller, I think, is quicker than this Mercedes, but it's about trying to find the suitable place to overtake Snowy, and it is tough to do on the Nordschleife. Might not have to be the Nordschleife because he now dive bombs into the first corner. You did say he was going to try it on the main straight. You've done this motor racing lark before.
It's not the first barbecue. So Falcon 1-2. Straight down the inside, got the job done. It does, according to my GPS tracker, say that the reason I thought that might not happen is because I thought it was under code 60. It's further round the Mercedes Arena. The 60 flag on the GPS is the next bit round. So we've got the right, left, hairpin left, and we've got the 90-degree right back onto the GP circuit, as it were. It's just there where the code 60 is. So that manoeuvre was completely legit down the inside of what I don't like calling turn 1.
Let's not call it that.
First corner on the circuit, then.
Very good.
That's where I'm putting it.
Yeah. Half of the Yokohama S. But that's pointless as well because we're not using the S really at all. Overtaking permitted again, but this is a difficult lap at this stage with lots of incidents being cleared up. If you're in a position to do so, well, mind you, I think you need 5 laps in the book before you can start to take on fuel, but I would almost shout that this is worth stopping if you were permitted to get some fuel in the car because everyone else is going relatively slowly in 3 or 4 different positions. If it stays like this for the remainder of this lap and then 2 more, that would definitely be a shout to get in nice and early, get some fuel done, and then that really sets up the pattern for the race. Some cars do pit after only 5 laps, but then they will do 8 lap stints all the way to the finish. Heading through this latter portion of Hatzenbach now for a chasing Sven Muller. So he's cleared Luki Auer and he's now got sight on Tim Heinemann. But Heinemann is doing a terrific job in clearing this early traffic. They're to the outside line of some of the start Group 3 cars. Right-hand kink just after Flugplatz. And now you can really allow the throttle loose, foot to the board, and that run down to Schwedenkreuz, followed by Arenberg. Porsche 1-2, Falcon 1-2, and other Porsches in the order. Well, we've not seen the best of them yet. Vincent Kolb has dropped back to 6th, and that's where he stayed at the end of lap 2.
Now, apart from always the eternal piece of elastic you have with cars approaching a corner and braking, the car behind gaining, and then the first car accelerating again, that visual sort of, or a piece of elastic, I'm surprised at how quickly the Auer is caught up with Heinemann. It's almost as if there's some kind of strategy going on here, and he's still gaining hand over fist. It's that little bit of elastic, sometimes 4 or 5 car lengths, but it's getting ever closer. We need to look at sector times. It's Muller that's doing the that's previous lap. So 8:05 is the best lap already for Tim Heinemann in the number 4 car. 8:08 for Muller on the previous lap, but he was clearing traffic now. Has got past Auer's Mercedes. Still only 20 minutes into the race, and it's Falcons 1-2 at the moment. But I wonder if there's some sort of a teamwork and strategy going on here between these two.
There's also been an early issue for Ben Bunagel, who runs in the Cup 2 part of the race. Busy for the Falcon Porsches as they head down the hill and towards Breitscheid, the lowest point of the circuit. But Boonagel's not come through at the end of Sector 2. He was running in 4th position in Cup 2. So the second of the Mühlner Motorsport Porsches from Belgium has hit difficulty. He was pressurising Hofmeister for that 3rd spot in the number 124. That'll be... Well, I only have Peter Terting, actually, for car number 124. So they've got Hofmeister into that as well at Mühlner in their blue and white cars. But the two Falcon Porsches have definitely dropped Austrian driver Lukas Auer. The Mercedes, despite its very good start in the AMG Team Landgraf Merc, has not been able to keep pace with the Falcon Porsches. Terrific driving, though, down the hill into Versiphen and then to the real twisty stuff at Breitscheid. Now heading through Kesselchen and Klostertal, where once again you can allow the car to do its stuff, to power its way up the hill, with the carousel to come next. But this is a wonderful display, admittedly very early on in a 4-hour race from the Falcon crews.
Always love that part of the circuit. Find it extraordinary. We treated some amazing footage from the N24R there, weren't we, of one of the AMG GTs being followed by Denis Marchal in the Audi and letting in the right rear onto the grass through the Kesselchen. Rather fast element, to say the very least. And then just a little dab on the left foot brake just to get the car straight again with the Audi right behind him. Now the two Falcons moved into a slow zone. So the two Falcon cars literally line astern exiting the carousel now. So is Sven Muller going to make a run on his teammate Tim Heinemann for the lead once they clear this slow zone?
Toyota Supra ahead of them, I reckon. And again, yeah, the elastic is both condensing or contracting and then stretching again. There's definitely a Supra up ahead. Some other cars, including the Hoffer Racing BMW in its red, black and white colours. Sven Muller trying to almost be in a chevron formation here so that he's just poking his nose, not ahead of the Porsche, but to give him line of sight. But we're back on the loud pedal again now, and Heinemann reacted to that brilliantly, although he's again having to feather the throttle as they negotiate a slower car. Better get used to this, because the other thing about traffic is that it tends to group together. You approach it in clumps of slow-moving runners. They're not going slow at all, of course. They're going at a rapid pace, but compared to SP9 speed, it is significant. Brunchen coming up. Gravel track to their left, and now ice curver up through the trees, the left and the right flick. Flansgarten to come next, which is where each of these Porsches will briefly leave the ground. And Tim Heinemann able to stay ahead of Sven Muller. I'm not sure whether Sven will push this quite to the degree has it been the Mercedes up ahead of him. They're happy to run in formation, particularly in the early stages. We've had nearly 25 minutes of this 4-hour event, Snowy.
I'm just thinking from a team principle or strategist point of view on the pit wall, anybody involved in the team, here you've got your two cars first and second, and you're not even an eighth of the distance into the race. And it's going to be right. Don't be racing drivers. Just hold station for the moment. But you never know. I'm trying to work out still what the code 6 is actually, as I speak, is just cleared from the carousel, and I couldn't see what that was for. And that code 60 became code of 120 just after the Caracciolo carousel, and became again became a 120. Went back to a 60 again for Hauer Act. I don't know why that was, but that's still extant there. But the carousel is now clear, now green flag. I'm not sure why that was 60 in the first place. So onto the Dottinger for the two Falcon Porsches. Sven Muller there in the second place, doing a little bit of a Kevin Estre, just running a couple of wheels onto the grass. Not for position, not a pass on the grass overtake, but just running a little bit wide to make sure that the back marker stayed where he was, and the gap reduced somewhat, and a little less black surface, a little bit of the green, but all under control. And this is going to play into his hands because the back marker, the Audi, is the way that it's going to put the two Falcon Porsches nose to tail over the pit straight, Johnny.
So Muller with his best opportunity to take the race lead. That was the 510 Audi that they were trying to judge to perfection. Christophe Dupre. It was Christophe Dupre who was involved in that big fire at Brunchen a few weeks ago. Heinemann to the inside line with the red door mirrors. The 3-car of Sven Muller to the outside, and he's well off the track. That will give him the advantage into Mercedes Arena, but he definitely ran over the white line in order to gain that slightly bit more of pace coming out of the first corner. They have switched positions, though, crucially, and Sven Muller now runs ahead. Car 3 in front of car 4. Still going perfectly to plan for Falken Motorsports through the quick dry, which has been laid on the exit of the Mercedes Arena because the track crews were addressing an incident there on the Grand Prix circuit just the previous time through. So that was during lap 3. We just completed our 3rd tour. Started lap 4, and it's got very intense indeed between the two-tone blue Porsches.
That might have been slightly deceptive because of the traffic that came upon at the end of the Hohenrhein, at the very end of the Tiergarten, that sort of right-left through onto the pit straight there. Tim Heinemann was held up a little bit by the RS3 Audi. That might have just slowed down enough, but it did look on the pit straight that Sven Muller had greater straight-line speed in his sister car. I'd have thought the two wouldn't be that different, so it might just be that Heinemann was held up a bit. He got it back a little bit at the end. Traffic, they're weaving through the down to into Hatzenbach now. And it's still the same order, got through the traffic, but what a run there by Sven Muller to take the lead. Just it's triggered on our screens going across the line as Heinemann and Muller. Of course, it swapped a corner later, but using every inch of track and a bit more. He's paid his license, he's using every bit of tarmac he can find, and a bit of grass.
Comment from the 112 Porsche from Cup 2, Christopher Bruck, who's part of the driving lineup there. He's been quoted as saying, I think the engine exploded.
Yeah, I have read that, yeah.
Or was that the Porsche that stopped on the main straight and then had to dive into pit out with...
Yeah, the GT3 Cup one, yeah.
Yeah, so from Cup 2, number 112, K. Kramer Racing's car. Again, on my entry list, I only had Carsten Kramer and Fidel Leib driving 112, so obviously Christopher Bruck had been brought in fairly late on. But sadly, that car no longer in the race. There are concerns for Ben Boonagel, although he actually still showing in 4th position when he wasn't showing sector time. So I wonder whether that's actually a transponder issue for car number 4. We'll wait and see. There was a pit stop for the Equipe Vitesse Audi R8 at the end of that lap. The number 50 car of Arno Klassen has been brought in after only 3 laps. Now, the rule in the Nürburgring 24 is that you're not allowed to fuel a car after such a short distance. And clearly that car wouldn't necessarily have needed fuel. So maybe a vibration for Arno Klassen, something he wasn't happy about, diving into pit lane. Better to be safe than sorry. That will drop him further down in the SP9 AM ranks, though.
Of course, you're obviously allowed to pit stop for safety reasons.
Yes.
If you needed to, but that will need to be communicated to the race director, clearly what that is, and have to be verifiable, of course.
And actually the rule at the Nürburgring 24 was that you were able to change tyres. They needed to at the start of that race, just that you're not allowed to fuel. Brunchen's clear. Well, it was being shown yellow flags not too long ago, but Esch, Bach and Brunchen, well, Brunchen 2 is now affected by yellow flags, so clearly something awry in that area. Porsche number 3 leading Porsche number 4. Heinemann now the chaser of Sven Muller as they zigzag their way down towards Breitscheid for this 4th time. And we're expecting this to be a 7-lap stint, so we are just about halfway through that now. And amazingly, through the last split, the gap between these two Porsches, it's opened up a bit now, but it was timed at 69 thousandths of a second as they crossed the start-finish line.
Been a fairly short sector, sector 3 for you, Johnny, but it's just under a 2-minute sector. But the top 3, 156.4, 156.4, 156.6. It's pretty close, isn't it?
Terrifically close, yeah. Especially timed over, as you say, 2 minutes. Now, another one of the Mercedes further down the order is under some pressure. That may well be Arjun Maini in the 4th placed number 6 car, with Herbert Motorsports Porsche, the number 5. Remember, starting from pole position, but losing places in the early stages. Vincent Kolb now circulating in 5th. Another pit caller, which is not the Equipe Vitesse Audi. This is the number 80 car that has come into pit lane fairly early on in the piece as well, with a conversation being had with the driver. So this is the SP7 Porsche 718. It's the only SP7 car in the entry from Plus Line Racing Team. And who's brought that car in? We're not getting a driver ID on that at the moment. They're just all shown in my driver column. So it is either Rainer Neufer or Fabio Sacchi or Benedikt Hopfer who are have brought that car in. Side-by-side action. One of the Mühlner Motorsport blue and white cars and the Mercedes. So that is it the David Schumacher car, or is it Arjun Maini trying to find places? Just trying to work out which of the two Mühlner cars that is. As I've mentioned, Ben Boonagel in the early stages looked to have hit some difficulties. He's still shown in 4th, though, as they crossed the line at the end of lap 3. It just wasn't triggering the sector times. Jutta Racing Audi also involved there as well in the black and gold colours. So that is Verimenko. And if Verimenko's there, so that has to be the David Schumacher car. And I reckon that's Tim Scheerbart, actually, in the Arvia WNS Motorsport Porsche. So this is 10th, 11th and 12th places, with the SP9 AM Audi, car number 8, being driven by Alexei Verimenko and ably assisted by his co-driver, who is simply known as Selv, S-E-L-V. Back into the affected area on the approach to Hohe Acht, and clearly a car's been dropping some oil maybe, because again there's some quick dry, it looks like, down on the road. Now the Arvia car jets off as soon as it sees green flags. So at least the stricken Cup 3 Porsche has been cleared now from the middle of the road at Hohe Acht. But I reckon there was a spillage or two as well. Maybe oil, maybe coolant, which the marshals have had to deal with in a hurry as well. And that's tough to do when cars are coming around so frequently now, even if they are restricted to 60 kilometres per hour.
There was a little coming together a few minutes ago, Johnny, in the VT2 Plus R+4 wheel drive class. Yes, so that's BLM production VT2 cars with front or rear wheel drive, or 4-wheel drive, sorry. And that was the 510 Audi S3 and the 515 Toyota Supra. The Audi being driven by Jürgen Nett, and the Manheller Racing Supra driven by Marcel Manheller. They had a little coming together just before the Nordschleife, as I should be in Smith's curve there, and both continued, but obviously a little rotation. They argued at the same piece of track. The 515 car, not having much luck at all. It's had 2 noise violations in qualifying as well. So their day's not going swimmingly. They need to get back on programme, don't they?
Yeah, and that can be difficult to do once the race has begun, because you'll feel like the weekend is heading away from you. It's tough to turn that container ship as quickly as possible. The Arvia car is the red, white and black, isn't it? So that'll be a John Hindhaugh favourite, purely because of the colours that it appears in for his beloved Sunderland. The blue and white is definitely a Mühlner car, and now Alexei Verimenko is going to get a really good run on the number 1, 2... Is it the 124 or the 122? Tricky. It's 122, I reckon. So that is Ben Boonagel. He's definitely still running, therefore, even though he wasn't showing any split times. Has tumbled back down the order in comparison to, well, not necessarily Verimenko. So still not getting sector times from Ben Boonagel, even though he's definitely there on the Dottinger Hohe and leading the Verimenko Jutta Racing Audi and the Arvia WNS Motorsport car of Tim Scheerbart, who arrives into Tiergarten as one as well. So this is developing into a nice little fight, even though there's all sorts of different classes involved here. We've got Cup 2, we've got SP9 Pro, we've got SP9 AM as well, but they are all producing about the same lap time as they whip across the line. Verimenko is there, David Schumacher just ahead of him in the number 9 car, and Ben Boonagel, again, not triggering the timing beam, but 122 looks to still be ahead of car number 8. So I just wonder whether timing and scoring are inserting Ben Bunagel's car manually. Yep, there is the 1-2-2. So 1-2-2 running ahead of Audi number 8, and that will put Bunagel in 4th position in Cup 2, but as I say, not represented on our timing graphic either. There goes Verimenko though. Oh, shovels the Mulder Motorsport car off onto the grass there. So Ben Bunagel somewhat rudely assaulted as they leave the hairpin cut through, Snowy.
Which you might then be assaulted from behind by the other Porsche that's got suddenly totally in touch. He was right across the grass there, wasn't it? It was one of those things, you move across a little bit, you think you're on the rumble strips, then all of a sudden it develops, and it's sort of it's that, I've always said that running downhill too fast thing, when you top off what he's got fast on your legs. You're like, I can't stop it. But he's managed to hold on to that position still in the Mulder Motorsport Porsche. Some hard, robust defending there for the remainder of that lap, but it's dropped him totally out of touch as they now join the Nordschleife, and a little look down the Hatton back there. He's not going to quite do it now, but onto that roller coaster section down there.
Yeah, so Bunagel versus Scheerbart, and yes, Bunagel's been put back into the right place again. So we'll have to be aware for the rest of the 4 hours that remain that 1-2-2 has somewhat of a glitchy transponder. I did fear that Bunagel had come to a halt on that first lap, but he's still fighting as the second portion of the Mulder Motorsport awning. Sister car is the 1-2-4 of Hofmeister. And then Michele Di Martino running second in Cup 2 for K Kramer Racing. Gabriele Piana, who was having a chat to Patrick Simon at the start of today's event, the Italian racer, leads Cup 2 and is as high up as 5th position. Well, that is what you get sometimes when there are not as many SP9s as usual in an NLS race. It is the chance for Cup 2 and for SP10, arguably, to shine and pick up some very creditable places.
A little bit of an issue for the 480 Scirocco. That's the MSC Kempenick entry. That's been given a meatball flag for a non-working transponder. Meatball flag being the black flag with the orange meatball on it. Basically, the car's defective and it can't run without a transponder here for various reasons. Speed infringements, etc., etc. So I'm guessing that will be brought in and then get the chance to rectify that. And the other car that's got a slight issue is the 931 Black Falcon Cayman, and that heavily populated 15 cars in that class, Cup 3. That's been given a 1 minute post-race penalty because it started from the pit lane.
Ah, okay. So
931 Falcon.
But they incorporate that at the end of the race rather than getting it to come in during it. Interesting.
Which I think from a team stroke driving point of view, just whether you're a strategist, engineer, driver or whatever, but from a team point of view, I'd rather absorb it in the race. No, I don't know, it's a two-sided coin, isn't it? If you absorb it in the race, it's done, it's served, you know where you are. Otherwise in the race you've got to keep working at it. I don't know, it's a double-edged sword, that one.
The difficulty of doing a 60-second penalty in race is that you'd have to do it in the pit lane, so you've got to account for the driving in the pit lane as well. So it doesn't end up being a 60-second penalty, it ends up being more like an 80-second penalty.
Yeah, but you can absorb it at the beginning of the pit lane in a scheduled pit stop, can't you?
You could do it that way.
So you're coming in anyway, stop at the penalty box below the race control. A minute's just added, you've got your slow bit anyway, proceed onto your box and speed out again, so it's still only the 60 seconds.
That's definitely one way you could do it. Alternatively, and I don't know whether it's still done like this, but in the UK club racing, TSL actually add the minute during the race. So it's indicated that a car is carrying a penalty and it's actually added whilst the race is taking place. So, you know, a car might come across the line in 3rd and then you'll see it dropping down to 10th or 11th as that 60 seconds is taken into account. But it sounds like they're just going to ignore it until the end, and then they will add 1 minute onto it. But this far from the end, 3 hours and 20 minutes, that seems to be an unconventional decision. But there will be a reason for it, I'm sure.
Back to full course green, Johnny.
Good. So
I'm going to jinx it now by saying that, aren't I? But it's just come up.
Which area were we waiting for? ADAC to clear, or had that been green for a while?
No, it was the. Just bear with me. It was after the. It was effectively because it was after the carousel, wasn't it?
Yeah, so carousel exit, ADAC.
That's right, down there. So I think what it was, I think it was potentially the 953 Cayman was being with. I think what was happening was, I think the reason that I couldn't identify why there was a code 60 at the carousel was that the car was being returned to a gap in the barriers against the traffic, as it were, hence to slow it down to code 60, keep that car to the right-hand side. Marshals, it's shorter to bring it back and off track quicker, so slow them all down in the carousel, drive past safely, marshals are all fine, safe, and carry on when we're done. I'm guessing that's the race director's logic, which would be perfectly health and safety aware.
You said you were going to jinx it. As you said that, the whole of my screen turned yellow. But it's gone green again now, you'll be pleased to hear.
That's called a glitch, don't do that.
OK, fine. Oh, no, it's gone yellow again.
It's gone yellow again, yeah, as has mine now, yeah.
Flansgarten is the area, and even though good sector times are being set here, there and everywhere, at the moment, Flansgarten restricted by yellows, as is Marshall Post 45, which is the one known as Jaguar. But these are just mild spins, I think, because they're all turning green almost as soon as they go yellow. So we don't have any... they're just playing with you here. We don't have any firm code 60s, you'll be pleased to hear. We do have purple at the top, and that's the right sort of purple, because it's a new fastest lap of the race after lap 5. Sven Muller's just done the first sub-8-minute lap, a 7:59.2. Now there genuinely is a problem, though, on the Dottinger Hoor with one of the blue and black BMWs. It's the 650. You must be thinking, blimey, your eyes are good, Johnny. Well, no, thankfully, I've been aided by a graphic as well. And that's the Marquette, Brink and Goodman car. Danny Brink, that will be, won't it? Again, a former champion.
Adrenaline Motorsport car.
Adrenaline number 650. Do they run in the M240Is? That sounds like a 240i number, because they tend to be 3 digits starting with 6. And that BMW is in the M240i class, of which there are only 5 in this race. Now, I remember that class when it had about 25 cars in it, let alone 5. So I don't know quite what's going wrong there and why it's not drawing in more competitors. However, that looks suspiciously to me to be a puncture, the fact that the car has pulled off to the grass.
It got going, didn't it? It stopped. There's no damage. It's slightly deceptive at the start. The Adrenaline Motorsport colours, it's now going again. It's a checker pattern of blue and black, sort of quadrant. So you look at the front of it. The front left of it is black, which looked like against the barrier, it looked like it had been damaged. It's because it's a different colour to that side of the blue. That got going anyway. I think you're right. It's either an alt control reset or it's a puncture issue, because it stopped, got going, stopped again. And I've got to say, from the visual we're getting, and the Lamborghini Huracan going very, very slowly. I'm just trying to place where that is. That's the 786, isn't it? Yeah. I'll just try and find out where that is on the circuit. But that Adrenaline Motorsport car, so I was trying to get its way back to the pits.
Just before the Dottinger Hoor.
And it stopped again.
BMW stopped again. I think the Lambo's in difficulty.
You're absolutely right.
Just before the Dottinger Hoor, yeah. So exit of Schwabenfranz. So heading out of the right-hander at Galgenkopf and towards the Dottinger Hoor itself. And that looks like snowy. We're going to be into, well, certainly a moving slow area, whilst the BMW limps back to the pit lane.
And the Lamborghini just behind it.
Yeah, it's starting 45 minutes late. Busy into Tiergarten as cars are overlapping one another. The BMWs and the 240i's that remain in the race threading their way through. Daniel Zils has just set a cracking time as well in the Porsche Cayman S, 396. And Sven Muller leads by 5.1 seconds as still the BMW is limping back with his puncture. So Muller and Heinemann, Tim Heinemann that is, separated by 5 seconds, and it's an even bigger gap back to Lucas Auer in 3rd place.
My concerns for that Adrenaline Motorsport car returning to the pits, Johnny, are the fact that it's now had 3 attempts to keep going and keeps stopping itself, which would suggest not just a puncture, but maybe something electronic with it, having to reset itself. But that's now got into the dip of the Dottinghoe and starting to the rise of the Tiergarten. And if it hasn't got enough guts to get up there, then there's definitely going to be an issue. We've got a yellow flag at that section, of course. On the other side of the track, on the right-hand side, we do have the Lamborghini, of course, that's making its way back. So I didn't think that Lamborghini 786 would overtake anything, but it did.
Yeah, in fairness, the only Lamborghini in the order, by the way, that's the Renazzo Motorsport car for Dieter Schmidtmann. So it's an SP9 Pro-Am car. This is always very clever to me as to how the yellow flags adjust down the Dottinghoe and other parts of the track as well, according to where the slow vehicle is. So
left right puncher for the Lamborghini?
I would go with that, yes. White flags being displayed at Marshall Post number 197. But it's down on the left-hand side, the car's left-hand side, right side as we look at it. And that would be, oh, I can hear it flapping, actually. Yeah.
But of course, you've still got that Adrenaline Motorsport BMW in the dip there that it's almost as if, as I say, it was an old control reset. It was 3 times about to restart that car now, which would suggest that when you, as a driver, sitting in that car, having to redo that all the time, it's not just getting a puncture back slowly. It's if it keeps stopping again, then you just see the slope of Tiergarten in front of you, which normally you just take flat out down a gear, away you go. It's almost I haven't got any guts to get up there, so that might cause a problem because that Adrenaline Motorsport BMW is still nestled in the dip there, out of sight and vision in there. Sight and vision being the same thing, of course.
Well, that's fine. Different words for it. I'll take that. There are a number of Supras in this race. I didn't expect to search for Supra and find 7 different cars, but I think that is the case, yes. And one of them is actually in the pit lane. But we have Supras in different states of tune and different states of preparation. And in fact, SP10 is led by a Supra GT4. The Toyo tyres with Ring Racing car. So that's the 170 in SP10. And there's a whole mixture of different GT4 cars, but Toyo tyres with Ring Racing car is being driven by Tim Sandler. Supras, Supra Evos, Aston Martins, a couple of 718 Caymans, as the BMW M4 as well, as the 650 BMW now has some assistance. And thankfully, this car may well be towed to the sanctuary of the pit lane. Car 650 is Toby Goodman's car of the UK. As I say, 4 other cars in the BMW 240i class, and that seemingly needs a little bit of work, I would say, because as it was one of the biggest subscribed classes in previous years, and I'm sure there are plenty of cars looking for some action. I suppose it's difficult at times in the current financial state that the whole world is in, certainly Western Europe, to be able to go motor racing. That's the difficult thing, is finding the budget for it and spreading it across 4 or sometimes 5 different drivers. The 786 Lamborghini of Renazzo has made its way back, and you were spot on, Snowy. It's the rear left Goodyear that's gone pop.
Yeah, most of it hasn't deflated all the way. The problem with that is that, of course, if it deflates and then delaminates, no matter how slowly you'll think you're driving it as a driver, the team manager will always tell you it was too fast, regardless, and they're usually right. But the carcass then flaps around and does lots of damage. It's not just about inner wheel arches, it can be brake lines, sensors, all sorts of things that affect how the car works, and ABS and traction control and all sorts of things on these cars these days. So it's literally a case of risk management. That car's back. The intervention vehicle, tow vehicle, has now got to the Adrenaline Motorsport car. Was it the 650 entry I said it was? The
yes.
650 in the dip at Tiergarten. So that's good on 2 accounts. It gets the car back and hopefully back to the pits and out of the way, unless it's just dropped there. But it also means we haven't got a slow zone in that fairly soon.
Yeah, so Toby Goodman just found his website, in fact. He previously ran in the Lotus Cup Europe. partial season Nürburgring Nordschleife, so that was on his way to getting his race permit for the Nürburgring. But he's been a champion in the FIA Lotus Cup Europe in the product class, and second overall in Mini Challenge Trophy as well. That was 5 years ago. So sadly for Toby, he's not going to be able to complete this lap under his own steam, despite the best efforts in car number 650. And we'll see whether that car can continue on. It would be very disappointing if it can't, considering we've still got over 3/4 of it still to go. At the front, now this is interesting, because after only 6 laps, Tim Heinemann has pitted from second position, and Lucas Auer is in as well. So Sven Muller stays out for a 7th lap, but the 2 cars that were chasing him in after 6, and that will set them now on a course of doing 8 laps after this point. But maybe this is an attempt to try and jump, certainly from the Mercedes perspective, try and jump a couple of runners by doing a shorter stop compared to those that are staying out for the maximum of 7. Arjun Maini also in on this lap. So of the top 4, 3 of them pit, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all in for a medium timed pit stop, if you like. So Sven Muller's going to be peering into his mirrors thinking, where has everybody gone?
You're probably perfectly well timed there with the slow zone in the end of the Dottingerhoe coming up to Tiergarten now, which just as I speak, that's gone to green again. So those have gone to the pits now. So that's to say, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Heinemann, Auer and Miani, as you said, they've pitted almost ideal time. So Sven Muller must be pitting next lap, I'd have thought. Maybe an 8-lap run?
No, it can't be. I don't think it can be 8, because he did the formation lap as well.
True. 8-lap run in the race, not at the start. Yes, quite right.
Yeah. There was one, Krista Dulu, I think it was, managed to actually do 8 laps in the Nürburgring 24 this year, and we honestly thought he was going to break down partway round. But there'd been so much purple, as in Code 60, and there'd been so much rain, he was able to fuel save over the first few laps, and he was able to do an 8-lap run in the end. But put yourself in the seat of Sven Muller right now. He's had the pressure up until this point of Heinemann snapping at his heels and Lucas Auer as well. All of a sudden, your main rivals disappear. You're clearly still racing them, but you're now racing them on the clock. You're racing them virtually, if you like. So how different is that in the mindset of a racing driver, Snowy, to not all of a sudden have your opponent right on your back bumper?
I'd like to say that it makes all the difference in the world. It doesn't. Because you know it's going to balance out again. So the point will still be that, okay, one's pitted, then he's going to have to pit again, the other one's going to pit the next lap. So ideally, if they do exactly the same pit stop time, they should reposition in the same place on the track. What the driver mentality probably be doing is he got an advantage? Has he got an advantage? Because that's what they do, because they're selfish individuals.
But do you need the constant reminder of, I'm in a motor race, and knowing where your rival is, or do they have the ability to kind of just still, is it actually a freeing thing to not have to defend at all? You can just take your, around the traffic admittedly, but you can take your ideal line without fearing of an overtaking manoeuvre?
Again, it's a double-edged sword. You can do. I mean, if you're a top draw driver, that's part of your job, and the pressure's there, the quality's on. One of the big advantages of that is that psychologically it's your teammate, so you would hope that being in the same team, they're going to take less risks or not take ridiculous risks, or ones that are going to take somebody out. Not that anybody does that deliberately, of course, but you just hope as teammates that would be part of the psyche. The problem with not having that pressure is it's all right for a short amount of time, but then when it doesn't, you can then start to get complacent and make mistakes.
That's what I thought. I just wonder whether actually it was less likely that you'd make a mistake if you had people behind you. Is that the case?
The best person to have behind you, as I say, is in an ideal world, is your teammate, because you know the rules are. What will probably then happen is that the front driver of that will probably then radio in, teammates or not, and just say, clean race, let us race, but nothing silly. The team may or may not do that. The team may have intel, of course, that the car behind, hypothetically, is, well, actually, he's quicker on this section. So you need either to up your pace or let him through. And that's when you get those great radio messages when they say, you need to up your pace a bit here. And he goes, I've done this before, I know what I'm doing. Well, you're not, because the data doesn't lie. But drivers don't like being told about data and the truth.
The Toyota strategy in the World Endurance Championship so often was that if the second car was being held up, or it looked like they were being held up, then they would actually switch them around to enable the driver that had been second to attempt to open a gap. And they were given 10 minutes to do that.
Absolutely, there's your opportunity. There's your window. You know, okay, you know, it's almost like, so you think you're good enough kind of attitude of, go on then. And then if it doesn't work, it's like, well, switch back again.
Switch back again. That's what they did.
That's it. It's it's a team effort at the end of the day. And effectively, if you're let's just say a professional level, you are an employee.
Yeah.
You know, I always say, people like Lewis Hamilton. What is he? This and that and so, or others. He's Mercedes-Benz highest paid employee. The clerks, Ferrari type. Metaphorically, as in, you're still an employee. Don't forget that. You're actually an employee of a team, and you're there to do a job. Wonderful and glamorous though it is to be a racing driver, you are there to do a job. And the team has final say.
Without those major manufacturers, then all of a sudden the platform for these amazing athletes and talented drivers is whipped from underneath them. So it has to be some sort of compromise, if you like, or that there are instructions given to these drivers, and they ideally must follow them. there are some renegades out there, you could argue, Max Verstappen perhaps, but they still are in employment, aren't they? So it can work both ways. But yeah, it's a fine tightrope to be walking.
But the measure was, Johnny, if you how much talent you have in the tank. So the more talent you've got, the more ability to display that talent, you can get away with being a little bit more rebellious, if you like. Johnny, in your own career.
I almost went there myself, but you beat me to it. Sven Muller leads by 12 seconds, but remember these are splits that are representing the pit stops that we've just had, and Muller has yet to make a stop. I would be expecting him to come in at the end of 7 laps though, so that will give a chance for things to even up. But do bear in mind that the pit stops for the cars that have just stopped will be shorter than Sven Muller needs to spend in pit road, so that should equalise things a tiny bit.
We'll find out fairly shortly, Johnny, because that number 3, Sven Muller, Falcon Motorsports Porsche, is just coming out of Westfalenfahrt into Galbenkopf, which is the double right-hander onto the Dottinger Hohe, that long straight and up to the start-finish line. So we predict, does not mean to say it's going to happen, but we predict here in the Global Broadcast Centre that this car will now pit at the end of this lap.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's time to get worried about whether Sven can complete 8 laps on this current tank of fuel. He is heading onto the Dottinger Hohe now through that longest sector of the lap. The lap for the NLS races tending to be split into only 5 sectors, whereas we had as many as 9 during the Nürburgring 24 hours and the 2 qualifying races as well. So Sven Muller in beautiful sunshine now on the Dottinger Hohe, has the headlights ablaze to make sure that those slower cars heading into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein are aware that Muller is racing his way to the end of the lap. In-laps are so crucial, particularly these days. He darts to the right-hand side and will now take on fuel, having to get down to 60 kilometers per hour at the first white line. And there was a significant shaving of the speed there. Let's hope that he was slow enough, because his time will be clocked, I'm sure, by the speed guns that are sometimes utilised here at the Nürburgring, both on the in and out sections of pit lane. And they are going to do a driver change here, so Sven Muller to get out and Julian Andlauer to take charge for the next stint. Always very much done at a sedate speed, because it is the clock which governs how long the pit stop has to be, and generally the fuel going in is the longest job to do. Driver changes can easily be done within that.
Johnny, I think we've got the 176 Pro Sports Aston on.
Liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
It's now used by Marshall as a place to get cars in out of the way perfectly.
It's Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie Race 3 for 2024. Peter Snowden, Johnny Palmer bringing you live coverage of the 69th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, with 110 cars qualifying earlier today. It was delayed, and funnily enough, that was because of the Eiffel weather, with early morning fog struggling to clear, and there was no way we could have run the qualifying session at the scheduled 8:30, and in the end we couldn't do the full 90 minutes either. It was just a smidgen over 50 minutes for qualifying. 1, 2, 3 is the second of the Mühlner Motorsport cars, and that is for Spanish driver Vasquez, who, no, he's from Argentina, isn't he, Vasquez? Let me just check on that. Vasquez, a regular at the Nürburgring, and running so often in that division. Yes, he is. So that's Marcos Adolfo Vasquez, running with Team Matol last year, but for Mühlner Motorsport this year, the Argentinian family, and making way for new race leader, who is Gabriele Piana. But what we have to pay attention to here, Snowy, where is the number 3 car rejoining from its pit stop compared to the number 4 car, which has tumbled down to 15th position? But it is not beyond the realms of possibility that the two Falcon Motorsport Porsches have actually switched places here, because Raginger, who now drives the number 4 car, will have been able to do a quicker pit stop than the sister Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Car 4 pitting after 6 laps, car 3 after 7 laps.
Now, not always entirely reliable, but if you go onto the tracker, the GPS tracker that's supplied to us by Nürburgring, which is a brilliant piece of kit, it's the 3 and the 4 in that order still.
Is it?
They are currently at Metzgersfeld, heading up to Kallenhard, Verscheifen, that section of the track. It is currently that. We have, however, seen those little glitches before on the opening lap of the race, where I said, looked like the Porsche got ahead of the Mercedes, Mercedes got ahead again. Sometimes the track with the little GPS takes a little moment to catch up and jumps a little bit, so it's not entirely reliable, though it is fairly consistent at the moment as they go through Verscheifen and up to Exmoor. It does look like 3 and 4 in that order, albeit 5 car lengths apart on track, according to the tracker, which I say may not be ultra reliable.
One thing that is slightly more reliable is the vantage point of Martin Raginger, though, and he has ahead of him, as they reach Breitscheid, Mercedes, which is the number 48 car, and the 3 in front of that. So the order is 3 from 48 from 4, but the gaps have closed up again because of that pit stop for car number 3 that will have taken longer. It will have needed to be longer compared to those stops for the Mercedes back into second, and the Porsche that runs in third. I just want to correct the Vasquez that I was identifying a few moments ago in car number 1, 2, 3. It's actually Tobias Vasquez Garcia, who sounds very Spanish, but actually is German. With a name like Tobias, you probably could have guessed that. So the German silver-graded driver, relatively new to racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. His first NLS race, I reckon, was 2020, right in the middle of COVID, when he was getting his license in the V4 division, and has since moved on to Cup 5 BMWs, SP10 GT4 cars, and is now in Cup 2 for Mühlner Motorsport.
Interesting left field little stat for you. We are just at approximately, just now, halfway through the season in terms of hours of raced, discounted the
N24. Oh, hours raced?
Yes, in terms of hours raced, if you accumulate all the NLS races together, we're halfway through the season.
How many NLS races are there still to come? I've sort of lost track.
4.
4 more. 4 times 4.
If we're working on, for the algorithm, that's what we're working on. So, yeah.
Are they all 4-hour races then, still to come? Okay. Yep.
Yes, we've done the double headers, we've done the qualifiers, pre-Nürburgring, the 12 hours, etc. So we should be done. Yeah.
Understood.
Unless anything changes, which it might well do.
Well, only because last year we had a
12
we have 2 6-hour races.
Exactly that. Yes.
But there isn't. We're not doing that this year.
Shall I just counter what I said then?
I haven't added them up because I mean it's an interesting stat. I'd need a pen and paper and my shoes and socks off probably, which is not a pretty sight. Falcon Motorsports on the 8th lap for Julian Andlauer and Yusuf Ovega in car number 9, or is that Salman? I'm still working out which way round they are in their cars. No, it's Salman Ovega in car 9. Yusuf drives the number 6 Mercedes, but just calling them through the splits. Yeah, still, we mustn't forget, Gabriele Piana leads the race. He will be pitting the next time around, but car 103 is our new leader from the number 121, which is Michele Di Martino for K Kramer Racing. So Cup 2 Porsche leads 3 more Cup 2 Porsches because Arne Hofmeister and Tim Scheerbart are 3rd and 4th. Hoa Act still flashing in and out of being yellow and green. In fact, Marshall Post 149 is yellow again. So clearly something being sorted there, as there is on Hatzenbach. As Piana from the race lead, Gabriele Piana in Porsche number 103, now makes his first pit stop. Would have been surely impossible to go on to a 9th lap at the start of this race, but Piana is called as the race leader as he darts down pit road, and he will be followed into pit lane by Michele Di Martino for K Kramer Racing. There's a Porsche staying out though. Arne Hofmeister thinks he can do a 9th lap. Absolutely unbelievable if this is possible. Might be somewhat embarrassing and red-faced for Arne Hofmeister, but that's one heck of a call if they've got their sums right for Mühlner Motorsports. 9 laps as an opening stint is an audacious thing if they can make it work.
Yeah, and a little surprise there for us. A car that's just got a black flag for overtaking under a yellow flag at a marshal zone is the champion reigning car 001, number 1, the Adrenaline Motorsport car. Just to go back to hours covered, so we get it absolutely right, so we want to get exactly the right information. 7 rounds of NLS, we're halfway through, including this race, because there are 3 more races of 4 hours. The next race is a 6-hour race on the 3rd of August.
So NLS
so 3 more races, 4 including this. Okay, this is a 4-hour race. The next one on the 3rd of August is a 6-hour race, and then we've got NLS 5 and 6 in October and November, which are each 4-hour races. So that's how we get to the. So we've got 7 times 4 hours. Sorry, 6 times 4 hours and 1 6-hour race.
The Rover 6 hours. The Rover 6 hours is the 3rd of August. The 55th edition of the Adenauer ADAC Rundstrecken Trophy is NLS 5. And that's in October, and then there's a one very late in the year, 16th of November for NLS 6. It'll be dark by the time that the checkered flag comes out.
Dark by the time they start, mid-November.
True. Well, there might be a bit of daylight, assuming the sun can burn through the clouds, the fog, the mist, the leaves.
Let's just round it up and call it the atmosphere.
Yeah, okay, fine. So NLS 6 is planned. It remains to be seen whether that actually happens, but we should be grateful after everything that has happened at the Nürburgring Nordschleife this year, politically I mean, we should be grateful that we can run 6 NLS races this year and the Nürburgring at the end of May, start of June. I don't want to dwell on that point.
No, as I said, look, all we want to see is more racing.
Of course.
Everybody. So, yeah, I'm all for that.
11.6 seconds is the gap between Gabriele Piana and Michele Di Martino. Well, at least that was the gap as they came in. We had other Porsches that didn't pit. I sort of said Di Martino came in, but I'm not sure that he did. No, he's still not showing as a pit-stopping car. So the race leader is now Michele Di Martino for K Kramer Racing. Arne Hofmeister running 2nd. And in 3rd position, without this transponder doing anything useful, is Ben Boonagel. But he's definitely there in 4th position, being put there manually by timing and scoring. The number 5 Porsche, which is the FAT International sponsored Herbert Motorsport car.
With Stipper at the wheel now.
Oh, that's Stippy, is it?
Yep.
Right. Now we really do get to see, with the greatest respect to Vincent Kolb, he's never going to be as fast as Frank Stippler.
So it goes back to what I said. He's got now got Salman Avega with the Advan number 9 Mercedes right behind him, giving him a bit of grief. I said earlier, are they going to do 2 and 2 or 1, 1, 1, 1? So that appears to what they've done. So they put Stippy in now after Vincent Kolb in the number 5 Fat Porsche. It is sponsored by Fat. It's not just called it because it's wide. It's not a colloquialism for a wide body Porsche. FAT International, as you said earlier on.
Yeah, Francais Allemand Transit is what it stands for. So French-German Transit Company, and this was a sort of truck, lorry transport company that forever went across the France-Germany border, as far as I can gather. They kind of no longer exist, but the FAT has been brought back as a lifestyle brand, of which there are many these days, by Ferdy Porsche, no less, who's in the Porsche dynasty.
Yeah, so, absolutely, yeah.
It's great for that to be back because it rekindles so many memories of. I mean, slightly before my time, but it did overlap just about into it. And you know, I've seen the pictures, Snowy.
Yeah, I've gone through the black and white archive. Yes, exactly. I know. Yeah, was it 94 their first Le Mans win? I think it was.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that definitely is in my lifespan. Yeah. I didn't realise it was that.
You'd have been very young. Yeah. You had different shorts on the ones you got on today.
True enough. Yeah. I think I'm older than you think, but that's fine. I'm happy. I was about 4 years old. Let's have everybody
regarding dates, just one very quick thing. There was, of course, another series that was going to run here, NES this year, Nürburgring Endurance Series. That hasn't taken off this year. Let's just leave it at that. But the NLS have been offered some of those dates, which the point being is that if they accept those, they've only been offered at this moment. If they do accept them, it means they can fit those in a bit earlier. So we may not have to run into mid November. That's why because there was an NES, NLS set of dates. That's now, I think that's still under discussion. So as I said earlier, all we want is more racing. If we can avoid running mid-November, I think everybody will have a sigh of relief because we've got more chance of a race, and that's what we want to see.
Do you think for this year we will be capped at 6 NLS races? It's not as if we're going to stretch into NLS 7 and 8 if more dates become available. Do you think it's going to stay at 6 and then it just might be that 5 and 6 are moved earlier in the year?
I think that's for other people to decide.
You haven't seen anything. I mean, no. I don't think there'd be anything in black and white at this stage.
No,
anyway.
Exactly. I would suggest that's under negotiation.
But bear in mind, in previous years, we've had as many as 8 and sometimes 9 NLS races. So 6 seems a small number for me. But there are mitigating circumstances.
That was part of my hesitation when he said that. 6 just seems a small number. I hesitate to say it again, but all we want is more racing. So let's have 10 rounds.
Yeah. No, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. But at the same time, the Nürburgring is always a busy place to race. It's not all done on the Nordschleife, of course, but there's some huge meetings on the Grand Prix track that have to be squeezed into what was already a packed calendar. So when you then start to move dates around in a season we've already started, you head into dangerous waters.
Yeah, not only is it a busy place to race, but it's you've got all the tourist laps that are going on during the week, and you've got cars and bikes and people that drive out to come and do this. I was talking to a friend that was involved in instructing, coaching the other day. Literally, I think it was yesterday actually, and he just said, "Yo, we're heading off to Nürburgring." So I said, "Oh, is that to watch this weekend?" And he just went, "No, next week to do some tourist laps." And I just looked and said, "Why on earth do you want to take your pride and joy that you've saved up for and bought and take it around the Nürburgring?" And he just went, "Well, it's for a giggle." I was like, "Well, it could end up being an extremely expensive giggle." Not suggesting and making any comment on your driving ability, but it can be somebody else's problem. That's the point. You come across that, but it just personally, it's having raced it. I guess perhaps I'm in a very privileged position now. I accept, but going and taking your own car around on a tourist lap amongst a field of people that you don't know what the difference in variance is in terms of performance and/or ability.
Yeah.
Doesn't exactly appeal to me, I've just got to say.
No, and I can understand that. You can be in control to a certain extent, but there's no there's no legislating for what other people are up to, I suppose. And there can be great speed differential between the tourist laps, and quite naturally the track immediately gives up any any responsibility that it may otherwise have had, because if you do any damage to Armco, then you are prone to paying for that damage, together with then repairing your car, which will no doubt be necessary if you do happen to run into the ceiling.
Your car is the absolute incidental part of that. So
Yes.
as far as Nürburgring GmbH is concerned as a company,
yes,
it's the downtime, the Armco, the grass, the nuts, the bolts, the washers, the marshals, everything, you pay for that, and it really is an example of read the small print. Just quickly on those dates, Johnny, the remaining dates that have been offered as a possibility from NES to NLS are the 6th of July, 14th of September and 9th of November.
Okay.
So to say that could come back, you know, a week or two, and we could get another round. So we've got a big gap between 3rd of August, our next round, which is the Ruhr-Polkott-Rennen NLS4. That's the 6-hour race. There's a big gap between the current schedule of 3rd of August and 19th of October. So there was a 6th of July and a 14th of September in there as well from NES, which might well be taken up by NLS. That would just be great.
And the 6th of July, one of those days you mentioned, is the Saturday before a huge event that I always look forward to. I've never actually been to it in person, but the Nürburgring ADAC Truck Grand Prix, which is when the big rigs descend on the Eiffel, and that is the same Grand Prix track that we're using this weekend. It's just obviously the trucks don't turn left onto the Hatzenbach. Imagine the carnage if they did that.
They don't really turn, do they?
No, they don't really turn.
They're absolute heroes that drive those things. I mean, if ever you want to see some form of motorsport at its best, truck racing, it's a whole different level. I think
it really
that
is.
And motorbikes, so
Yes.
other man and truck racing, you need to have a different mindset to want to do that and to the level that they do.
But I don't think, if you want to do a truck meeting, I don't think it gets much better than the 12th, 13th and 14th of July this year at the Nürburgring, but it's traditionally a July event and will form part of the FIA European Truck Racing Championship. Yes, the FIA really do have a championship that looks after tractor units of articulated lorries. So that's definitely one to tick off if you've never done it before. Still on my list. Now we have the top 3 in Cup 2 pitting. These are the overall leaders to leave us with Julian Andlauer leading the race, but only by 1.4 seconds. So Andlauer to now Lucas Auer in the Mercedes is less than 2 seconds. Martin Ragginger trying to prize the opening, but it is clear line of sight. This is a rare treat on the Hatzenbach for Frenchman Julian Andlauer. He hasn't got a car even in the distance here. Past the red and white rubber banded tyre stacks on the Hatzenbach itself. And now heading to this tricky right and left that then leads him onto the short, sharp straight towards Flugplatz. There is now some traffic in the distance turning right. But this could very easily be the opening lap all over again for Julian Andlauer. Those pit stoppers then at the end of lap 9, Michele Di Martino from the race lead for K. Kramer Racing, Arne Hofmeister and Ben Bunagel. And that was a perfect place for Julian Andlauer to find some traffic, just floating to the outside of Schwedenkreuz and clears them without even a lift.
Yeah, but again, a great marshalling there. Blue flags waving on the right-hand side to let those 2 lower class, slower class cars, and they again great work from them as well. The faster cars coming up behind, so they just stay where they are. They've got their own race. Just let the Falcon Porsche through, and I think it's always great there. I was just thinking about the Hatzenbach, that series of what I always call it a roller coaster, but the muscle memory drivers have to have of remembering which bits of curve you can and cannot use. Some are they're always red and white painted. Some are literally just a little chamfered curve, and that angle can vary as to what it can do to the car. Put it on, pitch it to one side or not, how much of you can use. And some have got a bit of that curbing, and then a bit of sort of grasscrete the other side of it, which means you can ride it if it's smoother and go up to the grass, and that deemed as track still. But you're going right, left, left, right, left, whatever, so-and-so, and traffic, and you've got to remember still, can I use this bit of curb or not? Because if it's one you can't use, and you do, you'll pitch the car 2 feet sideways or something, and that's not ideal.
Spin for Mustafa Mehmet Kaya in the gold 103 Porsche that was running in 5th position. And that is including Bunagel, isn't it? Yes, even though he's got a glitchy transponder. But Ben Bunagel's in the pit lane, whereas the 103 must surely have made a stop. Yes, it has. So this is the second stint now. 103 started by Gabriele Piana. And Piana led a lap, remember, overall. but the Italian stepping out, and now Turkish driver Kaya takes over. It is and this is how Kaya made the spin. So was it a touch from the Jutta Racing Audi? No, it was all on his own. Kaya rotating, just a bit too much curb. You were talking about different levels of curb, and actually the Jutta Racing Audi did well not to be involved with that. Car number 8, now driven by Selv. Himself, perhaps we could say, on this occasion. SP9 in the AM class, but it's Arno Klassen in the other Audi R8 that leads SP9 AM. Arno Klassen in the Equipe Vitesse R8 LMS. How far around this lap is the race leader? With new drivers into 2 of those 3 Cup 2 Porsches that pitted at the end of lap 9. So Christopher Brook in the 121. 121 is the K. Kramer racing car, and it was Brook that we were hearing about, remember, about the sister K. Kramer racing car, number 112. So in fact, Brook not down to drive 112. That is just Carsten Kramer and Fidel Leib. And in 121, it's Chris Brook and Michele Di Martino. Yes, Di Martino getting out of that race-leading car. Huber Motorsports, number 125, heading into the first sequence of corners. And Huber's drivers this weekend, Hans Wehrmann and Thomas Kiefer. That's entered into the Cup 2 guest division. So we've got 3 different types of Cup 2 driver combinations. In fact, 4 different. So we've got the Pro cars, the AM cars. There's something known as AM-G, which might be AM Guest, perhaps, and then the Standard Guest, which is just one car, the 125, which is red, white, and blue. Now there's a drama, though, for one of the Hyundais, and it is number 474, or 494, in fact, 494, which has briefly halted on the Grand Prix track, one of the Elantras.
Yeah, it's golf colours, isn't it? It's a baby blue and orange.
It's not 494, it's 496. That's why I can't find it. And it's a 930N, so not one of the slightly longer cars.
Drama 2, Johnny, for the 931 Black Falcon 718 Cayman from that Porsche Endurance Cup 3 class. That's now stopped at Adenauer Forst, so just on the left-hand side of the track. They're approaching the right. It is Adenauer Forst. Whether it's connected with the barriers or not, just stopped, I don't know. I think at the moment it's just stopped. But there's a Code 60 approaching that, unsurprisingly.
The 496 Hyundai is moving again, I'm delighted to say, with the Team Mertens example. Just briefly stopping. I wonder whether that was the tail end of a spin, perhaps, because it does seem to be back up to speed now. 496 is entered into the VT2 part of the field for front-wheel drive cars. Now, 148 is one of the Cup 2 Porsches, and a couple of seconds ago, another Muller, but not Sven Muller, for Black Falcon, was powering his way up the hill into the tricky right-hander at Bergwerk, which then leads into Klostertal and Kesselchen. 148 has, in the past, had a certain Maurice Turing driving it. Doesn't this weekend, but they could, I was thinking this, potentially have had a Le Mans winner as part of their driving lineup, because Turing, who won the LMGT3 category for Manthey last weekend, is now hot property, I would argue. Still only, what is he, 18, 19 years old? 19, the Dutchman, and already a Le Mans winner. So silver rated, entered into the FIA World Endurance Championship for the full season, but they got the maximum 50 points, and Morris quoted as saying, it was a dream come true for me, only 19, so I didn't even dare to think about winning a class at my first 24 hours of Le Mans start. I think we drove an almost flawless race with my teammates and the Manthey squad. No mistakes, no penalties, and almost always the right tyre choice. That feels like the textbook example of a successful 24-hour race, and we can be proud of that. And Yasser Shaheen, who was in that number 92 Porsche, actually quoted in the week as saying that Manthey did things, as he put it, quite typically unconventionally, because Yasser had never driven a quadruple stint, but they actually asked him to do that to get all of the bronze time out of the way as early as possible. And he managed it, in fairness, in very much changeable conditions. They were one of only a handful of LMGT3 teams to start with their bronze driver. And what that does is gives you flexibility later on to alter between silver and platinum, and without worrying about having to burn the remaining bronze time. So a terrific effort from Yasser Shaheen, from Maurice Schuring, who's the real talent who could get better and better, and Richard Leitz, who goes from strength to strength into his 40s now, but he is still winning races. And Leitz, a former teammate of someone we had in the Ford Performance booth at Le Mans last weekend, Mark Lieb, who has stepped away from Porsche driving duties, but still very much involved in Porsche's office jobs, if you like. He used to be the boss of Porsche Customer Racing, in fact, but now has moved on to other things as well. But great to catch up with Mark Lieb for about half an hour in the Ford Performance Studios. What would that have been? 6 days ago. Feels like a lot longer than that. The rest of the Radio Show Limited, or a lot of the rest of the Radio Show Limited team, are in New York State this weekend at Watkins Glen for the annual Salins 6 Hours. That's all being brought to you live on RS2 IMSA Radio. So John Hindhoff, Jeremy Shaw and Shay Adam looking after matters there. I was actually going back to my roots on some production duty yesterday, basically messing everything up for Kerry Cott, to then come in on Saturday and tidy it up for me. Cheers, Keza, saving my bacon as usual. The number 3 Porsche, incidentally, is still leading the way, and this fantastic thing for Julian Andlauer to have still clear road in front, but he hasn't got a lot of real estate behind to that Mercedes. Through the split at the start of the lap, it was well less than a second, but he's starting to ease out a bit of a gap now by being quicker through both the first and the second sectors of lap 11, Peter Snowden.
Yeah, and I think I've just, I think the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW, one of those with multiple entries. I know we had that problem with the 650 car a bit earlier, and we didn't ever see it getting, we saw the Tobio getting to it at the bottom of Tiergarten. Didn't then understand if it came in or not, or on GPS tracker where we actually got any further with that. But there's certainly that coloured car on the other side of the barriers at Sabine Schmidt's curve, which is the end of the GP lap, the beginning of the Nürburgring, which is actually a sort of a car park anyway, where they tend to put cars. Now, if cars are out of the race, there's a nice piece of sort of tarmac lake there, where the organisers put cars safely.
Yeah.
But they're nearly always parked neatly herringbone fashion. That looked like it had pulled itself in there, as in it's just the other side of the barrier. So I'm not sure if that's a 650, and I can't actually track that on the GPS. When you can't track it on the GPS normally, it means it's stopped somewhere. It doesn't always, once it's off track, if that makes any sense, it just doesn't come up on the GPS.
Yeah.
You can put it the other side of the barriers, it just comes up with it, can't find it. So
yeah.
I'm just wondering if the 650s in or out or rejoined.
Well, I've now got a sector 2 time for Toby Goodman in the 650 BMW, and it's just short of an hour. So does that indicate to us that it is now running again? Sometimes I see timing loops triggered even though a car is 4 foot in the air or more on a flatbed, but it still nevertheless shows on the timing.
Well, the sister car, there's a 651 car that's still running. That's down at Westfalenfahrt, so that's fine. The 652 entry is at Carousel. So we've got 650, 651. So I don't know which car it was that I spied the other side of the barriers there, but it's certainly the same colours as I mentioned, that quartered blue and black. Which is very distinctive. It's why it's caught my eye so easy just looking out there at it.
Well, 650 is Adrenaline Motorsport, but that doesn't really tell us much because Adrenaline don't have a set livery. It kind of depends on whoever's driving those cars. Bearing in mind there are 8 Adrenaline Motorsport run cars in this field. And Adrenaline offer a service which is literally arrive and drive. They bring the car to the track. They're not based just down the road at the end of the day. But it's all prepped by Adrenaline, and then very different drivers then pilot it through the course of the 4 hours. So when you line up the adrenaline cars next to one another, I bet they pretty much all look entirely different. Unless, as I say, we've got the 650 livery, and we know that that's quarters. So maybe just one of the other adrenaline cars is also confusing us.
Well, that would be from the M240i class. You can guess which model of car that is. You say the 650, 1, 2, and 3 in that class. In fact, the only other car in that class is the 680 Oberthausen run example. So it may be one of those. I will go and do some detective work and try and get to the bottom of which car that is parked at the side there. So of course, probably I'm led by it being adrenaline because I've seen the quartered black and white now, so it might be something totally different.
Yeah, it's not always as simple as that. I wish it was. The 150 BMW is not entered into the 240i's because this is actually a BMW M4, nor is it entered into SP10 because it's an 8T entry, Team Bilstein, so a recognisable livery for the driver, known by his social media handle. So he's in the timing screen as @MG Cherudin, and MG Cherudin leading SP8T. But the next thing is, how many SP8T cars have we actually got in the race? There are quite a few actually, 7 cars, including a Supra Evo GT4 and another Evo GT4. There's a second BMW M4 GT4 car for Schmickler Performance, followed by a handful of other BMWs, and then that one Aston. So yet another Pro Sports Aston AMR GT4 car, but not in SP10. That's the 140 Pro Sport example. So 140 is for Jörg Wiebahn and Benjamin Heitz, or Heites, Ben from Chile. So it may well be Heites, the correct pronunciation of his surname. And we'll wait in a moment to see whether Ben's done any driving so far in the number 140 car, but it's neatly placed in SP8T. Often just very minor differences which would be illegal in the global GT4 category. So instead, they're stuck into 8T as an alternative. Yeah, so Benja, as he prefers to be called, he's a 25-year-old from Santiago, Chile, and silver rated. He has been a champion actually for Grasser in GT World Challenge in previous years, so comes from a Lamborghini Huracan background, and he won that Pro-Am title with Glenn von Berlo and Clemens Schmidt in the 85 Lamborghini. So that's normally, the 85 is normally reserved for the Iron Dames. I wonder whether there's a connection there between the two teams.
Just going back to the 650 for a minute, which is the Adrenaline Motorsport car, you mentioned a long sector time. Where I identified that car, which I thought was certainly an adrenaline car, possibly the 650, and that sector time suggests it would be. Of course, that is the old pit lane, isn't it? And it is registered, that's where it could park.
Yes.
So you've got an issue, that would make a lot of sense, that car being there. So I suspect that was the 650, but it's now moving again.
A shout for the Indian driver Arjun Maini now on the Yokohama tyres in car number 6, because here's Mercedes is starting to light up the timing screen. Fastest lap of the race so far for this number 6 car with a 7:57.1, and he's starting to turn the screw a little bit on Martin Ragginger, darting up the inside into the hairpin cut through on the Grand Prix track, and having certainly ruled out at least one of the Team Advan Mercedes in the early stages, they're just starting to come back into the mixture, slowly but surely. So Mercedes runs second in the hands of Lucas Auer, the Austrian, and then Arjun Maini fourth in the order, but pressurising Martin Ragginger for the early podium spots. We have had nearly an hour and 40 minutes now of NLS3. You're listening to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels with Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer. We are just about recovered from our efforts last weekend at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It does often take 2 or 3 days to feel human again. Thankfully, Snowy volunteered to do all the driving coming back from Le Mans and skirting past Rouen, of course, not through Rouen, but round the outskirts of Rouen, and then towards Calais. I don't remember any of that because I was passed out in the seats in the back. Thankfully, I pre-packed a pillow.
Well, you did spoil it with loaned you a pillow, didn't you?
Yeah, well, it's actually your pillow. So you've only got yourself to blame.
Exactly. And talking about being in the back seat there was an occasion on the journey where I thought you were in the back seat and it turns out you weren't. For those unaware, that we stopped for a very quick fuel stop, and Bruce and I set off. Me driving, Bruce alongside, and as I exited the filling area, Bruce was looking at me sort of smiling, somewhat inanely, as Bruce Jones is capable of, as if and I was like, what? And he said, you are going to wait for Johnny? And I went, sorry? He said, he's not in the car. And I was like, I am so sorry. I just so focused, jumped in. I thought you were asleep in the back of the car still.
Yeah.
So had to stop, and Bruce had to go back and get him. So we nearly had an RSL man down.
It was a Home Alone moment, I think. What have we forgotten? Johnny!
Oh, right, okay. Sorry about that.
I was still in the service area.
Yes.
I can get distracted very easily.
Lol. Best bit was, Bruce looked at me and just went, he said, I thought you were doing it for Japes. I thought you were just being funny. He's like, no, I just thought he was in the back asleep. Let's get going, head down.
Yeah. Well, thankfully there was a little lay-by where you were able to stop and coax me back towards where I needed to be.
Run, Johnny, run!
Like rounding a cat. Very tricky to do. And Lauer leading, and as they crossed the line at the end of lap 11, it was less than half a second, but he is opening a bit more of a gap up on Lucas Auer. Eventually, I would imagine at the end of this stint, Lucas Auer will give up his seat for Ralph Aron, the very quick Estonian driver. And I'm not sure whether the pace will alter at all, in actual fact. So Mercedes for Team Landgraf stand a good chance of a very good result, assuming that the reliability is there. Let's not forget about what's happening, though, in Cup 2, because the number 120 Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche that is now second in the class is being driven by Daniel Blickel. So Blickel took over from Tim Scheerbart during the last pit stop. They've got 3 drivers assigned to that Porsche, so somebody's going to have to do a double stint somewhere along the line. They might put Tim back in, actually, for the closing stint, rather than doubling Blickel, and indeed David Jahn, who is still to come. David Jahn, the 33-year-old German, but also in that kind of area to do well in Cup 2 is the class leader Tobias Müller in number 148, and Christopher Brook, who took over the 121 during the last pit stop. Brook in, and Michele Di Martino getting out. Moritz Krantz could yet have a say, as could Peter Terting, and they're both driving their Müllner Motorsport Porsches, 4th and 5th in Cup 2, number 122 and 124. The engine you hear in the background, in fact, is that of Tobias Müller, who shares with Steve Jans. And as I say, they had the extra services of Maurice Schuring during the 24 hours of Le Mans, 24 hours of Nürburgring. Schuring then going on to win at Le Mans a couple of weeks later. Even in a Cup 2 car, you're approaching what I would have thought were quick racing cars very rapidly indeed, Snowy.
Well, we've said this before, because they're less aero-dependent than the SP9 GT3 cars at the very sort of top category, if you like, or the fastest paced category. And these Cup 2 cars, they're blindingly quick, and there's parts of the circuit where they could harass a GT3 car and really give them a run for the money, and it's not as much of a disparity as you'd have thought between the two classes. They're a mighty rapid piece of kit, as various drivers and sort of Peter Caton will testify to as to just how good they are. They're serious. We make the mistake, I certainly do, of often saying a lower car, and I try and correct myself, a lower class car, and saying a slower class car, because lower implies negative, and I don't mean that at all. These Cup 2 cars are blindingly quick.
Somebody else who knows all about Porsche Cup cars is a certain Daniel Harper, having cut his teeth in the UK in Carrera Cup GB. So he will no doubt, when he takes part in these NLS races. He was about 8 years old, wasn't he, at the time? He was about 8, I think, yeah. But, you know, there will be an even extra bit of respect, I'm sure, even though he's aligned with a completely different manufacturer now and a big German rival in BMW. He'll still have the respect for the Cup 2 drivers and know where their strengths and weaknesses are.
Well, we had that, didn't we? In the I can't remember what it was, last year, maybe the year before, the BMW Junior team. So himself, Dan Harper, Neil Verhagen and Max Hesse, they got I'm going to say demoted, hear me out. They got put into a lower class because they're BMW junior team. They are BMW Works drivers, and they got put into, was it a 240i? I think it was.
That would make sense, yeah.
A lower class. I've done it again. A different class BMW, not the GT3 front-running class in terms of pace, for a couple of reasons. Mainly was to develop the car because they're BMW drivers. That's what they're there for. So they want intel back from their top team. So they just transposed those 3 professional drivers across to another one of their products, which is what they're selling, and get their intel and their feedback on it. And I talked to Dan about that at, I think it was last year's 24-hour, and I said, how did you find that in terms of not being at the front as usual? And he said, absolutely fascinating, because it gave him a different view, and the other two agreed, they were nodding, that it gave them a different view on the race of how much you have to work with other traffic as GT3 car, rather than always being the fast one coming through, where and when. And it was all part of that armoury of a professional driver.
Yeah, it was 2020 when they did NLS 2 and 3.
4 years ago then. Oh, crikey.
NLS 2 and 3, and they actually put them in 2 different 240i BMWs. Yeah. So it's the same driver lineup, 3 drivers, but in both 679 and 682 BMWs, because you can switch them around and get double the seat time, effectively, as long as you're not coming in going, who's taking over? Well, he's still in the car. He's still in the other car.
4 hours of data.
Yeah, I know.
And more if you're in 2 cars at the same time.
Some of the pro teams have done that in the past. In fact, Rover, I remember one time, did it with they only had 2 drivers on site, and they attempted to put both drivers in 2 cars. But the idea of that was only ever to run one of the cars to the end of the first stint, and then concentrate on one particular side of the garage, if you like. But that was somewhat ambitious. I think you and I called that race and wondered what on earth Rover were up to, but there was method behind their madness. Now then, change of lead on the racetrack at Mercedes Arena, because Lucas Auer's got a really good run on Julian Andlauer down the main straight. Andlauer's not going to like that one bit, but there's no way past the Landcraft Mercedes, and for the first time, all race, well, we're an hour and 45 minutes very nearly into it. It's the 3-pointed star that now leads the Porsche crew of Stuttgart. And this is a terrific effort from Lucas Auer, partly because, remember, this Mercedes made a shorter, in terms of time, pit stop. So it came in after only 6 laps in the opening stint, and therefore needed to spend less time in pit lane compared to the Porsche, which ran it right up until the edge of the fuel window. So Andlauer / Sven Muller spent maybe 30 seconds or so longer in pit lane, and eventually this flicks to the side of Mercedes and their advantage. Exactly 2:30 in the afternoon at the Nürburgring. A crucial change in the narrative for this race, as Lucas Auer now leads on lap 12 ahead of Julian Andlauer in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Martin Ragginger struggling to stick with these 2 because he's a further 4.2 seconds further back. Arjun Maini poses his biggest threat from 4th position in the number 6 Team Advan Mercedes.
Now, the Utah Racing Audi R8 has had an incident at Carousel on the approach of the bit, and that's I think it has gone off into the barriers, and it's that's a new code 6, and that, of course, that's 120 before the clock is on, coming up to just like a bit there, and then round to the Carousel. So that's code 60 once again, and that looks like it might be quite terminal for the 008 or number 8 Utah Racing LMS GT3 Audi.
In the black and gold colours.
Running 23rd, that was. With the driver Selv at the wheel, S-E-L-V.
Yeah.
So the entry form, I think you covered that before, didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, we've mentioned Selv a few times. I'd like to know a little bit more about him, but he keeps himself to himself.
As opposed to Alexei Veremenko.
Alexei Veremenko, yes, who is the other Utah Racing driver. And Veremenko, a regular with Utah, Lithuania. And it's Utah, I think, who has a connection with the Gelzinis family, who raced Porsches for several years in the UK. So Veremenko is well, he has a Lithuanian flag often next to his name. He's actually from that country that we don't talk about a great deal because of their ventures towards Ukraine. But K-Crane Racing runner Alexei Veremenko from previous years has run with K-Crane several occasions in Cup 3 and now in Cup 2 regularly. So this again is a step up for
Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör.
to now running SP9 as the top category, but that is an AM.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X and TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
As I say, keeps his identity covered up a touch, but that's probably 2 bronzes that are enjoying their racing and actually doing okay in terms of the class as well until this point. The Yutharali now is a stride. By the sound of it, he's gone off at a very fast section of racetrack. That will be end of day, sadly, for car number 8. SP9 AM now being led by Equipe Vitesse, though. The 150 BMW M4 GT4 car of Jimmy Broadbent and current driver at MG Charudin, that is now off the road. That's a real sorry sight. I'm not sure whether Jimmy's done any driving yet. It's the Team Bilstein entered BMW M4 GT4 and SP8T's car, sorry, the SP8T leading car, the 150, is now parked at the side of the road. Very tricky to work out precisely where this is, unless you can shed a bit more light on it, Snowy. BMW number 150, we're looking for the location of this as MG Charudin is out. Now tumbling down the hill into Adenauer-Forst, I would suggest. So this is the Fuchsrohre, just after Arenberg, and then that lowest point. Exmuller? No, much earlier on than that. It might
Not the 150 is, that's...
Has it made it to Exmuller? It piled into the back. I'll tell you what it did. It piled into the back of the Door Motorsport Aston Martin and has bent all the bodywork on that Dorint-sponsored car. The Breitscheid Bridge, the 150. Okay. So the collision happened at Adenauer-Forst, right in the dip there. And I'm now trying to work out where... Is it the Door Motorsport cars that are sponsored by Dorint? Here's one of the Aston Martins, and that's also carrying very heavy front left damage, but it looked to me like the damage on the one particular Aston. Now, this is definitely a Door Motorsport car. It's the pole sitter, in fact, from SP10, but the front left wheel on this number 169 Aston completely destroyed. I don't think that's the one that had the collision, though, with the 150 BMW, because it was on the rear. Unless then the rear collision has meant that the Aston then fired it into a car in front.
But it's pushed it left, but he's had to give up there. So that's going to be a code of yellow flags at the moment on the Dottinger coming up towards the Tiergarten, just after the King. Get very, very close to Tiergarten, actually. Single yellow flag being waved at the moment. That's going to be a code 60 very soon, I'd have thought. And heavy damage on the front left, as you say, on that. The 150, I'm just, as you said, Johnny, it started at Adenauer-Forst?
Yeah, or just before that, right, in the Vauxhall, I would say.
Well, the tick has got it as far as Exmuller. That's where it stopped now. So it's gonna, I mean, that's a fair trek to get through from Adenauer-Forst, Metzgersfeld, Kallenhard, Verschiffen, Exmuller. It's not just gone on a corner. It's gone on a fair old journey there still.
Yeah, and just trying to identify which Aston Martin it made contact with. So the 150 BMW, and which Aston Martin do we think?
169.
140. You know that. Okay. The Dorint car's now coming along the Dottinger Hoor. Yeah, it was definitely a Dorint Aston Martin. So there've been dramas for 2 Astons on this lap. The white door Motorsport car, which has the more substantial damage, and that has destroyed the front left. Now, if this Dorint Aston Martin has damage on the rear right corner, then we've identified said car, and yes, there's a little bit of tyre smoke, tyre rub from the bodywork that's been bent onto the tyre there. So that is definitely the car that the BMW has caught, and in fact is going to have to come in for that damage to be assessed. So it's the V-Bahn and Heates Aston Martin, and it was the fight for SP8T and the lead of that race, in fact. So that's where it's gone very, very wrong. MG Charudin into the back of Jorg V-Bahn, and that has ended in tears. One SP8T car having to pit, and I'm sure that's out of sequence. Very early to be making a second stop. And we know that the BMW, the Team Bilstein M4, is out of the race. So who's now going to lead SP8T? It might be the Stalizzani GT Tyre Motorsport BMW M4. So look out for car number 146, who I think should lead SP8T at the end of this. It's all kicking off, and not necessarily for the lead of the race now. You have to have eyes everywhere in these races. Mercedes lead, by the way.
I was going to say, talking, where do you think Auer's taken over from Andlauer, hasn't he?
Well, that happened at the start of the lap. That happened at the Mercedes arena. And yes, he's still in front, now arriving back at the first corner. So a full lap being led by Mercedes, and he took the lead right at that point, the first left-hander of the Mercedes arena. So terrific effort, but what Lukey's not been able to do is build himself a lead. He's still got Andlauer snapping at his heels, and somehow they are managing to stretch their legs on. Well, what's happened to Ragginger? Because Ragginger's now fallen behind Arjun Maini, and by a big distance, nearly 19 seconds. So Ragginger's not had a happy time on that lap. Where did he lose the time? It's probably just all accumulative, actually. Oh, the big delay, and that might be because of a code 60 or yellow flags. That came in sector 3, where he's lost 12 seconds compared to Arjun Maini.
Yeah, a 2:34 for that section. In fact, almost a 2:35 rather than a 2:22. As you say, 12, 13 seconds in there. A lot of splitter damage to the rear of that splitter. Diffuser damage at the rear of the Aston. And I think that's going to have to be on its skates and go into the garage to have that looked at. It's not an easy repair there. I wouldn't be surprised if this is the 140, isn't it? The Pro Sport entry. I think that may well be out.
It's done damage to the diffuser, and now Jorg V-Bahn is catching up with Patrick Simon in pit lane. Sadly for us, and understandably, all being done in German, but we won't get a true reflection of what Jorg thought of that. It did look like everybody was slowing down, maybe for an incident, and perhaps Charudin just didn't react in time. But V-Bahn with a big thump in the rear of his Aston Martin, the number 140 car. 140 is entered into SP8T, and that's a Pro Sport racing car that he shares with Benja Heates, the Chilean. And not sure whether Benja's actually been in that car so far. It might well have been a Jorg V-Bahn double stint, well, a 1.5 stint, and maybe they'll get no further than that. So, for Aston Martin fans, we might have one present in the Global Broadcast Centre. It's not been a happy lap, has it? Two of them falling by the wayside in very quick succession. They're just trying to work out how much that rear wheel arch has been compromised. Quite a bit, I would suggest.
Yeah, you take an impact like that from the rear, and it's gonna make your eyes water, isn't it?
Nose to tail for the race leaders down into the foxhole. Still Mercedes ahead of Porsche. Down into the depths of the foxhole they will tumble. And it's relatively new asphalt there, of course, so nice and grippy, particularly in these dry conditions. And Lucas Auer will know he's in a motor race. The big question for me is whether Ralph Aron can offer this sort of speed as well. They're slowing down now for the approach to Metzgersfeld. Is that on the yellow, Metzgersfeld, or near to it? Yeah, it's definitely affected by yellow flags at the moment. And that is because of a car off in the barrier, well, the tyres and the barrier at the turn-in point. So That's after Metzgersfeld, I reckon, the tighter left-hander. And just a few car lengths between the race leaders there. Now they will continue their descent toward Brightside and the second entrance point for tourist laps. There's a very convenient petrol station just at that point as well, the Tankstelle, where I remember last year we stocked up on essential fluids for the Sunday night celebrations after a 24-hour race. Good night was had by all. And it was outside of working hours as well, so I was permitted to be let off the leash.
Always a danger.
Well, it is.
Danger.
Now, up the hill, hearing about, the 899 car is the difficulty at Metzgersfeld. So that was the one that had pranged the tyre wall. 0.698 of a second is the gap. It's a lot less than that now between the Mercedes and the Porsche. But the 899 is a BMW M2 CS Racing, which is at the head of its class, which is entirely for those cars, by the way. So I would imagine one of the lower subscribed parts of this race. Yes, I think that's the only BMW M2 CS class car. And sadly, that appears to be out as well. So for Thomas Leher, and Thomas is the only driver against that car. So whether he found himself a teammate late on or he was doing the brave thing of attempting this 4-hour race solo, perhaps we will never know now, because the car does appear to be too heavily damaged to continue. Pit stoppers from some of the runners at the head of the field. Vincent Kolb is in, and we're almost at a half-distance marker. So could this be the point where Frank Stippler joins the party, and we get to see quite how quickly the Herbert Motorsport Porsche can go? He's already demonstrated that in qualifying this morning. Let's see whether the 5 car can up its speed and get itself into the reckoning. The problem for those guys is they're nearly 3 minutes down the road now compared to Lucas Auer and Julian Andlauer. Absolutely nothing to separate the Austrian and the Frenchman, though, out front. They get to Hoher Act for the 14th time. And, I mean, we're talking 10 car lengths, if that. It gets much, much tighter in the braking zones. And it's all about these two at this stage, unless the Arjun Maini-driven Mercedes and the Martin Ragginger, the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, which is 4th, whether they can lock in somehow via a yellow flag into a code 60. Not beyond the realms of possibility. However, this Pro Sport Aston, if it is going to rejoin, it's not going to be in a hurry, because there's a lot of work now being done to that rear right suspension, Snowy.
Yeah, yeah. What damage it's done there is what it's done to the suspension is the issue as well. I'm wondering, there doesn't seem to be an awful lot of dynamic activity on that. It might be check it, pull it apart and see what they can do. I might be misreading that situation in the garage there, but there are more mechanics. There's quite a few mechanics standing around. And that's not suggesting they're being lazy, but there's only a handful working on the car. Normally, my point being is, it's an absolute hive of activity. All hands on deck, get on with it, and you have to do something. That said, driver's still in it, although he's just shaking his head. Who was at the wheel of that?
Jörg Wiebahn.
Jörg Wiebahn, yeah, was at the wheel of that. So it's not done yet. I was going to say that it's woes continue, but actually it's the 150 car. That's the BMW M4 GT4 that's parked up a bit further around. That's also under investigation for non-respecting a code 60. It's kind of irrelevant now because it's out of the race.
Well,
so,
it was the 150 that piled into the back of that Aston Martin, so it either hasn't seen the code 60 or thought it might be able to pull off an overtake before they went into it. And sadly, it's gone very wrong for MG Charudin, known as his social media handle rather than his full name, and either misjudged, tried to outbrake, very difficult to tell, but there's significant damage to the 150 BMW, and now, to add insult to injury, they're under investigation for not respecting that caution area. It is just gone 2:45 in the afternoon at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it's either walking wounded or cars that are very battered and bruised that will go no further, littering parts of the racetrack. You're listening to live commentary from our global broadcast centre on NLS3, the 69th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. Johnny Palmer and Peter Snowden commentating on this third NLS race of the season, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie, and into hour 3 we go, and in to the pit lane. Talking of hours, it's Lucas Hour in the number 48 car that will make a second stop for this AMG. Yeah, so from the lead of the race, and this surely will be to hand over to Ralf Aron, his Estonian teammate, whereas Julian Andlauer, who pitted after 7 laps, so he'll be able to continue on for till the end of lap 15. We have just completed lap 14, so 8 laps capable, or you are able to do 8 laps. Luki Hour has done another 7, hasn't he? So 7 to start, and now 7. So they're splitting it as evenly as possible, and just pushing, well, not pushing the fuel envelope as much as Julian Andlauer is doing. This again can be a shorter pit stop than the Andlauer version, which will happen in about 25 kilometres time. Arjun Maini, though, also in. Martin Ragginger in car number 4. So this is fascinating from a Falcon point of view. They have deliberately split their strategy, pitting one car after 7 laps. I think I'm right in saying that Tim Heinemann came in after, it was 6, wasn't it? So 6 plus 8 is 14. Yeah, so they are still, rather than doing the 7-lap rule for each of their stints, they've done a shortish one, or a medium length one, followed by the longest possible for car number 4, whereas car number 3 went as far as it possibly could do in the opening stint, i.e. 7 laps, and is now doing 8 before it comes in. So Falcon are thinking, well, we've potentially got all scenarios dealt with here. It's kind of a spread bet from the perspective of the 3 and the 4, whereas the 48 Mercedes having to just decide to go in one direction or the other. And that Landcraft car with new Michelin tyres, I am sure. It's just been up on its internal jacks, yes, and they're checking now the torque of the wheel nuts to make sure that they're tightly done up. And now we're just waiting for the time to tick by. Ralf Aron to re-emerge in a moment or two in Mercedes number 48.
You're asking about driver stints. Which ones were you wanting to check, Johnny?
Well, I reckon that the cars that have just pitted, 3 of them, 48, 6 and 4, they all did 6 laps to start, and they've just done 8 laps now to do the maximum fuel mileage.
4 definitely did that, as did 6 and
48.
48, my apologies. Indeed.
Yeah, so that takes us to...
all did 6-lap opening stints.
So 6 plus 8 that they've just done takes us to 14.
Correct.
Julian Andlauer did 7 laps to start, and he's now on to an 8-lap stint, so that'll be 15 by the time he comes in. But the thing is, they will have all done 8-lap stints, so there'll be no difference in the pit stop time across the top 4. It's just that they're staggered, and Andlauer is pitting later, yes, but he's also pitting closer to the checkered flag at this stage. So his stint will be shorter, or rather his pit stop, his final pit stop in the race can be shorter because of the time that will be still to run by the time that comes in for the final time. The Aston Martin showing so much damage on the front left now has a flatbed in order to crane it onto there. It can go no further. And everybody being told to stay well to the left on the Dottinger Hoor. This is before the kink underneath the bridge at Antonius Bucher. I still have no idea why that Aston's got so much damage to it. It almost showed signs of hitting the barrier somewhere. Maybe even on the exit of Galgenkopf, or perhaps just before it, Stefan Belloff S perhaps, or in the vicinity of Flansgarten. But he did very, very well to limp all the way down the main straight. Obviously not a driving wheel, the front left, but it does another major job of steering, and the wheel itself was at something like 45 degrees.
Quite important braking as well.
All 4 wheels are, yeah. True.
Especially the fronts though, they put a bit more through the front.
Okay. So that's a brake
transfer and all that.
Oh, with the weight transfer, yeah.
Yes.
But brake bias, would you put more through the front?
Yes, certainly in the dry, yes. Yeah, obviously you rewind that back in the wet to to stop the car locking up and having a moment of it going on, so you put more bias on the rear.
Like a 60-40 mix?
It varies entirely on the type of car you've got.
Okay.
And how wet it is.
Yes. And also that's a little bit dependent on the rake you've decided on your car as well.
Exactly. There's so many variables, you can't come up with a definitive number. But the team will know that, and it's closely guarded information.
Well, it won't matter now, sadly, because a lot of those bits are broken. But I'd be fascinated to know precisely what has happened to that Aston. Was I right in identifying that that was one of the two dual? Oh, it was a 169, wasn't it, from the pole position?
Correct, pole sitting car, yes.
And that had changed drivers because it started with Tim Santler, I remember saying. No, sorry, not Tim Santler, that's in the 170 car.
Wustenhagen started it.
Nick Wustenhagen, okay.
And
Aaron Venish?
Venish was in the car at the time.
So we didn't have any of Oscar Sandberg. In fact, he will have been waiting in the wings to take over in the closing stages.
Yeah.
Horrible when that happens, when you are probably assigned as the quickest driver to bring it to the flag and the car is out of the race before you get the chance to do that. A waste of a day, sadly, but they will have accumulated some data, some dry running data in the race, not so much early this morning in a wet weather affected qualifying session that was significantly shortened. It was due to run to 90 minutes, but we lost about 38 minutes of that because of the early morning mist and fog. So qualifying started late. This race began later than planned as well, at 12:45 rather than midday on the dot. So we're running, that's why the clock, the time to go doesn't quite fit neatly on the hour, due to finish at 3:45 as things stand, which is an hour and 51.5 minutes away. And the race leader is again Julian Andlauer, because remember his pit stops are staggered compared to Ralph Aron, who took over the Landgraf Mercedes in the last pit stop. It's second of the race. There was also a driver change in Mercedes number 6, so Arjumani brought that in. Hubert Haupt took it back out again for HRT. And Tim Heinemann taking control again of the number 4 Falcon Motorsports car. So Austrian Martin Raginger skipping out, Heinemann belting himself in, and he is now ahead of Salman Ovega in the number 9 Team Advan by HRT Mercedes. Just hearing about a slow zone at Flansgarten now, so we'll get to the bottom of that in a moment or two. The fight for Cup 3 we're focusing on at this stage, and this is the 962 car of Daugard. So 962, the entry from Avia W&S Motorsport for Lucas Daugard, and he has right on his tail the Rink car, number 952. So that is Christopher Rink, who shares with Philip Stahlschmidt. Remember the Brink and Rink combo, who had won titles in the past. Danny Brink now in a different car compared to his old teammate Christopher Rink, but the smareless racing car really pressurising Lucas Daugard for the race lead. And not that far away is 959, the entry for Fabio Grosser, sharing with Heiko Eichenberg, who started that car, and Patrick Grutter. The first, second and third all together in Cup 3, and it will probably stay like that all the way to the flag. But any news on Flansgarten as to the extent of the problem? Well, it's going to be a slow zone now, in fact, so getting more severe. And that is the area that these top 3 in Cup 3 have just gone through. At the head of the order, you're kind of missing nothing, because Andlauer has just had to complete a lap with no immediate pressure from behind, apart from the timing screen pressure, as I sometimes call it. Andlauer's in-lap needed to be so fast there, and he is now in pit lane. So this, I'm expecting to be Julian Andlauer out and Sven Muller back in to car number 3. But where is the Ralph Aron Mercedes is the next big question. Aron not yet onto the Döttinger Hohe. But the Andlauer Porsche is being held in pit lane to make sure all of those seconds tick by legitimately, and the car can rejoin. There's also a sorry-looking VW Sirocco in pit lane.
Yeah, the Aaron-driven Mercedes is quite a way off, isn't it? It's only just come through Brunch and coming up to Flansgarten now, which of course has got a code 60 as well. That's not going to help, is it?
No, well,
that's for the 519 stricken car.
And the question is, did Andlauer need to go through that yellow flag or code 60, or did it kick in after he'd left the scene? He did a 221 through the middle sector, that's sector 3, and a 302 through sector 4, which is really hauling, actually. So he may well have cleared everything, you know. And then the problem is Ralph Aron's gone straight into a code 60, which is not going to help with their way to win this race at all. And sometimes that's the luck that the Nürburgring can give and can take away. Sometimes in the same race, the top 3 in Cup 3 hit the concrete section at the carousel together. It's the yellow, white and black car then that leads the way. That is the car out front in Cup 3, the colours of Avia WNS 963, 962. Yeah, I reckon that's Lucas Dalgaard still leading the way then in the yellow and white car, with Christopher Rink right on his tail as the number 3 Porsche is on the move, heading down to the end of pit road. It's almost done the time that it needs to have done in the pit lane as the minimum reference time. Green light at the end of pit road. And Sven Muller, who's been plugged back into this car, pulls through the gears with the Ralph Aron Mercedes somewhere on the Dottinger Hohe right now, but it's lost a huge amount of time. I mean, just in the middle sector, sector 3 lost 12 seconds, and then a further 18 seconds through sector 4. So all of a sudden, Porsche number 3 waved into a massive lead because of a code 60 that was instigated behind Andlauer, and the Landgraf Mercedes could do absolutely nothing about that. Over the line goes Ralph Aron, and the gap is timed at 3.5 minutes. It will probably stabilise to being less than that in just a tick. But I also noticed in the background that the Team Advan car of number 9, that is Salman Ovega, reaching the end of his stint. He comes into pit lane from position number 3, and that will mean that Hubert Haupt becomes the 3rd placed runner in the sister Advan Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, the car that caused that was the Toyota Supra, the 519 entry, Team Hal. That had Jajira Azuma at the wheel for the first 3 stints, where he did a 1 lap, a 4 lap and a 5 lap. And then Masaki Hatano had taken that car over and was only 2 laps into his stint when it stopped at Flansgarten. Whether it's gone off connected with the barriers and the scenery, I do not know, but it's certainly stationary there. But that's what's causing the code 60 at Flansgarten now, that the Mercedes just got caught up in.
8-lap stint from Salman Ovega, so that is bang on schedule. David Schumacher did 7 laps to kick off, so he's on the same pattern as the Muller Andlauer freight train in Porsche number 3. And the flat 6 from said car you can hear in the background. Is there about to be a place change in Cup 3? 952's got a very good run down the Dottinger Hohe and sweeps around the outside in time for Antonius Bucher. This isn't for the lead in the class, but it is to put that 952 car back into 2nd position. So let's check out the order in Cup 3. Tremendous stuff, though. We've had two and a quarter hours of this. And the Cup 3 Porsches, they're all Caymans. They're all identical 718 Cayman GT Club Sports. And they now head across the line as one. And it is still Lucas Dalgaard. That was the end of an outlap ahead of Christopher Rink and Grosser. Now, let's hear this chat with Julian Andlauer. It is in English with Patrick Simon.
The lead again, but now you jumped the Mercedes by 30 seconds just during the pit stop. Just talk us through that, how that happened.
Yeah, I mean, we were on a bit different strategy. We stopped 1 lap later on the first stint already, so it switched a little bit virtually. And on my stint, I mean, we were pretty similar in terms of pace. We had good fight, it was good fun. But I knew that we were virtually a bit advantaged, so I didn't want to fight too much and risk too much. So yeah, I mean, we go through everything, I mean, through the plan and the running process. But yeah, I would say at the moment, the car feels amazing. We're just losing a little bit out of the corners, code 60s, etc. Back on power, we struggle a little bit with the torque. But otherwise, I mean, the conditions are pretty good for us. The car feels quite good. So we hope to keep the same position and bring it back to this place.
I mean, coming back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife after an insane program the last weeks, we were celebrating your driving at the WEC race at Spa-Francorchamps, which was, from my perspective, amazing. We just discovered Le Mans with a fantastic race. How good is it to be back on the Nordschleife? I mean, it's the masterpiece of racetrack, isn't it?
Let's say everything so far this year has been amazing. I'm racing pretty much everywhere and I like it a lot for sure. Sometimes it's a bit tricky to go back on from this track to this track, but also this car with these tires and these tires. But at the end, that's what we always look for, and I'm really glad to be here and everywhere. And no, to be back on the Nordschleife is amazing. We expected a slightly better weather, but this is something typical here and we cannot change. So not really happy to keep working in a good way with the world team, trying to get the whole package better and to use the maximum potential maybe for next year. So no, it feels amazing. There is no one weekend, let's say, in the so far.
But Julia, you have to do me a favor. My colleague upstairs in the commentating booth, they are locals from the Eifel region. They are not so common in even speaking German without any mistakes. But they always struggle to pronounce the name. So can you tell them what's the right pronunciation of your name?
There is so many different, but let's say the German and English one is Andlauer, and which is not too bad because if you say in French it's like Andlauer. It's a bit less sexy, let's say.
And your first name?
Julian. It's not an A. It's not an A. It's an E.
Julian.
Julian.
Julia? It's wrong. Julian.
You can say Julian. In French you say Julian.
Julian. Okay. So Julian Andlauer.
Yeah,
it's like we can say like that. So guys, back to you.
Well, Patrick, I don't think we've ever had an issue with saying his name correctly, but Patrick referring to his German colleagues, of course. I just had a look at how they got on in the Le Mans 24 hours. Julien sharing a car with Neil Jarney and Harry Tinknell in the Proton competition Porsche 963. 60 laps down in the end compared to the winning car. Spoiler alert, if you haven't ventured into the 24 hours of Le Mans for this year, it was won by Ferrari, but the other Ferrari, the number 50 compared to 12 months ago. But yes, they would have hoped for a lot better than that in the privately entered Porsche 963 from Christian Ried's team Proton competition. But you're having to adapt, like he says. You move from a Porsche hypercar back to the more standard, I say standard, it's still a GT3 car for goodness sake, but it is a lot slower than the 963, and like he says, just 5 days separate the two events and you've got to snap back into a recalibration.
In some ways, it's probably better that you do that because you're on a roll. You've got that adrenaline going all the time still. So it's like, right, what's next? Whereas you have a gap, and suddenly, like, oh, I haven't driven one for 3 months. You might have done 3 months of racing in, let's say, a hypercar in WEC or something, or whatever, and then you go back. It's a bit more difficult. What I was fascinated by that was Patrick Simon saying that his commentators, whose native language is German, but being from the Eifel area, they had struggled doing German properly. So how do you pronounce it? Asked him directly, and he said it's French, is Enleur. He said, but in English and German, he said Andlau, he said, which is less sexy. And that was Julien, and Julien with an E-N.
Julien,
Julien.
Yes. Julien.
Not Julien.
Yeah.
Julien. So Julien Andlauer.
Yeah.
Directly from Julien's mouth.
Indeed. But Andlauer sounds very Germanic type name anyway. I've always confused him as being, well, always known he's a Frenchman, but there must be some history from the German-speaking parts of Europe where his family maybe descends from. But as he says, Julien, not Julien. Well, mind you, Julien would be En when it's said in a French way. That tends to be how they pronounce, like en route, Julien. Anyway, we'll move on.
You just mentioned the Le Mans 24 hour, which obviously we covered, just as you say, just 6 days ago. And I think in my wrap-up, I did mention that the fascinating stat at Le Mans was that there were 21 drivers in the Le Mans 24 hour that had raced with, in won races in this NLS series, with 50 57 wins between those 21 drivers in NLS. And the question I've got to ask yourself and me is, can we name those 21 drivers that have won between them 57 NLS races, but also took part in last weekend's Le Mans 24 Hour?
Yeah.
Answers on a postcard to the Global Broadcast Centre.
Indeed. I'd also like to know how many of those names were actually Le Mans rookies this year, because there's so many drivers that have not been able to tap into the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and now they can, because it's being run essentially to GT3 rules. They're not GT3 cars, they are Le Mans GT3 cars, so different with the torque sensors and the potential body kits and whatnot. And that is a significant changeover from a standard GT3 global category car to be able to run at Le Mans. But, I mean, for example, 3 names that might be on your list of 21, Kelvin van der Linde, Daniel Juncadella and Christopher Mies. They were all Le Mans debutants. What's that about? 3 drivers that are ensconced in GT3 racing and so much experience around here as well.
I'm thinking of non-debutants. Of course, you've got Kevin Estre, the Van Toor brothers.
Yep.
There's 3 more. We'll get there.
Dries and Laurens, and on this occasion, rather than Laurens Van Toor being taken out of the race by Dries, which happened a few years ago, Dries Van Toor was taken out of the race by Robert Kubica and piled into the barrier at Mulsanne corner. A bizarre moment. And Vincent Vos, even though Kubica had driven for Vincent Vos previously in WRT LMP2s, he said 30-second penalty. That needed to be about 5 minutes to at least take him off the lead lap. And you can understand what Vincent was saying there. Now, this is a place change on the racetrack, because the number 4 Porsche gets ahead of Hubert Haupt, and that should put the number 4 car back into the podium positions, because Dennis Fetzer's already made a stop, so he's no longer third. Say Dennis Fetzer made a stop, it was actually Salman Ovega who came in and handed over to Dennis Fetzer. So the next name across the line should be Tim Heinemann, who is now in front of Hubert Haupt. Yes. So it's Sven Muller leading by 24 seconds, and that's a huge lead for both Muller and his teammate Julien Andlauer after everybody else got caught in a code 60 and the number 3 car did not. So 24 seconds in the favour of car 3. Ralph Aron trying desperately to close that gap as much as possible, and he's just set the fastest first sector of the lap than anybody else, so he's going the right way about it. Falcon Motorsports, Tim Heinemann back into the podium spots in third, but he's only 0.6 of a second ahead of Hubert Haupt. However, he is dropping the veteran driver now in the all-black Team Advan Mercedes. And I don't want to say Haupt has running very wide, Tim Heinemann, so that will bring Hubert Haupt maybe back into the mixture. Here comes Haupt on the fight back and dive bombs him just before the Vidal chicane. I was about to say Hubert Haupt maybe has lost a little bit of his peak performance from years ago, but he was there ready to pounce and take the position back again. Third place for Team Advan by HRT.
Heinemann now all over the back of that Mercedes once again, go back onto the Nordschleife, but it just running wide there. It was half a car width off into the gravel, and that was a serious loss of time. It's like running a little bit wide and kicking up the dust. That's a good half car off, which just allowed Haupt to pounce straight away down the inside. So that battle will now reconsume other way round, with Heinemann trying to get that place back down the Hudson back. Not necessarily the place to do that. Just after there, he may well have a go, but that's. If Tim Heinemann was nodding off or falling asleep or any of those, or getting complacent, that will have woken him up, to say the very least. GT3 Porsche halfway through the gravel. So it's Muller still at the front. Our fastest lap of the race, would you believe? They always said we say they, as in the ADAC, should be clear on that, is the organisers always had to keep the 8 minutes as the optimal lap for around the Nordschleife on this configuration in NLS. We use a slightly different with the Mercedes Arena than we do for the N24 races. 7:59.2 from Muller. The leading car is the fastest lap of that car, but the fastest lap of the race just goes to Robert Haupt in the number 6 Mercedes, just been talking about, a 7:57.104. To put that in perspective, we've got other cars running at the top, 8:02, 8:20, 8:20, 8:17. So they really are. They're Cup 2 cars, of course. Top 2 cars taking up 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th positions at the moment. So it's hugely impressive. That ninth car, number 120, is the car that just pitted, so that's going to change and put Hepworth Motorsports number 5, Vincent Cole, back up into 9th position, depending on where he's on the track. He's just completed sector 5, so he'll be through and back into position there. We said at the beginning of the show, didn't we, Johnny, that it would be hard pressed with 3 Porsches taking out the top 3 places in qualifying. Hard pressed to bet against a Porsche. Well, it is Porsche, but it's a sandwich with the Mercedes in 2nd place at the moment. It leapt through from the start and got into 2nd place at the very start. And I can't remember, where did the 48 car actually qualify?
Well, that I don't know. I mean, you had some good positions. And I can dig those out now, because hopefully the bulletin's been loaded up. I was constantly refreshing to get an official grid. I'll get there in a moment to answer your question. Oh, the Lamborghini is number 786, and we can say the Lamborghini because there is only one in today's race. It's back on the apron, and that, if you remember, was limping back with a rear left puncture that they will have been able to solve relatively quickly, but I don't think all of its problems have been solved quite yet. So they're still working on this car, and it's up on the dolly jacks again to be rotated through and sadly pushed into the garage. No, I still haven't got the qualifying results to give you. It felt like it was a long way back.
I'm sort of feeling it was 8th.
That far back, okay. I was going to say row 3, so 5th or 6th, but it might have been 8th.
That'll be 6th or 7th. I'm thinking around that order. I think in row 3 or 4. So it was a stupendous first stint, first session into the first corner. In fact, I've just got it now, so just bear with me.
It was Lucas Auer who started the car, and he now 29 years old from the Tyrol region of Austria.
Wasn't anywhere near as far back as we thought. It was actually P3.
Oh, was it?
It was, yeah, 2nd row.
So in behind the FAT Porsche. Well, Luki Auer, the nephew of Gerhard Berger, and Gerhard was always a bit of a mean starter in his day, so clearly he's learnt a lot. And yeah, I mean, you know, there's no denying how quick Auer has been in various forms of DTM through the years. Used to run in the old version of the Deutsche Tourenwagen Masters before it went to GT3 rules in those fantastic, I mean, touring car based cars, but they were sort of prototypes beneath space frame chassis, and then the imitation bodywork stretched across the top of those cars. They were just about 2-seaters, but sometimes they look more like Formula 1 cars with bodywork on top. Sadly, they are memories from the past now, as far as the DTM history is concerned.
Great shame too. I thought the DTM cars were something just unique. It was different. It was outstanding, and they were proper race cars that had a sort of silhouette body on.
Yes.
And they're quite extraordinary. And I love the fact that it was just unique, and it was a great series, and they were extraordinary cars. And absolutely nothing against GT3 cars. They're a fantastic thing, and they were welcome to Le Mans this year with the LM GT3 category, and great to have. I just didn't think we needed a series that was so good in one way of doing it, turning to GT3. That said, it's all about manufacturers, and those cars were phenomenally expensive to design, develop, and run. So, better that the series exists. I just personally, from an emotive point of view, I think it's a great shame that those fire-breathing, you know, the Calibras and Opals and things they had in the days, and the 190Es that were, it was a 190E floor pan. You know, I exaggerate, but it was. But I was looking at Klaus Ludwig's in Mercedes-Benz World back in England earlier this week, the 190E, and it's extraordinary. I mean, the amount of camber on the front. Yeah. It looks like, if you remember the English series of TVR Tuscans, when they ran 7-8 degrees camber on them to make them work. And it just looks so purposeful, and it looks like it's doing, you know, 100 miles an hour standing still, if not 200 miles an hour. Quite extraordinary.
I also remember the day that DTM came back to Brands Hatch, and whereas running something like 110 laps on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit for a DTM race. They were allowed to venture out onto the Grand Prix circuit for the first time ever in the DTM history. And Lucas Auer, amongst others, came back and his eyes were on stalks because all of a sudden he could race a DTM car. And there's very little runoff when you talk about Hawthorne Bend and you talk about Dingle Dell. Those cars are phenomenal. Now, this is a sorry story for the number 1 BMW and the number 467. Is that a Hyundai that's gone straight on?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, the 467 Hyundai, yeah.
And the BMW's very squished in the rear right corner.
He's out great. Looking at the tyre marks into that corner. We anticipate you asked me about the tightness of this first turn here, and it looks like the Hyundai's just speared down the inside. We haven't seen it. I'm just describing what I think has happened. But there's bodywork everywhere, and there's a lot of damage to that BMW. That, of course, can now get round partway through the circuit and get itself back onto the short circuit, back into the back of the pitch. Doesn't have to go onto the Nordschleife to do it, but this is the number 1. This will be the Zills Lyson Gott 330i's at the Adrenaline Motorsport Manhattan wheel-sponsored number 1 BMW. Well, it's got 4 wheels on the wagon at the moment, but the bodywork's not in the right shape.
And it is Daniel Zills who is doing the driving currently. 467.
Oh, right rear is hugely impacted. So it's been caught. So basically, unbelievably, all the tail lights, the fuel filler cap is open because it's been hit from almost. It's almost got away with it there. It's not been hit in the side or the exact rear. It's been in the side rear quarter panel there, which of course the big impact there has been taken onto the wheel. So that suspension seriously damaged. We've got an hour and 27 minutes to go. So if we can get back to the pits, never say never. Adrenaline, they've won this the last six years in a row. They're used to repairing that. I'm sure the team is bringing out bits of spares now.
Well, you'll need a lump hammer to reshape the rear right corner of the boot. The 467 was being driven by that is in the front wheel drive section, I think, of VT2. So 467 is Mario Fuchs and Christian Scherer, his teammate, but Fuchs was at the wheel of his i30N at the time. And yes, front-wheel drive VT2 cars for engines between 1600cc and 2 litre with a turbocharger. That's the T in the VT2 bit, open to both front and rear wheel, and some 4-wheel drive cars as well, but front-wheel drive put into a separate category. Now, the Porsche that leads the race, not able to overtake BMW number 657 at this point in time because of a code 60, or at least yellow flags in that area. So waiting for the opportunity to do that. Whereas Ralph Aron, now, the crucial thing is a caution going to clear in time for the Estonian? And Sven Muller might have gone through it. That's the only hope, I would say, that Landgraf have now. It can work both ways. It's not gone in the favour of the chasing Mercedes, but it could always clear in time for Aron to go through, of course, and he would gobble up that 26 seconds or so, which is the deficit. Christopher Brook now leads Cup 2 in the 121 K Kramer Racing car from Moritz Krantz for Mühlner, and the sister Mühlner car, Peter Terting, is also looking like shaping up for a good result for Mühlner. 2 cars on the podium, but frustratingly for the Belgian team, they're not leading the race. At least not at this stage, but they are only 0.2 of a second behind. So the top 3 in Cup 2 are separated by about 7/10 of a second at the start of lap 18. And the other impressive thing from the Cup 2 runners is that they've done as many laps as the SP9s at this stage. So they're about a sector behind, but that's all. Remember, far greater fuel consumption, or far greater fuel consumption on the SP9s compared to the Cup 2s. The barrier repair work is still continuing, by the way, through the second element of Metzgersfeld, and that's where there was a difficulty for, was it 899 that was off the road?
I think it was. So it just goes into green flag immediately after Metzgersfeld and into Kallenhard. The number 4 Porsche gets back on it again.
Yeah, it was 899, the only BMW. No, it can't be the only BMW M2 CS car in the race because it's second in class. So there's another one much further up the order that is currently leading. 899 now a retirement
Guess
for
what?
sure.
There's a 888. There's an 888 as well. Two in that class. Yeah, the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsports with Martin Kroll and Michael Mayer.
And it is Michael Mayer driving at the moment. And all they need to do is finish now to get the most amount of points available in that class. The Dacia Logan returns for this race. Philip Lyson now going to have a quick chat with Patrick Simon in German, obviously, so we won't pause for that. But the Dacia, a terrific bit of kit. And we were hearing during the Nürburgring 24-hour weekend that this is a very non-standard Dacia Logan.
I was going to say, I'm not going to do a terrible dad joke here, but when is a Dacia not a Dacia? When it's this one.
Basically, new suspension from Renault Megane, potentially, and they've also managed to find a phenomenal engine. Now, what they had to prove to the championship was that there was a Dacia somewhere available in the world that could run this particular engine. I forget the official stats, but I think it's turbocharged, and it barely fits into the engine bay. They've had to crowbar it in, but it's very fast, and therefore that's why it runs in SP3T these days, and is up against, in SP3T, to give you an example, a Porsche Cayman 718 and a Seat Cupra Racer, first and second in that division currently, separated by just over a minute, but that one of them has just done a pit stop, the other one is now into pit lane. So yeah, it's not really on an even keel with those cars, and understandably is third, but nevertheless, I think that's something about 300 brake horsepower.
I think that was the number, because it was David Waymer, wasn't it, from
well, actually,
Sports Car 365 that came and told us a lot about the background of that, or they'd been told in an article or story, I think.
And we must now credit Daniel Lloyd, who's subsequently left that particular publication and is now with Race Car Engineering, because it was Dan who went to ask the questions, and he said, unfortunately, the team had limited English, but he was able to ascertain that that car has had a lot of tuning, and there's so much torque now offered from the new engine that basically new suspension elements have had to be utilised both on the front and the rear, I think, otherwise it would have just torn the suspension apart.
Well, it's the very definition of a Q car, isn't it? So it's a Dacia Logan body shell with basically, would we say it was a sort of Megane RS Trophy?
Yeah, I think so, pretty much.
Heading much more that way than Dacia, put it that way. So yeah, great for them, actually. The fact that it's come out, it's a real Phoenix car. It's come out as something even better than it was a couple of years ago. So it's good to see that out again.
Race leader, a message from a little while ago. Yes, it was. Race leader's been into the pits and back out again. So now, as we've said, leads by just over 26 seconds over Ralph Aron's Mercedes, and the sector times, they're just trading the odd 10th here and there. There was some advantage for Aron through sector 3, gained about 4 seconds, but it needs to be a lot more than that, lap on lap, to be in the mixture in the remaining 15 minutes or so. We've got one more pit stop for all of these cars, and I'd expect them to be in roughly on the race hour, which, remember, today is at 1:45 the clock hour, because we started 45 minutes later than planned due to the weather here in the Eifel. But our view towards the Nürburgring Castle is uninterrupted now, thankfully, and the start-finish line absolutely bathed in sunshine, as are other bits of the Nordschleife as well. Max Cruiser Racing's VW Golf heading into the first corner. That is Nico Otto in the 105. No, it's not Nico Otto. He runs in Cup 2. Beg your pardon. It is actually the 10 car of Cartery, French driver. Only one entrant in the AT division this weekend, which is car number 10. So there are no immediate cars for the Max Cruiser Golf to fight, but I'm sure they've identified one or two runners up and down the order to focus in on. So Benjamin Cartery racing with Timo Hochwind and Matthias Varsel in their Golf Mark 7. Sven Muller from the Landgraf Mercedes exiting the Vidal chicane now. 23 seconds. Maybe it's not done and dusted yet, but Aron's going to have to really home in on this Porsche as quickly as possible. The other element is that Sven Muller's not giving it 100% at this stage, but then again, he is Sven Muller, so I find that hard to believe. There are varying degrees of traffic, though, being encountered at certain points. So whereas Ralph Aron is in a bit of clear air at the moment, Sven Muller may not be. And once more, that could swing back in the favour of the race-leading Porsche at a later point. Here come the Müller Motorsport Porsches, and they now have one car between them, which is the Tobias Muller car, 148, I believe. They will, or some of them, in fact, a lot of them are all piling into pit lane together. Is that the Chris Brook car that's just been overtaken? Yes, it is. So Brook and Krantz and Terting all in from 5th, 6th and 7th places. And crucially for Moritz Krantz, he'd got ahead of Christopher Brook before the pit stops. They've all just done the same length of stint. So this now becomes not exactly a fight on pit road because it's governed by the stop clock. But they're going to head into this final stint. Actually, they'll need a splash, won't they, to get to the end of this with still a minute, so it's still an hour and 18 minutes to go. I don't think that's going to quite fit into a fuel load for Cup 2. Might be able to do an hour and 10, but they're never going to do an hour and 17, 18 minutes. Big squirm for the Lamborghini Huracan there for Dieter Schmidtmann and Engsler's number 99 Huracan. Just the one Lamborghini in the race, and it is Engsler driving number 786. Thankfully now with fully inflated Goodyear Eagles on all four corners of that Lamborghini Huracan.
Yeah, it was quite a delay for that, didn't it, earlier coming in and having that sorted, but it was good to see that when it was deflated, it wasn't entirely down and running on the rim and damaging, so flailing the carcass around. So the Venazzo Lamborghini 786, the bright yellow Huracan, back in the race for us, mercifully, albeit somewhat down the order. Pit cars now, as you just mentioned, those three Porsches in line. So Müller Motorsport, Kramer Racing and Müller Sandwich. There, Krantz, Brook and Terting. As you say, 122, 121 and 124, if you can keep up with that. And fairly close times between those. The last lap's interesting there because 8:47, 8:48, 8:48 for those two. Those three Cup 2 cars. Cup 2 cars, I know we've got a slightly thinner field today than normal. Often it does tail off a little bit after the Nürburgring 24-hour, but still a good field. 110 we said, was it this morning that qualified and we lost 3? So 107 out on track still. Well, I think as long as you get north of 100 each time, that's brilliant. See them out there. Great to see Falcon out there, but giving the Cup 2 cars a chance to shine right up at the front, and whilst it's unlikely to win outright, but they're certainly up there in the you never know. It's what, an hour and 15 minutes to go. A little bit of attrition. It's not impossible to have a Cup 2 car on the podium, overall podium.
Here comes the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche of Menton in from 5th position in Cup 2. Terrific fight on pit lane there between Moritz Krantz 122 and Christopher Brook and Peter Terting. More on that to follow as we bring you live coverage of Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series Race 3 for 2024.
Liebe Fans. Lovely Fans. Besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen. Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Mulner Motorsport in a cracking position in this year's 69th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt, live on RS1. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer bringing you coverage of this. Peter Terting, fresh from one of the Mulner cars. He's just handed that over to Arne Hofmeister, and there was also a driver change in the K. Kramer 121 car. So Christopher Brook stepping out and Italian driver Michele Di Martino into it in 121. There was no driver change in the 122 Mulner car though, and Moritz Krauts did spectacularly well to get ahead of Christopher Brook just before those three pitted together. Now, we know the Cup 2 cars are good on fuel, but they rejoin the race with a little over an hour and 15 minutes left, and I think that's too far for a Cup 2 fuel tank to last. So it might have to be a splash for the final tour, or would you risk it, Peter Snowden?
I'm afraid, as much as I want the fairy tale, I've got to concur with you, Johnny. I think it's just a little bit too far, and you can risk it for a biscuit, and then you're on vapours.
And the problem is, it's not like being on a 3.5 mile circuit like most other tracks are.
Exactly.
You'd get as far as Hatzenbach going, this was a bad decision.
Yeah, 2 corners before would have been okay.
Well, yes, because you can always dogleg right, and yes, you would have that lap wiped, but...
So if it starts hunting or something on the GP circuit, okay, you can nip back in and go, okay, wrong choice, you can do it. But it's but we saw that with Dan Harper, didn't we? Not necessarily the wrong choice, but he changed his tyre choice on the N24 3 weeks ago from pole position of he thought he could do the start on slicks. By the time he'd done the formation lap, it was like, no, this isn't. And yeah, I don't think we've ever seen that before. A pole position car in any of the NLS round, let alone an N24 race, diving into the pits, following the safety car and just going, thank you very much. Mantar were like, thank you very much, have a bit of that. That said, where did he rejoin? Back at that starting group? And did a 50-odd minute stint and was back up to, I think, 4th. Quite extraordinary set, not challenging the lead admittedly, but an extraordinary stint. But you say it's such a long circuit, so that's probably such a long lap.
Yeah, and you're having to make a decision that you then have to stick by for 8 minutes. And
well, not if it's fuel, because if it's runs out,
no fuel
sticks with you for a long time then, because the team will never let that go.
Yeah, agreed. I wonder whether I'm needed to correct about Michele Di Martino being Italian. In some sources, he definitely is. I mean, he sounds very Italian with a surname like Di Martino, but on one of my driver database sources, I have him from Eitorf in Germany, the 31-year-old. So there may be dual nationality there. And Michele Di Martino plugged back in to the Cup 2 car for K. Kramer Racing. Running second, although is he? Because his Sector 3 time was the best of those three. I mean, they're trading tenths of seconds here, there and everywhere. Vincent Kolb will cross the line in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So Kolb back in. I presume they took Kolb out, did they, at some point? I assumed Stippler would have been at the wheel of that car, number 5. And yes, he was. So he did stint 2. Now we're back to stint 3 and Vincent Kolb, so that will leave Stippler for stint 4 and the final run to the line. Yeah, tally with your information.
That's what we were questioning earlier. Was it going to be 2 and 2 or 1, 1, 1, as it were, as in an hour, roughly each?
Yeah.
Which is what they've elected for.
Or sometimes I use driver A and driver B, and you could do a stint pattern of AABB or ABAB, which would get you to the end.
Sounds like my daughter's A-level results coming up.
They sound good. They're better than mine. 4 A-levels?
I hope so. Or 3, but I hope, I'm liking AAB, sounds good.
AAB would be very good, yes. Always take a B. given the, well, you know, if you had a choice before you started, would you take a B right now? I think I would have snapped the evaluator's hand off. I don't even know whether I did A-levels. I think I did equivalence. B-Tech. That's the future.
You heard it here first.
Sven Muller leads. I'm not sure whether he's got any A-levels. Do they do those in Germany? Ahead of Ralf Aron in the 48 Mercedes. And Tim Heinemann, 45 seconds further back. Vincent Kolb just struggling a tad, but, you know, he is the silver-rated driver, and they've, well, again, he's racing with Frank Stippler. They've partnered before in Audis, and Stippler serves as a fabulous mentor as well. So just looking to chisel a little bit of lap time away from Vincent Kolb's effort. Sometimes that's identifying a delta time to stick to it, and just, you know, realizing that you're not necessarily going to find time at every single corner. Be comfortable at a particular pace, because often consistency is what engineers want to see. Okay, you're going to go at that speed. We can certainly utilize the strategy around that, and also set the car up to be as comfortable as possible if you're looking to do 8-minute 15s, for example, which is the best lap time that car has done so far. Vincent Kolb will, Frank Stippler will be capable of a lap time sub 8 minutes, but he just hasn't had the opportunity to do that, because when Frank took over for the second stint, it wasn't green at any point all the way around the racetrack, so Stippler just not able to do it. Loads of grass in the front of the Müllner Motorsport 122, telling me...
I was just going to say, talk of green, yeah.
So has it been off on that lap? I wouldn't imagine that Moritz Krantz would still... Actually, he's not still leading, but he is ahead of that trio that pitted, so I don't think that car's picked up the grass maybe on this lap. Then again, it has just made a pit stop, so surely Müllner would have cleared the bulk of those weirds from the splitter of that car.
So you say it's on its outlap. So
they're going to switch positions, by the way, so that'll put Arne Hofmeister now possibly in the net lead of Cup 2. Remember that Tobias Muller hasn't yet pitted, nor has David Yarn, but they're not on the same pit stop cycle as these two cars.
So that's going to massively overheat the Moritz Krantz-driven Müller Motorsport car there, with those literally the intake at the front full of grass, and not just a little bit. It's they talk about going green and net zero. That's taking a little bit too far. I won't do the overheating bit, so it is going to a little bit of problem to that engine. I'm not surprised they swapped it. I would expect the 122 to pit at the end of this lap to get that taken out again, which, as you say, they'd automatically do as part of a pit stop anyway. They tend to be a part of the schedule, so I'm guessing he must have picked it up very, very quickly.
I'm concerned as well about Michele Di Martino. I was scratching my head as to whether he's an Italian or a German, but worry not about that, because he's lost 20 seconds now compared to the two Müllner cars up ahead. And Di Martino pits, so that's got to be a puncture or something, because he's literally come out from a pit stop, done a lap, and now back in again. And that's going to immediately take the K. Kramer car out of the fight for a race win in Cup 2. I'm expecting Tobias Muller in the 148 and David Yarn in 120 to be pitting at the end of this lap, to leave the two Müllner Motorsport Porsches out front, and they now no longer have pressure from K. Kramer Racing's Michele Di Martino. It is heartbreak at that crew, and also for his teammate Christopher Brook, who would have been all smiles at the end of Brook's stint when he came into pit lane, right in the box seat, level pegging with the Müllner Motorsport cars. And yes, they will have needed another fuel stop. The Müllner cars will still need that now. But Di Martino, sadly, no longer toying with a podium result. Hoch Eichen is now the scene of a new slow zone, which is Marshall Post number 75. But the race leader's just completed another lap. That's 20 in the book now. And he's gone quicker than anybody else, the race leader, Sven Muller, down the Dottinger Hohe, doing a 48.2. And getting half a second more on Ralf Aron. But Aron found more time generally across the lap, because the gap's come down to 20 seconds now. I'm still not necessarily writing off the Mercedes here, even though it's 20 seconds down, because so easily, we've seen it many times before, 10 seconds can be wiped on a single lap if you catch the yellows at the right time, i.e. go into a single and then a double waved yellow, and you can brake much later. As long as you don't overtake in that segment that's non-speed limited, it will catch up the time and then be down to 60 kilometers per hour as you see the purple flags being waved. And we do still have a fairly significant chunk on the approach to Metzgersfeld affected by code 60. Imagine if Muller goes through that and then it clears in time for Ralph Aron's Mercedes to arrive on the scene. That will be a huge benefit for Landgraf's Mercedes, but they'll also need quite a lot of stars aligning for that to happen. 20 laps done. The last time Sven Muller pitted was on lap 15, so I'd be expecting Muller in at the end of lap 23. Ralph Aron, on the other hand, should be pitting on the end of lap 22.
I'm getting information that there's a double waved yellow at and a code 120, Motorsports 75, with his Ho icon for car 122, which is the Muller Motorsport car with all the grass in it we've just mentioned. So I'm wondering if that's travelling slowly because it is that overheating is happening already. I'm just wondering. I'm speculating a little bit, but we did say
you did.
That amount of grass in it, it's got a whole lap to do. As you spotted, it had just done a pit stop, so the crew would never let the car go out like that in a million years.
No, okay.
So I'm just hoping that car isn't coming to grief at the moment. According to the tracker, it's still progressing quite well. It's now at an hour force and up to Metzgersfeld, but I would suspect even if it is going to continue, it's going to have to come into the pits 1-2-2.
Race leader in, well, net race leader in Cup 2, but you're quite right. In Sector 2, where we should be expecting a car to go through there in about 66 seconds, it's taken over 3 minutes to do that for Moritz Krantz. So, sadly, I think the tracker is deceiving us again. The sector times are the things to rely on, and 1-2-2 much slower than we would expect, and the grass in the grill just above the splitter will surely be the reason for that. So Arne Hofmeister now in the 124, chasing down Tobias Muller, who leads, David Jahn in the 120, but I would expect both to have to pit at the end of this lap. Surely they're going to plug Tim Scheerbart in for the closing 60 minutes or so. The difference, of course, for these Cup 2 cars is that we are now within the fueling window. If you put fuel in a Cup 2 car at this point, it'll be fine to the finish. So whereas I was concerned about Arne Hofmeister having to do a splash and dash, I'm not sure that's going to be the case for Tobias Muller and for David Jahn. So maybe they are legitimately in first and second positions.
Just a very, very quick update on the Muller 122 car. They did stop, which caused that yellow. It did actually stop at Ho-Run and then got moving again. Doesn't appear it stopped long enough for a driver to get out and clear the grass, which you can understand. I'm not sure that's a wise idea, sort of stopping at the side of the track and safety-wise. And under the rules, I wouldn't think it's a wise thing to get out and do.
No.
I can understand the need to mechanically, sympathetically, to get the grass out and let the car breathe and get some air through it. But the problem is there's not a lot a driver can do about that because it's airflow. It doesn't really matter how fast or slow you drive it. The only thing is that if you drive it fast, you're going to wreck it quicker. You're going to bring that forward. But you just got to, I guess what you can do really is keeping out of the way of traffic. And just think about this. You can go a little bit slower and you can sort of, metaphorically dip the clutch, put it in neutral, let it coast. So you're not taking much draw on the engine.
Yeah.
You're not going to get any more air through it, but you're not making the thing work harder. Therefore, it's not so hot. But the only thing you could do, but that's a double-edged sword as well. A bit of a poison chalice there, trying to do that and keep out of the way of the traffic.
So it took him 3 times longer through Sector 2. He's only lost 11 seconds in Sector 3, though. Fuchsrohrer now clear, by the way. So the approach to Adenauer Forst at Marshall Post 96 being shown a green flag. But I am fascinated to know where Moritz Krantz is in the shake-up now. Arne Hofmeister up into third and should retake the class lead just as soon as Tobias Muller and David Jahn pit. But once they're in, it might be, well, it surely will be, that they'll be fine to the finish, whereas there are question marks about the Arne Hofmeister-driven Müllner Motorsport car, and obviously big concerns for Michele Di Martino, who went from an outlap to an inlap, nothing in between, and the number 121 car could even be out of the race now, which is the K. Kramer Racing Cup 2 Porsche that was totally in the groove compared to the two pace-setting Müllner Motorsport Porsches up until that particular lap, and Di Martino has hit problems as well.
I think the 122 is parked.
Do you?
I'm getting updated. The GPS is saying it's moving still at Brunchen, but I'm getting different information from the ticker that it's saying it's actually parked.
Well, Arne Hofmeister, his teammate in the sister Müllner car, number 124, has just crossed the line. 8:39. But what we're not seeing now is a sector time from Moritz Krantz, stranded somewhere in the longest sector, therefore. 148 leads in Cup 2. This is Tobias Müller turning left off the Grand Prix track and through Sabine Schmidt's curve and onto the Hatzenbach. So Tobias Müller for the 21st time goes onto the tricky, twisty section that kicks off the Nordschleife. 5 seconds further back, David Jahn in the 120 offering from Avia WNS Motorsport, and then Arne Hofmeister. But we still have not seen Moritz Krantz through the end of Sector 4, and that will in fact benefit Anders Buchhardt in the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin number 35. Here's Anders now on the Grand Prix track, in fact.
Well, it appears that the ticker was wrong and that the GPS was right on this occasion, that the 122 is still moving.
Yes.
It's on the Dottinger Hohe. Having had a few vagaries and bugs and glitches with that earlier today, I was just a little bit wary. I said I was getting a ticker info that appeared to be out of date, saying it was stopped, but so it looks like it should make it to the pits. It should be approaching Tiergarten now, and that 122 Müller Motorsports car get into the pits. If it doesn't come into the pits now, I'll be absolutely astounded.
But the grass is clear. I mean, as you said, but no, it's not going to come into the pits.
It was no grass in the intake now at all.
Well, I wonder whether your surmising was right in that Moritz stopped the car. He literally got out, cleared all the grass from the grille, and then got going again. That will account for the 2 and a bit minutes that he lost in Sector 2. So an incredible effort. He would have done that on the Hatzenbach potentially, or just off it. Maybe the team radioing through saying, we don't like the engine temps, if indeed they're getting live telemetry somewhere in the garage there.
Bad to be.
You know, is there anywhere that you can stop, not necessarily safely, but you could stop, say, on the inside of, you know, after Sabine Schmidt's curve, the first left-hander, you cross the bridge, tuck in nice and tight on the inside of that left-hander, get it parked, get out, scoop all the grass away, and then get going again. But through a sector that would normally take 1 minute and 7, it took him 3 minutes and 18 seconds, so that's 2 minutes of stopping and then eventually going. And since then, well, I mean, he lost a bit of time through Sector 2, but only about 10 seconds. He actually gained time on Nico Otto through the fourth sector, and his time down the Dottinger Hohe, very impressive indeed. That is running repairs from Moritz Krantz.
Quite literally. I mean, there are, just seeing it going past there from our commentary box position, there are vestiges of grass in the grill there a little bit still, but not enough to be a problem.
And they won't have blown away by their own accord.
No, exactly, no. Once they're pushed in, and once they're in, that needs taken out by hand, which is why we see mechanics do that at pit stops all the time. They just want things to clear out to make sure there's good airflow through the car. You know, we saw it at Le Mans last weekend, where I meant to say actually the 963 Porsches and the Toyotas GR10s, they made mechanics every pit stop fastidiously cleaning the splitters, as in polishing them. Literally, the Toyota ones are almost a stainless finish.
Yeah.
But it was noticeable, Toyota and Porsche, absolutely, not just reaching in and getting vents out and things out of vents, sorry, but polishing that splitter with a polish on it, on off with a rag, make sure it was absolutely clean. So reliant are they on that airflow and through that car.
Amazing effort and attention to detail, but it's so crucial at the end of the day, because these are the very slim margins that are 24-hour races won by. And also for Tim Heinemann, he could very easily have lost today's race as well, because of the narrowing line into Sabine Schmidt's curve from one of the slower class cars. He was getting pinched down onto the apex of that corner, not through any fault necessarily of the car that he was lapping, but just because that car needs to go through the corner at some point. And Tim Heinemann did not want to get out of the throttle. So he runs fourth, over 45 seconds adrift of Ralph Aron, but Aron's found another 2 seconds on Sven Muller. It's definitely only going one way, this lead margin. The problem is the time's starting to run out now. Well, it has been running out ever since Ralph Aron took over that Mercedes. 52.5 minutes to go. But if you catch him by 2 seconds a lap, this could be very interesting indeed. What are we expected to do in terms of mileage in this race? Just need to flick to another screen to tell you that. And no, in fact, I can't do. But normally these races run to 27, 28, maybe 29 laps. We've had a fair bit of code 60 here and there. So I'm going to guesstimate we'll get to 28. So that would have meant that you could have split it exactly in 4 and done 7 lap stints throughout. But there's no telling that that's always going to be the case. So often the age-old rule for NLS races is to go as long as possible. That will eventually give you the advantage at the end because you'll be pitting closer to the checkered flag than potentially your rivals. Now, the number 4 Porsche has caught up with one of the Müllner Motorsports Porsches, I'd say, unless that's the Scherer Sport Porsche, which is also in blue and white. It's definitely a cup car, and it does not have the yellow door mirrors, so unlikely to be Moritz Krantz, therefore. Tim Heinemann is in sector 3. So actually that could be the Von Danwitz Scherer Sport PHX car, which is in a similar spot on the racetrack on its 21st lap, whereas Tim Heinemann's on to lap 22. Here comes the Logan at the end of its lap, car number 300. From a bit of a lock-up there in the SP3T division. Oliver Creaser remaining the driver. I actually only have Oliver along next to this Dacia Logan on the entry list. Whether they found an extra driver, I don't know. Well, though our graphics wouldn't suggest that was the case. So this is for turbocharged cars between 1750 and 2 litres. A very non-standard Logan, as we've said a couple of times before, and they're about to welcome this car into pit lane for another pit stop. Snowy.
Yeah, very quick update on the 122 Müller car. It appears that Maurice Krantz stopped at Marshall 75, which is the end of the Hatzenbach going to Hohreichen, where it's straight and clear and great visual for everybody else.
Yeah.
And it stopped there for that period of time that you mentioned.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. I'm not going to say he got out and cleared it in case we'll drop a minute, but the car stopped at that part of the track.
Yes.
For 2 minutes.
Yes.
And then reappeared, setting good sector times with no grass in its radiators. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, I'm not aware of a car wash on that point of the circuit, and I don't know what's better, whether the driver does it or whether some assistant hops over the wall and does it. I mean,
we can't run about outside assistants.
I didn't think you could, whereas
I wouldn't have thought so anyway.
Le Mans rules, I know these race meetings don't run to very strict Le Mans rules, and quite rightly very strict Le Mans rules, incidentally. I'm not decrying how they're written. You are permitted at Le Mans to get out of your car and do necessary maintenance, tear bits of bodywork off potentially, scoop bits of grass out from the intake, as long as you don't venture more than 5 or 10 metres, I forget which it is, 10 metres. So you can't go
Le Mans.
Yes. So as long as you stay roughly within the confines of the sort of personal space of the racing car, that is allowed, isn't it? And then you get back in.
You can jump out of the car and think it's all over and do that dejected driver bit and be all miserable and it's all about me, and step 11 metres away or 10.5 and then be told by the team it's fine, get back in it, and you can't because you're going outside the zone.
No.
So there's that 10 metre sort of field, force field around it. You've got to stay within. And again, all the more, it's quite often why you see drivers stay in cars even after an incident. They may not always be aware of how much damage there is. We can see or hear it from the outside. Drivers always want the car to come back, and it is part of endurance racing. You get the car to the pits regardless. And we've seen some incredible endeavours over the years with wheels pointing at all angles. But that's why drivers stay in the car quite often. Is if you're okay, first thing the team will say, "Are you okay?" Yes, right, done. Right, what can we do? Is it? And they might say, do this, do that, it's going to crab, it's going to have a lot of left lock or whatever, but you can get it back, don't go above a certain speed, and they will then instruct you. on the way back, and at least they've got a fighting chance then of resurrecting it and getting it back into the race. And certainly in a 24-hour race, it doesn't even need to be that far into it.
There was the famous moment, and I need to work out precisely what year this was, but when Romain Dumas ran a touch wide into the first chicane and did an awful lot of damage to the front of his Audi, and he actually got out of the car and started tearing bits off the front of his in a he-man effort. I mean, I remember at the time, because it was running third in the race, he didn't want to waste much time at all, but realised that the stray bodywork, the broken bits, were getting underneath the car, so he needed to get out of the car and literally remove those before he could continue on. An incredible effort. That's a bit more than scooping grass out of the grill.
Just a bit more. But it's also quite brutal with it. You've got to be very single-minded and focused on just rip it out of the way, because it's superfluous at that point. In fact, it's negative. It's causing more damage.
Yeah.
So get rid of it, get it back to the pits, and let the clever boys sort it out, and just not put a driver in the wheel again. So as I always say, it's the loose nut behind the wheel that causes all the problems.
Indeed. That was early 2010s, I would suggest, but I haven't got quite the time to look up to the specific year. You will know. If you know, you know. First chicane, Romain Dumas, one of the many historic occasions at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But we are concentrating on the Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie for race 3 of this domestic campaign, based entirely at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and again providing a very interesting race. The gaps at the head of the order are going to extend now, because we've hit another 8 laps completed by Ralph Aron and Tim Heinemann, so they've both done 8 lap stints in from second and third respectively.
Full course green, and it was 2012 for Romain Dumas.
Thank you. Yeah, that would have been my guess. 2011 was a horrible year for Audi, with Alec McNish's crash in the opening hours. Yeah. And Rocky, in the darkness, a huge off after Mulsanne.
I think that was the longest safety car record until this weekend.
Prior to this year.
That was just so much barrier damage, and that's my point. The car was destroyed. He survived it and effectively walked out of it. And I know initially, apparently he'd got out of the car and got over the barriers, and then sort of, I wouldn't say collapsed, but he sort of lay down like, crikey, lucky to have got away with that. The marshals couldn't find him and thought he was in the trees.
Yes.
There was that little left of that Audi. What did the other car do? So 2 of their 3 cars destroyed. What did the other one do? Go on to win it.
Yeah, indeed. When you enter 3 cars in a race, that's sort of the reason why you can afford to have some hiccups for the other 2. I'm putting it very mildly, of course. But yeah, the other car, the sister machine, went on to win.
You were just checking driver stints with me, Johnny. Which ones? So we've got number 4, the Falcon entry. Heinemann, 6 laps, as we know. Sorry, 5 laps to start with, and then Raginger did 8. Heinemann's just done another 8.
Yeah, it's actually 6 laps. It displays as 5 on that system.
Yes.
But
sorry, yes, it is.
They came in.
End lap. Sorry, it does, because it hasn't triggered the beam, has it? Yes. Quite right.
So 6 laps, and then 8 took them to 14 completed, and we've now just done another 8, so that's 22 in the book, and they can potentially reach 30 laps if they did another 8 lap stint, but I don't think the race will be that long. It'll be somewhere in the region of 27 or 28 laps from this point. Cup 3 versus a Cup 2 car now. This may well be the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche of who's driving that? Von Danwitz in the 116, and about to clear one of the Cup 3 runners. So we may well be back to original starting drivers in Cup 3. 962 Hans Moritz Oberheim at the wheel. It's Heiko Eichenberg in the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. 718 Cayman running second. That's the 959 car, sharing with Fabio Grosser and Patrick Grutter. And the third place Cup 3 car is just a bit too far back for Smerlis Racing. That's the 952 for Philip Stahlschmidt. Advan Mercedes moving again. And that's the Hubert Haupt car. At least it was Hubert who brought it in. And have they switched now back to, well, Yusuf Avega has not had a lot of seat time. But have they given it back to Arjun Maini, I wonder? Car 6. Just tell you how what the order has been there. It was a Miney double. So Arjun Miney for 6 laps, then for 8 laps, Hubert Hout's on an 8-lap stint. So I was right in thinking Yusuf Avega's not yet done any driving time. So Avega will now take that car to the flag in car 6. Still actually waiting for my timing screen to update to confirm that, but we'll hopefully be able to do that in a moment or two. In fact, I can get to it via another screen by clicking a few buttons. And yes, it is Yusuf Avega in the number 6 Pro car. So Sven Muller leads. He'll be in at the end of the next lap. Ralph Aron staying at the wheel of car 48 and now on an outlap. And Martin Ragginger is given the number 4 car again. So Heinemann out, Ragginger in, and that top 3 remain in the same order. Just remember, though, that the leading car of Sven Muller still has to be handed over to Julien Andlauer for the final, well, however many laps he's going to have to do in 40 minutes. Might be as few as 6 or 7 laps, perhaps, to the finish. And the benefit of that is that the closer to the checkered flag you pit, the quicker your pit stop can be. You can talk if you want.
I wasn't sure. You look poised. No,
I'm never poised.
Last thing I wanted
never
to do was to interrupt. Just a very quick check of the rules there. There's nothing to say in the rules that if you stop a car by a marshal's post, that a marshal cannot remove that grass for you. It's because it's a safety. Well, I'm guessing it's a safety thing. It's arisen. It's a moot point, isn't it? There, but you don't have to get the driver out. I was thinking, how long do you think it'd stop for? 2 minutes
and change. Sort of maybe 2 minutes 10, 2 minutes 15, something like that.
So just thinking about belts, hands, devices, radios, things to connect and reconnect. That's quite a lot. I'm just thinking about the time that would absorb getting out. Obviously, from a safety point of view, slowing the car, you wouldn't be loosening and undoing belts before the car's stationary. Maybe the top belts, you could loosen them a bit, shoulder belts, but you wouldn't any more than that. I mean, we saw that many years ago, didn't we, when Michael Schumacher, in his early days at Sauber, the sports cars and the C9s came into the pits at Silverstone and had undone his buckle ready to do a driver change.
Yes.
And it was spotted and they were penalised for it.
Yes.
Because this car was still in motion and the pit lane's still part of the racetrack. So I'm just wondering how much time of that 2 minute and change you put, let's call it 2 minute 10, let's be benevolent, say 20, getting in and out of the car. You can do it, but you've got to do it yourself. Normally you've got another driver doing that for you, and it's a fiddle unless you've got the belts pulled out the way. I don't know, it just seems to get in and out and do that and shift that grass, that's, to be honest, the grass is probably 5-10 seconds worth. In reality, it's one hand scoop, gone. I don't know. Perhaps trying to make something more of this we need to. But the car reappeared after a long stop, 2 minute stop on track, clear of grass, and is back in the pace again.
Yeah, and Ben Boonagel's now at the wheel of car 122, but they have certainly kissed goodbye to any chance of a podium.
Race leader into the pits.
Yes, this is Sven Muller, as expected, at the end of lap 23 then, because he's pitting a lap later than everybody else, but we're now within the final 70 minutes of the race, 39 to go. So this will be a quicker stop than those trying to chase him down, and therefore could be cementing the race victory. How casual with Sven Muller, just stepping out, literally stepping out of the car over that Falcon number 3. Oh, the tyre gun tubing getting a bit caught around Sven's feet there. But part of his job, as he's the outgoing driver, is also to help Julien Andlauer into the car, make sure that he's comfortable. And those hoses now unwrapped from around Sven's feet so that his exit can be easier. Little conversation to the Frenchman about the state of the car. Able to shut that very casually as well. And now they'll give the windscreen a bit of a scrub, but no need to remove a full tear off by the looks of things. Ralph Aron is yet to appear into the long Sector 4 split, which is over 3 minutes normally. And now there's a code 60 on the exit of Carousel, which won't necessarily help the Estonian either in car number 48. Cup 2's yet to fully develop. I still think Tobias Muller in the race lead and the 120 of David Yarn will have to make a stop. And that should put Arne Hofmeister in a very good position. It would have put Ben Boonagel back right there as well. But for Moritz Kranz's need to stop and clear that grille, whether he did so on his own or whether he had a marshal to give him a helping hand, perhaps we will never know. Well, Moritz Kranz will know the answer to that. So next time we bump into Moritz, we'll have to have a word with him. What on earth happened on that lap where you lost about 2 minutes, but next time he came around there was no grass in the grill? And he'll be able to tell us and fill us in. Moritz Oberheim still leads Cup 3 as well in 22nd position overall, Snowy.
Yeah, the Code 60 up at Carousel is for the 105 Max Cruise Racing GT3 Cup car, Cup 2 car. That's running 5th in class at the moment. That had Nicholas Otto aboard. I'm not sure why it stopped, but it's for that car.
So again, who wants to be 6th in that category? Because I think Moritz Kranz was 6th for a bit. Actually, Ben Boonagel now taking over the 122's got it back into 4th position. So again, testament to how quickly Moritz Kranz was able to deal with the situation of all the grass in the front of his car. But yes, Nico Otto, you're right, is now tumbling down the order to 7th. He will fall. Hasn't yet completed lap 22. Julian Andlauer's now in the race again. So he did stint 2, remember, got out for stint 3 to hand over to Sven Muller, but the Frenchman is back at the wheel for stint 4. Nice little catch-up with Patrick Simon in the garage not too long ago, and both drivers look very relaxed indeed. There'll be some frustration between Martin Ragginger and Tim Heinemann as to why they're not, though, running second. And there's some work to do in order to catch the Ralph Aron Mercedes. I mean, I've been impressed with Aron's pace, though. He's been very similar to his teammate Lucas Auer in the opening 2 stints. So Lucas did stints 1 and 2, and Aron stints 3, and so far stint 4. And that assumes that these cars, well, yeah, these cars will be fine now to the finish because they pitted at the end of lap 22. The big question mark is, as I say, whether the 148 Cup 2 race leader will have to pit again and whether Arne Hofmeister can make it to the finish from this point either. On the hats and back for Julian Andlauer, dealing with plenty of cars that are not able to tackle that part of the circuit quite as readily as car 3. But this is the natural habitat for Julian Andlauer, judging the situation perfectly. With another Porsche Cup car up ahead, which side is he going to go? To the left of number 116, which is the Share Sport PHX car.
But not hesitant there, but just which way is he going to go? Just careful, let the car in front know that you're behind, so the driver in front's got the choice to stay out of the way or take his racing line. But as you'd expect from a driver of his quality there, Julian Andlauer, just not rushing into that and creating a mistake, because the other car's got as much right to be there as anybody else, and it is always the faster car's responsibility to get by the slower car and not create an incident. And just textbook professional driving there.
From both, actually. Hendrik von Danwitz knew precisely what was going on, and he recognised the Falcon car wanted to get through. I mean, whether it's the 3 or the 4, it's sort of insignificant.
Significantly faster than you are.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah. And it's being able to identify those cars from a fair way off. I mean, remember that, you know, the plan a couple of weeks ago was to run all the way through the night with these cars. Then it really does become difficult to know who's behind you. But a lot of the time, the top 30 cars, I think it was, for several years, carried those blue flashing lights in the windscreen to say, I'm a fast car, like a police blues and twos. Make way as much as you can. I mean, don't drive the car off the road and into the scenery. A bit like when an emergency vehicle is trying to get through rush hour traffic. You need to make the space, but only when safe to do so.
Don't create a bigger problem.
Yes. Exactly, because the last thing we want is another Code 60 or your race leader being taken out. So bright side now for Julian Andlauer, and worryingly for Ralph Aron, there's now a 3-minute gap back to second place. Again, that is a misreading. It will close up a tad, but it's probably 2 minutes now back to Ralph Aron in that second place car. Dupre t-shirt for Patrick's next victim in the pit lane, and I only say that because Christophe Dupre was involved in a massive fire during the Nürburgring 24 hours when his Audi set light at Brunchen in the darkness hours. Bruce Jones and me, Johnny Palmer, were on the commentary duty, and it was leaking fuel, it appeared, because the fire then started to retract behind the Audi and follow the path it had taken, you know, off onto the grass, a little bit like a paper trail. And then the whole of the right-hand side of that Audi set light, the little TCR car. But Dupre is back in the entry, I notice. And in fact, well, the S3 is in the pit lane, but it did at least do some laps. Audi number 510. So that's surely a brand new car, considering the amount of damage that was done, unless they were able to rescue the bits in number 510, the Audi S3, that Jürgen and Joachim Nett, together with Tim Beert and Christophe Dupre, share. But it, sadly for them, looks to be out of the race now because it's parked in the pit lane. 100th position for that car.
So for Aston fans, I haven't mentioned for a while, the only car on the top 10 is the 10th place car, the Valkenhorst Aston, with Anders Brukart at the wheel, number 35. That's just received a penalty for a 6-second under pit stop, under time, which will now be added, would you believe, it gets a 41-second post-race time penalty instead of a stop-go for it. So they're adding 41 seconds for being 6 under. That's quite a bit. And how far ahead of 11th place was that? It's a lap at the moment, so it's probably not affecting it that much.
There must be a multiplier involved with that somehow. So yeah, the amount of seconds you are short of in the pit lane then gets magnified and increased. Now there are yellows at Flugplatz, and just after that point actually at Schwedenkreuz entry. So certainly the need to go a tad slower and some heads-up driving through a fast approach to Schwedenkreuz, and that is extended to Marshall Post 85 as well, which will be Schwedenkreuz out on the approach to Arenberg.
Has it been exciting enough for you, Johnny?
No.
Have you got complacent?
Definitely not.
Would you like some rain in the forest area?
You're kidding. Raining now?
Just rain reported, just coming in. I don't know, forced, I believe. How heavy that is or not, I do not know, but I shall have a little look.
All right, let us study that with great interest. The weather never stays stable here, or it is a rare thing if it does, particularly around such a long and challenging racetrack. Out from second position in SP10 is the 184 entry, which is a Schmickler Performance powered by Ravenol Porsche 718 Cayman, and that is Kai Riemer, who shares with Ivan Jacoma and Claudius Kach in their RSCS, the GT4 RSCS. And there's another 718 Cayman in that division, quite a number of Supras as well, both the Evo version and the older shape, or the older iteration, and those 3 Aston Martins as well. But sadly, some of the Vantages have been dropping like flies, mainly through damage. One was rudely assaulted by the number 150 BMW in the SP8T class, and that in fact was for the class lead at the time, when MG Charudin misjudged his braking point, we think, into a code 60. So Porsche number 3 leading in the hands of Julian Andlauer, and he is going to be, well, I reckon a couple of minutes to the good here over Ralph Aron in his number 48 Landgraf Mercedes. We will know in just less than 45 seconds time precisely what the gap is first to second. But Julian Andlauer and Sven Muller in a terrific position because Ralph Aron, their nearest rival in his Landgraf Mercedes, yet to complete lap 24, whereas lap 25, Andlauer is almost fully around the Grand Prix track to tick off that segment of this weekend's lap. Into the Vidal chicane he will go, and that's the harder stop version of the chicane, incidentally. No, actually, having said that, no, it's still the fast version of Vidal chicane. The more tricky and tighter chicane actually comes slightly earlier, so you have to hit the brakes and shave far more speed off it for a 90-degree left, 90-degree right, but we're using the higher speed chicane again. Martin Ragginger running third, Yusuf Vega fourth, ahead of Dennis Fetzer. Still keeping our eyes upon the challenge for Cup 2 honours as well. Arne Hofmeister might need to pit again, whereas the Tobias Muller and Steve Jahn cars, well, they haven't actually pitted for a third time yet, so they're definitely going to have to come in again for their third stop. So actually Hofmeister has pitted, well, only twice as well. So maybe they're all going to have to come in for a splash towards the end of this. Ben Bunagel, remember when his teammate Moritz Krantz was at the wheel, there was a significant delay as Moritz pulled over and needed to get grass relieved from the grill of his car, and lost about 2 minutes in the second sector to do that, and sadly that's taken him and Bunagel away from a potential podium finish. So in Cup 2 it is between the 148, the 120 and the 124 cars. That's Black Falcon, Avia WNS and Mühlner Motorsport, but in which particular order they're going to finish I have no idea, because it really depends on how many more pit stops each of those cars have to make, and also how close to the checkered flag they can make their stops as well. Versifen briefly affected by yellow flags. We can now concentrate on Ralph Aron and the real-time gap to Julian Andlauer. It is over a minute. It's 1 minute and 16 seconds now back to Ralph Aron and Lucas Auers, number 48 Mercedes. They muscled their way into second place very early on in this race, and although they have led at certain parts of it, they're staying in second, and this feels like a rightful position actually for this Mercedes. It's better than I'd expected, but it's not quite good enough for a race win. Yeah, it does in reality, because it was a Porsche lockout of the top three, wasn't it? So it was the Frank Stippler and Vincent Kolb on pole position, the fat Porsche, and then the two Falcon cars, and this car was fourth, a little bit further up the grid than I certainly suggested, but a great run down the outside. You did ask very early on with this different layout of the Mercedes arena compared to 3 weeks ago at N24. What can you do? And I said, if you run wide, it's fine if you don't run out of road, and it can be advantageous and having to go on the inside and basically, you know, probably ready to and stop it because you lose a load of apex speed. But he was able to do that, wasn't he, in the 48 at the start? Who was in the 48 at the start? It was Lucas Auer. It was Lucas Auer, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah. And managed to run it around the outside and capitalise on it and go from fourth to second. So I think it's a right position. That feels right at the moment. I'm sure that Martin Ragginger may not agree in third place in the other Falcon car. Yeah. They were so much 1 and 2 at the beginning, weren't they, for a while? Or a little bit into the first stint, I mean. Yeah, there's some head scratching going on, I would imagine, in the second Falcon Porsche, because I don't really know where they've lost that 30-odd seconds, unless there was a hiccup in one of the pit stops. Heinemann's best time was an 8:20 during his second stint, and that was when there was some code 60 out on the racetrack. I just wonder whether they've been the wrong side of some of the yellow, some of the purple here and there. And that's what's driven a 30-second interval between Aron and Ragginger in the closing stages, because we're inside the final 25 minutes now of this third Nürburgring Langstrecken-serie race of the year. It's the 69th edition of the ADAC Westfalenfahrt. Peter Snowden and Johnny Palmer on RS1. Busy weekend for the Radio Show Limited network of channels, because it's the Sahlen's 6 hours at the Glen tomorrow, but also some races for the Mustang Challenge, for the for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America and for the Michelin Pilot Challenge as well. Those cars were qualifying yesterday evening. So when you're done with us, and obviously we're running about 45 minutes behind the advertised time because of the difficult weather conditions earlier today in the Eifel, and you can switch over to RS2 IMSA Radio for more coverage from Watkins Glen International. An excellent track, regardless of what category is racing there. There's been some cracking NASCAR races around through the bus stop segment and the toe of the boot, I remember as well, although NASCAR tend to run on a slightly shortened version of the Watkins Glen International Circuit. It's the full track this weekend, to my knowledge. And yes, the Sahlen 6 hours considered, well, after the Rolex 24, after the Sebring 12 hours, and after Petit Le Mans, the next longest race is the Sahlen 6 hours at the Glen. So it's one of the keystone races of the year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. All covered on RS2 IMSA Radio. Julian Andlauer leading by just over a minute. There's another car in the barrier at Hohe Acht, so that provides some reason why it is so slow on the entrance. And also yellows appearing at Kesselchen and Klostertal. You tend not to have small accidents there when if you've left the road, because Klostertal and Kesselchen are full throttle for the SP9 cars, with just a blend out of it for a slightly tighter left-hander that links the two. But that might yet get worse. Stylestrecker now yellow as well for the lead-up to this incident at Hohe Acht. You any the wiser as to which car had clanged the barrier by the looks of things to drivers left in that scene? There'll be some intervention vehicles stationary.
No, not yet, actually. It's
so the track is not showing you a stopped racing car. Okay. Well, as we said, it does sometimes take a bit of time to catch up. The 502 is the GT Tyre Motorsport BMW F30, which has come into pit lane. This is one of the rear-wheel drive entries into VT2. And 502, who was that driving? Grégoire Boutonnet, Frenchman, joined by Laurent Lopara and Maxi Eisberg, their German teammate. The GT Motorsport by WS BMW has a catchphrase, I noticed, the sort of strap line underneath the entrance, which is "Ja, zum Motorsport," which means, yes, we'll have some motorsport, please. Thank you very much. And that's what we've been bringing you live here on RS1 throughout the course of the day. Thank you for bearing with us for 45 minutes or so whilst the weather cleared. Into the final 20 minutes, so on schedule for our 4:45 finish time, I should say. And car 48, driven by Estonian Ralph Aron, is still pushing on as much as possible. Lost time, though, in Sector 4, because I think the yellow flag / purple area actually extended whilst Ralph's been into it. So Julian Andlauer again benefiting from clear-up that is taking place, not as he travels through certain zones, but just behind him. So Ralph Aron must be thinking, what have I got to do here to catch this top lost time up? He was able to whittle down a lead of, I think it was about 25 seconds when he took over, and he got the gap down to 17 and 16 seconds. But then the situation where he lost a further 30 seconds in one of the code 60s that formed just in time for his car to go through it. But Andlauer, it was green for him, and you're never really going to come back from that. So despite the 26-year-old's best efforts, he ran in 24 hours of Spa last year and has also driven Formula 3 around the streets of Macau. But Ralph Aron, with about a 5-year gap in his career, hiatus, if you like, came back in 2023, and it's almost like he'd never been away racing for the Haupt racing team.
The only thing I can allude to at Hohe, Johnny, is that still just the Max Cruz Porsche 105 that's still there, and it's been 20 minutes ago, but it's needed to be recovered. That's all I can see. There's nothing else showing on the ticket or track or anywhere else.
Yeah, Nico Otto's not been shown as going through Sector 3, and it was definitely a Porsche and probably a Cup car as well. So I reckon you've nailed it with the 105 Nico Otto car, who obviously hit the barrier quite hard at Hoa Act and has also leaked a lot of, his car's leaked a lot of coolant all over the road. The 146 GT Tyre Motorsport car has just been brought in. This is the car with Beitske Visser in the lineup, and also Janina Schal, who brings the car in. Patricia Stalidzana is the third female driver in this lineup. I think it's all female crewed as well, as in the mechanics and the engineers, all female in the 146 garage. Often a GT Tyre Motorsport way of doing things, much like the Iron Dames initiative in ACO rules racing and other places too, of course. Sarah Bovey, Michelle Gatting, Rahel Fry, and one person we desperately missed at Le Mans this year, Dorian Pin, who sadly couldn't take part in the 24 Hours of Le Mans because of her rib injuries. Wishing you yet still a quick and safe recovery, Dorian. So 146 with the lollipop still down. And now it is lifted for that BMW to head back into the race. Cup 2 is between Tobias Muller and Steve Jahn at this point. And the Avia car is within touching distance of Tobias Muller. But they've each only made 2 stops, so I mean surely they can't get to the finish with only 2 stops done. Yes, they can do an hour in 10 or 15, but I'm sure that these cars will have to come in for a splash at the death. And here we go from second position. David Jahn is in, but staying out is Tobias Muller, so he reckons he can do another lap yet. That proves to me that Arne Hofmeister's got to come in, surely. Ben Boonagel, after that, the grass clearing incident that we still haven't quite got to the bottom of. It's a bit like the grassy knoll now, all of a sudden. The 122 surely will have to make a stop as well. So Jahn out of the race, but he will really rejoin. And we've got lots more to come from the Eifel. It's Nürburgring Langstrecken Series Race 3, live here on the Radio Show Limited Network.
das Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, X und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Was ist ein X?
Let's put the wiper on.
Ooh, okay. Julian
Now, that's
Andlauer,
very brave, because you don't normally put the wiper on unless you need to.
Yeah.
Modem went through this in great detail and helpfully at the monitor why you just don't smear whatever, even with a tear off detritus on there, whatever, why you don't do it. So the point being, if drivers put that on, there's a reason.
Yeah.
Now the dotting hour is one of the fastest parts of the circuit, so the water's coming off your screen. So it must have been sufficient to need to put that on.
So let's hope he's not made the situation a lot worse. It was just one tiny flick. Clearly he felt that was enough moisture.
Maybe not the stall.
Yeah, well, maybe he did it entirely accidentally. Yeah, that is a good point. But he must have fell. Hang on a minute. The 4 car's off the road. The 4 car is off the road. Martin Raginger has stopped.
Metzgersfeld.
And he's looking down into the cockpit. I think actually, it's not a frozen picture, but this is from a couple of moments ago. Yeah, it was a frozen picture. So is the 4 running again? Smoke in the distance for car 3, Julian Andlauer, but that shouldn't be anything to do with that. It's because there's a VW Sirocco off the road and trailing oil on the hats and back. Briefly yellow flags, which Julian Andlauer obeys perfectly. But what he is unaware of, I'm guessing at this point, is that the team car at Falcon, driven by Martin Raginger, has come a cropper somewhere in Sector 3. So it got through Sector 2.
It's after Adenauer's first, it's Metzgersfeld.
Metzgersfeld.
Yeah, on the left-hand side.
And, well, the answer, one of the answers may be to stay with Julian Andlauer so we can pick out precisely where that car has stopped, but it would be a long time to, well, not necessarily a difficult time to enjoy the flat 6 on this car, but he's a fair way away from Metzgersfeld. Andlauer leading. Yeah, now turning left at Schradenkreuz with Arenberg to come.
Yeah, that's right. So you've got down the foxhole, Adenauer Force, and it's just after there. So you've got the Adenauer Force is that kink right and over the bridge and left, right again. And it's just after there on the left into Metzgersfeld that it appears that his sister car is parked. So our race leader, Julian Andlauer, the number 3 Falcon Porsche, has just come out of the rise at the foxhole now. Adenauer forced and is going to be greeted fairly shortly with this main side of his teammate on the left-hand side of the track if the car's still stationary there.
So he'll be looking out for potentially...
Wiper on again for Andlauer.
Still looking out for the yellow flags. Maybe there was one displayed on the right there. 10 minutes to go.
No, he's gone past it.
Interesting. So not sure where Raginger has not been able to continue. This may well provide more of an answer. So a couple of seconds ago, he was heading down into the Foxhora, the heavy descent. It's where the wet weather is falling. So has that been the issue with grip levels at a premium? No, he's losing power already.
Mechanical or just failure, isn't it? Power. It's just suddenly lost power. Whether that be electrical or mechanical, it's just slowed down. No issue.
No spin, not related to the weather, just all of a sudden, no power delivery. And how far into the stint was Martin Raginger? Well, they were all doing 4 or 5 lap stints up until this point, and he should have been absolutely fine. Yeah, it was only 3 laps in fact, had taken the car over just after the hour mark, so 5 past 4, call it. We're now at 4:37, so that's easily enough fuel on board, assuming they were able to get the fuel into the car without an issue. So this will immediately benefit Yusuf Ovega in the number 6 Team Advan by HRT Mercedes. And the 148 Tobias Muller Black Falcon Porsche that leads Cup 2 is nearing the end of this lap, and 148 has to come in at the end of this lap because he's up against it on fuel mileage. This will be a 9th lap, and as we know from David Yarn, you can't do a 10th. Well, I mean, you would have to have been, you know, driving with the slippers and going through several bouts of code 60, and as predicted, Tobias Muller is in from 7th position. Now it's a straight race on pit road though, because we'll assume that Arne Hofmeister does not need to pit again. 7 minutes to go. Hofmeister nearing the end of lap 8, I think I said, so he should be able to do 9 laps. Yeah, Hofmeister's about to complete 8 laps. How quick can this pit stop be though? They're on the clock. They're putting literally as much fuel in as possible. I think this is the fuel governing the pit stop time and not the actual time on the clock.
100%, because there was a camera crew there getting in front, nearly collecting something else on the way. That was an unsafe release, if ever there was. But as that Porsche sat there was a cameraman at the front of the car, and one of the pit crew was basically gesticulating in a fairly decisive manner and clear, get out of the way, this is not a long stop.
Yes, yes. It was a Cupra that was coming in as the 148 was being released, and they were so focused on how much fuel needed to be put in the car that then they're running potentially a dangerous time to release that car. I reckon that was the 811 that was coming in, a Cupra TCR driven by Stanco, second in its class, so it didn't want to waste any time either. But very nearly a rejoining 148. Absolutely steamed into the Cupra, but thankfully the contact was avoided. However, that might be looked at by race control. The last thing that the crew at 148, Black Falcon, wanted to do was relinquish their position. Oh, Hofmeister's in. Arne Hofmeister from 3rd. I thought he'd be able to stay out, but the Mullner Motorsport car has come in. Now, does this immediately hand the race win to 148 in the Cup 2 division? I'm not quite sure where David Yarn is, though. He's completed that lap, and we need them to go through. No, Muller is still ahead. So Muller's just gone through the end of Sector 1. And how close is David Yarn in his number 120 Avia WNS Motorsport car? It's more than 10 seconds. Now goes through David Yarn. It might be about 10 seconds. Which is a big chunk of time, not impossible to close in on. The next thing is, for the race leader, Julian Andlauer, is this going to be the final lap of the race, or does he have to go round again to complete 28 laps rather than 27? He'll be hoping there's a lot more code 60 in and around. Oh, it's easily.
Well, there is. There's another one.
But it's easily going to be the penultimate lap because he's already onto the Dottinger Horn. That'll only take you about 50 seconds, and there's 4 minutes left on the clock. So he's going to have to go around again for a 28 time, Snowy.
Yes, that's the Shearer Sports PXX Porsche 116. That's got Hendrik van Danwitz at the wheel. And that has stopped at, bear with me, I'll tell you where it is. Well, I think it's come around the barrier already because I can't see, it's already gone off there, off the screen.
Race leader turning left, turning right through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, and he looks to the clock. 4 minutes, or 3 minutes 45 remains. So you have to go round again. The ideal situation would be I'll just do a few laps on the Grand Prix track A whilst the clock runs down, and then we'll take the race win there. But no, it's one more circuit, and that means we're going to be running to about 4 hours and 5 minutes probably by the end of this. Not that that'll make a big difference to Julian Andlauer because he leads by a comfortable margin, huge margin over Ralph Aron, who's not even on the Dottinger Hoor yet for the penultimate time. But it could open up the possibility of things changing in Cup 2. Depending on how fast David Yarn is, compared to Tobias Muller. He did find a bit of time on the Muller car, but remember the Muller pit stop was faster than David Yard because they pitted closer to the checkered flag. Ben Boonagels had to take some fuel on board for one more lap. I'm pleased that in the end, though, Snowy, that we were right with Porsche's re-emerging and an hour and 17 minutes left on the clock. I said to you at the time, I said, that's surely a bit too far for the 124 car to go, and Hofmeister will have to be in for a splash. Well, he absolutely did have to do that. There were two more by him, just one more lap to go. And had they risked it, then they may well have been able to leapfrog the 148 and the 120 Black Falcon and Avia cars, respectively. But clearly, Mullner wanting to hang on to crucial points in the championship, and instead have made this belt and braces pit stop. Andlauer down to 60 kilometers per hour now because of an incident being dealt with on the Hatzenbach fire truck, I think was on the scene as well. Big American pickup. As Andlauer passes the green flag, and we're back to racing again, racing speed again. And a clear road once more for the 24-year-old Frenchman up ahead. That's one of the 5 sectors cleared on this final lap of the race for Julian Andlauer and for his teammate Sven Muller.
Who would have predicted that at the start?
Well, I look back to the results earlier on in the year. Falcon had a very good NLS 1, I seem to remember. They've taken victories already this year. But yes, when Falcon did not take pole, that really did put the fly in the ointment as far as Frank Stippler was concerned, changing major German brands for this weekend from Audi to Porsche. But Falcon, with their Japanese tyre, we must remember, even though a lot of them are constructed in Germany, NLS3 potentially going their way, but they also had a sweep during the N24 qualifier weekend. There was one race Saturday, one race Sunday during that event that I know you covered with Bruce Jones, and yes, it was a victory in NLS 1 in April for the Falcon team. So they're on course again to repeat that. Frustratingly for them, it's not going to be a 1-2 finish, though, with the number 4 car falling off the road. It didn't fall off the road, it broke down, amazingly enough, and that's a rare thing in such a short race with only 4 hours on the clock before we started. But with about 45 minutes still to go on the clock, and unaware that it was going to happen, seemingly, Martin Ragginger grinding to a halt as he headed into Adenauer Forst and then on into Metzgersfeld, and he parked up next to the nearest marshal post, and that was all she wrote. I suppose from a Falcon point of view, you don't want to tell Julian Andlauer what's happened to the number 4 car, because it might start creeping into his mind that the same thing could happen to the number 3 as well, although they're entirely different machinery, and probably the parts have been lifed differently as well. But that's how accustomed we have become to getting to the end of these endurance races. The whole point of an endurance race is to test the car ultimately, and retirements can and still do happen.
Well, which is why they're able to have such pace, isn't it, these days? And certainly, we saw it again just 6 days ago at Le Mans. It was take the safety car period out of it, the actual racing. It's sprint racing, and that is entirely down to reliability. Cars have improved so much the last 10, 20 years in terms of reliability. That's exactly, as you've just said, exactly why endurance racing was developed for manufacturers to, competition improves the breed. The old adage of, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. If your car's doing well, it gets the headlines, put the advert in the papers. It was in those days, and it was like, oh look, our whatever brand has just done this, and it's great. It makes people believe in it, and it still does to an extent. Although now it's so rare for a car to break down of any. They mind Porsches. We always joke about Porsche. They always say it just does what it says on the tin, as in gets the job done. So that then comes down to how a team run it and strategy, how drivers and how you get your lineup. But it's so rare there. And we saw that with the number 4 car. It just appeared to just switch itself off. Yeah, shut down, complete loss of power, say whether electrical or mechanical, that from third place.
I had a very interesting chat with a gentleman associated with McLaren last weekend at Le Mans, because unfortunately the two McLarens run by United Autosports retired from the 24 Hours of Le Mans within about 45 minutes of each other, and they thought at the time that they were two separate issues. One certainly for the 95 that came into the garage with a suspected drivetrain issue. They were still trying to ascertain precisely what was wrong with the 59 car, but it may have been gearbox related. But actually, this gent I was chatting to said, do you know what? There is an element of actually being pleased that these two things have happened. We've never seen them before. They've now, sadly, completed the 24 Hours of Le Mans for us. They've meant that both cars have retired. But what we can do now is concentrate on these issues never happening again. We can address them, we can work out precisely what has gone wrong, and whether it's punishment of the cars from the drivers or whether it's just parts that are likely to fail in the future. Well, that's something now that we can attack and make sure that they don't break again. So in one way, in sort of a perverse way, we're sort of pleased that this has happened nice and early on in the running of the LMGT3 campaign, because we can now work on them for the future. And remember, there are long races still to come in the World Endurance Championship where those two McLarens will feature. The 6 Hours of Sao Paulo is next month. I think it's the second weekend of July, which will be round 5 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And there are still 6-hour races to come at Fuji, and a longer race at Bahrain as well to end the season, where it will be warm, no doubt, and that'll be an 8-hour race for the Sakya circuit too. And sometimes it's better to get these failures out of the way nice and early so that you can then deal with them. Tobias Muller, did he just come into the pits? Tobias Muller has fed back, or is that? No, it's a very slow sector 4 time, as now the 653 BMW is off the road. Arne Hofmeister shown as being ahead, but I don't think that is the truth, because Arne Hofmeister, of course, has made a pit stop. I do know for sure that David Yarn has made a pit stop, and is that potentially for wet weather tyres, because the rain is now starting to absolutely pound down on the Dottinger Hoor. And it might well be the final lap for the race leader, but bear in mind that these Porsches in Cup 2 might have to go around again. In fact, Tobias Muller's deliberately slowing down, isn't he? So that he's overtaken by Julian Andlauer and therefore can finish his race here and now rather than do another 25 kilometres. Andlauer on the Dottinger Hoor, Snowy.
What did I say a few minutes ago about reliability of these cars, reliability of Porsches? What let down the number 4 car? It was a puncture. It was a puncture from running over debris.
Horrible. Now we're into yellows, though. So this is Tobias Muller wanting to allow the race leader past him, but he's not going to be allowed to do so because it's no overtaking into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. Where's the green, says Tobias Muller. Wave the green. I want to allow this race leader past me, but he's not able to do it. This might force the 148 onto another lap. They're going to come out of the final corner. The greens surely will be now on the exit of Hohenrhein. Yeah. And yet Muller's way out of the throttle. Get the race leader past me, and then I can finish the race right in behind the race winner, who is Julian Andlauer, and Sven Muller winning once more for Falken Motorsports. And how close do you want it at the death in Cup 2? Still trying to get confirmation of that, because my timing screen is a tad behind. I think yours is too. But Tobias Muller has completed his race. Make no mistake about that. David Yarn, I think, has been sent on to another lap, though, in order to catch up. And Muller, we're still waiting for confirmation that he has won the class, but I could see entirely what he was trying to do there. Just, he was prevented from doing it because they were in a yellow flag zone because of that 653 BMW in the barrier at Hohenrhein. All these different scenarios. You think you've seen everything in motor racing, and you haven't, it turns out. So still waiting for the confirmation of those positions in Cup 2. But we can have no doubt about Julian Andlauer and Sven Muller's victory after 28 laps. Waiting now for Ralph Aron to cross the line. Here comes the Wonderful sound, although a decreased speed of the 6.2 litre V8 in the nose of that Mercedes, having to get out of the throttle to ease by the recovery work at Tiergarten. And it will be a decent effort in the end from Landgraf Mercedes for Ralph Aron and Lucas Auer. But and it's questionable as to whether that Mercedes had enough pace to jump ahead of the two Porsches from Falken. But they didn't have the luck as far as the cautions were concerned. They fell in all the wrong places for Ralph Aron during his stint. It'll be second place for Mercedes-AMG Team Landgraf.
I'll just refresh my screen, which put the Andlauer number 3 Falcon at the top of the screen correctly so, but it's still saying that the winner of Cup 2 is the 120 Porsche.
Well, what we haven't yet had is Tobias Müller completing the final. What would have been the... I know he did finish a lap down, didn't it? So David Jahn hasn't yet finished lap 28 and should be able to. So, yeah, frustratingly for Thomas Müller, what he was actually doing there was locking himself into the podium, but he's not able to complete a 28th lap, whereas David Jahn, that very late stop, I think potentially for maybe cut slick tyres, and Arne Hofmeister rejoining, and they will stay on the lead lap.
Yeah,
so
David Jahn's got a long way to go. He's only ex-Moule now.
Yeah, and who is ahead on the road, more crucially? Is it Hofmeister or is it Jahn? Because that final stop probably put Jahn behind Hofmeister, but Jahn might be on the better tyres. I know Jahn is ahead because he's just gone through sector 3 now.
Well, they're together. They're together at Bergwerk now.
They are, yes, they are together, but I think there's about 5 seconds between them. Might not be might not be replicated on the tracker, but yeah, they are. And that's still to be decided, isn't it? Here's the Mercedes that will finish in 3rd position for Advan by HRT. So Team Advan by HRT's number 6 car, started by Arjun Maini, who did a double stint. Then there was an 8-lap stint for Hubert Haupt, and Yusuf Ovega brings this all-pro lineup to the finish, and it'll be 2 Mercedes on the podium. So we started with Porsche, Porsche, 1st, 2nd, 3rd on the grid. And in the end, yes, Porsche win the race, but Mercedes brought into it throughout the 4 hours, and they'll get 2 of their cars into the podium spots. Frank Stippler should be on course for a 4th place finish. And now the Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche in the red, white, and black colours being hunted down by the blue and white of Mühlner Motorsport. And as the Avia car hits the concrete at the carousel, the Hofmeister car, Mühlner Motorsport, is just on that short stretch between Style, Strecker and the tight left-hand hairpin. It's actually more than a hairpin, it's more than 180 degrees. Sven Muller catching up with Patrick Simon. We may also have a word with Julian Andlauer, which of course will be in English, so we'll pause for that. But Sven Muller with a big grin on his face. He's probably being filled in now by Falken Motorsport to tell him the bad news from the other side of the garage, in that the 4 car will not get to the finish. But that, at the end of the day, is why you enter a motor race with 2 cars.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely not their fault. I mean, they say nothing broke. It's just you picked up a piece of debris. There was a lot of on the track, and that's just pure bad luck. As Bruce always says, the Nürburgring giveth and it taketh away.
True, right. Let's hear the interview with Julian Andlauer then.
It's great. I mean, as we talked already about it earlier, the car felt amazing today. I think it was really good conditions for us. So we gave the maximum. Strategy was just on point in execution as well. So we bring it back home after 4 hours of full push, and I have to say thank you. I have to say it was a very good weekend for us. So yeah, great for Falken. A bit sad for the sister car, which was also very good for a podium, on the way for a podium. So yeah, hopefully next time we can be both again together on the podium.
Congratulations and celebrate on the podium later on. And with the team already did and Park für mich. Und dann wollen wir einfach gerade, genau, wir drehen uns einmal rum.
Julian Andlauer with Patrick Simon, and Luki Auer is now out of his Mercedes. Ralph Aron, that interview might be in English, being Estonian, so if Patrick catches up with Ralph, we can pause for that in just a tick as well. But Ralph gave it his all, as did Luki, in fact, for the first couple of stints. It wasn't quite enough. Let's see whether Ralph is happy to have. No, he's going to walk away from Patrick Simon and catch up with his fellow competitors. So thank you for sticking with us here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels for a slightly delayed start to this race, 45 minutes or so. But we do get to the finish in just about dry. Well, it was hammering down towards the end of the lap. Let's catch up with Ralph Aron now from the number 6 Mercedes. Number 48 Mercedes, I should say.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually really happy with the result today. Qualifying was tricky, like you said, but in the end, the starting position wasn't too bad. And in the race, our pace was good. We were trying to catch P1, but when we realized it's not happening and there was drizzles coming down, then we just decided to come home.
Is it the beginning of the second half in NLS? Will we see the car more often together with you?
I hope so.
Keep the fingers crossed and enjoy the podium. Und dann wollen wir direkt weitermachen mit Ian Meini. Congratulations, it's a podium finish in the car together with Hubert Harm. Just talk us through your race here in the Nordschleife today.
Yeah, I mean, it was a cool race. I really enjoyed the first stints. Weather treated us well. Yeah, just happy my first podium in the Nordschleife and hopefully a lot more to come.
A lot more to come. Congratulations and enjoy the celebration on the podium. Your teammate Yusuf Vega just jumped out of the car and removed the helmet. So lass uns doch mal rübergehen, schauen, dass wir noch das seine einbringen.
Arjun Maini from the number 6 Mercedes, who in the end finished in 3rd position. The Advan by HRT Merc that he shares with Yusuf Vega and with Hubert Haupt, and Vega bringing the Mercedes home to take maybe an unexpected podium, but Team Advan by HRT would have said, no, we were always in contention for that. They run with a full pro lineup as well. And Frank Stippler, first time in a Porsche for quite some time for Herbert Motorsport after he was a race winner in the Nürburgring 24 hours just a few weeks ago at the end of last month, but driving with the Renault prepared crew, Herbert Motorsport, this weekend. Dennis Fetzer coming across the line in 5th position, and it looks like, yeah, the win in Cup 2 has gone to the number 120 car of David Jahn, of Tim Scherbart and Daniel Blickel. So massive congratulations for them. Cup 3 victory going the way of the 962, which is the Moritz Oberheim-driven Avia WNS Motorsport car. My thanks to Peter Snowden for keeping me company, Johnny Palmer, throughout the course of this afternoon. It took a while to get going, but we got there in the end. And thank you for, I know you've got pressing events later on, so thank you for sticking here for the duration. And we'll look forward now to the next NLS race, which is not until the start of August, 3rd of August, for the NLS4, the Rover 6 Hours ADAC Ruhr-Pockel-Rennen. Join us on the Radio Show Limited network of channels for that in a few months' time. Bye-bye for now.